Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to Krakow here in Poland for the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Now, you're probably wondering where all the action's going to be going down over the weekend. That's right, you're here on the secondary stream because we don't want you guys at home to miss a single piece of the action. My name is Mark, on-set Hatcher, and joining me will be, of course, Dan Gaskin alongside me all the way through the weekend. Dan, I mean, we've just seen on the mainstream from our first game already some surprises and already some things that we were kind of expecting to see.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of turtling up and utilizing Watson, all the same compositions as well. Pathfinder, Wraith, Watson. I mean, we expected it. We might see some differences because of the rules and the rounds and the matches that are available. There are going to be some differences and some changes, so we'll see what happens as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, really excited to obviously get into our first game today, but we should remind you all at home, if you're joining us for the first time, exactly how the tournament is going to be working. We have 80 teams here in Poland, placed into groups A, B, C, and D. We'll be covering groups B and D, and of course we'll be using a double elimination format with a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket.
Yeah, which is something new for Apex Legends. We've seen it in Battle Royales before, however there are a few slight differences as we get to the end of the format. But basically it's very simple. We will have 3 matches within a round, and from those 3 matches, if you are within the top 10 in terms of points, you will progress in the winner's bracket. If you are in the bottom 10, you will drop into that lower bracket and you will get a second chance.
And speaking of those points, you can see how they will be distributed, excuse me, as I put my teeth in early here. First place taking 12 points home, second place taking 9 points. And the thing I wanted to highlight is that grand final, Dan, when we finally work our way there, that points threshold, and then having to take home that champion performance, that's going to put so much pressure on these teams.
Yeah, a lot of the time in Battle Royale, you get to a situation where you get to a final round and you either know that someone's won or you kind of see someone win when they finish maybe 10th or 11th. Here at the Apex Invitational, you have to win a game after you reach that point threshold, which is 50 points, and you saw how you accumulate points as well. So we're expecting a minimum, really, of around 6 matches, but that's not until Sunday. We still have plenty of action to get there first.
And this is, of course, what the guys and the girls are playing for. Here is your prize pool, $500,000 on the line here in Poland. First place will be taking home $105,000 of that big money to kick the world stakes off here. The first time we've seen a lot of teams from around the world descending onto one place to kind of decide where that bar is, Dan, and what region is kind of going to be dominating.
I think that's what really is exciting about this tournament and why there's so much buzz around it from not only the players, fans, but also spectators alike, because we're seeing teams we haven't seen before. Yes, okay, at the X Games EXP Invitational, we saw 20 teams all compete and go up against each other, but now we're seeing 80. We are seeing some of the best teams that have been scrimming online that weren't able to make that event finally get their chance. We're seeing teams that weren't able to have their full roster at that event finally now get all 3 of them compete here today.
And I think a good example of what we can expect throughout the weekend is the unexpected. Look at what we just had in our first game of the day, that first round from Group A, where we had Wyvern, who a lot of people were predicting to have a very good performance. They took that second place. Obviously, they're coming from South Korea, and then in the team who took home that win, HSL, European-based team, putting up a huge performance here in Europe.
I think expect the unexpected is what we should presume at this tournament. There are teams that are not going to be as well known, so people aren't going to know their drop locations. They're not going to be able to predict where they're going to go and where they're going to rotate, and I think that's what really has me excited for this particular tournament.
Oh, absolutely. I think it is going to be certainly a lot of moments that we're going to be talking about for a long time to come, and we're going to be focusing, of course, on Group B here on the secondary stream. Let's talk through some of the teams that we have in this group, Dan, and who we're kind of a little bit excited to watch get their work underway.
I think to start with, we have to talk about NRG. I mean, they were the team in Apex Legends when we used to have the kill race format. They were one of the best. They just exploded onto the scene. The mechanical skill from the likes of Dizzy was just amazing. And everyone was like, okay, yeah, Dizzy's going to be able to carry anyone to the heights in Apex Legends. And then we started to realize that actually Ace is incredible as well. And alongside Moore, they looked like a team to be very terrifying. But at the X Games, they kind of underperformed. They didn't really practice properly. They presumed they could approach that tournament in like a pub stomping kind of way, and they got dropped on, they got harassed, and it didn't really go well. They ended 13th out of the 20 teams.
Yeah, I mean, 13th out of 20, when you're talking about that world stage, might not seem like the worst result in the world. However, for a group of individuals who do want to perform at that highest level, where first place is what they're aiming for, they weren't happy with it. And this man on your screen right now, Ace, you kind of touched upon it. The mechanical skill that this man possesses really is mind-blowing in certain situations. And They've been practicing hard coming into the event. This is the difference that they've kind of put upon themselves. They've seen where they went wrong, where they can improve, and now I think that they've turned up here in Krakow to do business.
For the X Games, they streamed a lot, and I think that hindered them because a lot of people realized how they played and they were able to try and counteract that. However, they haven't streamed as much coming into this event, and they have been practicing properly. They've been in proper pro lobbies, and they have been performing well. The latest, well, not the latest, but the prior Twitch Rivals tournament, they were incredible, and they look like the team that we should be expecting from them. So I think that we should be expecting them to at least get top 10 in this group, if not be one of those teams who hits top 3, top 5 regularly.
Yeah, I certainly feel like they'll be wanting to put a little bit of a marker down early on here and just remind everybody just how talented a squad they are. Energy obviously looking to maybe put right the wrongs that they found themselves in a situation in X Games not performing to the standards they would have wanted. But another team I really want to touch on that I'm sure a lot of people are excited to finally watch in a live event setting and under that pressure is MVP down, the South Korean juggernaut. And if you wanted an example of work ethic, I think is the best way to put it, these guys are exactly that.
Yes, they have double the amount of any North American pro in RP in-game
Just take a second to just take
That's
this.
5,000.
Take that in. That's so a professional team in North America, they're doubling the amount of RP in game. Doubling. Not just a little bit more, doubling.
They're doubling it. There is something to be said about which servers they're playing on, and is maybe a little bit easier, is it harder? Who knows? I think we're going to find out at this tournament. But they have been playing in pro scrims. They've been playing in pro lobbies, and they have so much respect from the rest of the community because of how they've been playing. I mean, they're a very aggressive team, and they're very confident. They are going to push you if they see that you're even slightly weak, if you have those shields cracked. So I think they're a team that we have to keep our eye on, especially as we get to the latter stages of this tournament, because they're known for dropping at the cage. And we know that TSM, arguably one of the best tournament teams at this tournament, also dropped the cage. And that's going to be interesting if that does happen, which I'm sure it will.
I really hope that that does happen at some point in the tournament, and these guys absolutely fear no one, and that is why they're getting the results. And I think the respect of their peers as well, that's one thing that I've heard from a lot of players and a lot of teams kind of in the build-up to this event. And, you know, for all the analysis we can do as people who enjoy watching the game, who, you know, have this insight as experts and analysts, is it always, coming from the players itself, it always means more. It always means more because they are the guys who have to play against them on a daily basis. And
they're not afraid to contest people on drops as well. If, for example, the cage doesn't work for them, and if they feel like they're not getting the right rotations, or maybe circles tend to be leading elsewhere and they have some sort of presumption it's going to be going in certain directions, they will just switch things up and say, hey, well, we might drop Skulltown. I don't care if you're dropping Skulltown. We are going to contest you. The big thing for me about this team is how they will react and how they will perform on LAN. Yes, okay, nerves come into it, but they've been playing on over 150 ping to a lot of these pro lobbies. Is that an advantage or is that a disadvantage? Because some people would argue for both sides, and I think they're really going to be able to show us what they're made of here at this tournament.
Yeah, certainly one of the teams we are very, very excited to watch get their action underway as the tournament develops. But one team that we should mention as well is Sentinels, third place at the X Games, Dan. One of those teams who like to get aggressive, like those close quarter battles towards the end game. And I mean, third place is great, but third place is third place. Nobody remembers third place at the end of the day. They will want to come in here at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational and take home first place and solidify themselves as one of the best in the world.
Something that's quite funny as well, if the format we have at this tournament was implemented at X Games, in theory, Sentinels would have actually won the tournament because
they
reached that point threshold and then they won the game after that point threshold. However, we do have to take into account playstyles will definitely change when teams do reach that point threshold once we get to the final. But I'm very excited for Sentinels. You talk about respect. A lot of teams actually dislike Sentinels for the way that they play. They grief a lot. They are aggressive. They are going to be annoying. They are going to camp on you. They are going to wait for you to run past them. They will do everything and anything to gain an advantage over you. Okay, players don't like that. I blooming love it. I love you. I love players just doing anything like that to get an advantage.
Hey man, it's a competition. You know, we don't get points for turning up here. It's all about doing what you have to do to survive and get those points on the board. Now, with these 3 rounds system that we have for these groups, Dan, I just want to kind of talk a little bit about how you feel that the gameplay will develop through the rounds. Because we saw in that first game, it was a little bit touchy-feely, to be honest with you, in that first game. Nobody really wanting to take too many risks, shall we say, in that first game. They were kind of all looking to play for placement a little bit until, obviously, we got towards that end game. Well, that central circle kind of probably helped that a little bit with teams kind of maneuvering in with the circle. But I really do feel there is such room for the game to develop as those teams start chasing points, as they start falling out of that top 10. They want to get into that winners bracket. Those players and those teams who are in that bottom 10 as we get into round 2 and round 3 of this group, they're going to have to step up the aggression. They're going to have to look for kills. And we've seen, if you get into a rhythm of picking up kills on your way to placement, that is how you win these tournaments.
Absolutely. If you look at X Games, the teams who were at the upper echelon of those leaderboards, of the ranking system, were those who were able to pick up around, 6 to 10 kills pretty much every single game. I mean, the Apex Predator of Snipedown was able to get reciprocity or help them to second place as well. And they were the ones who actually tipped Sentinels because of those amounts of kills. But you're completely right. I mean, we were questioning whether the first match was going to be a case of people getting aggressive and risky, but it seems like most people are going to be conservative in this opening game, and then we'll see risks going into match number 2 and match number 3. Will we see composition changes? At the moment, it's very standard. It's everything that we presumed we were going to see, but if you're searching for those kills, if you're desperate for that aggression, maybe we will see the introduction of maybe a Bangalore or maybe an Octane instead of Watson, because Watson is a very defensive, support-orientated character.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that composition as well, because, you know, that is what we're seeing. Obviously, we're going to have new viewers to competitive Apex who are going to be watching for the first time here. Dan, talk us through, you know, the legends that we have in those compositions and exactly why they work so well together at the moment.
Well, Wraith is one of the most important legends you can have in your team, mainly just because of her Q and her movement and her ability to get in and out of fights, as well as that Q being very important when you get into the final circle, because when that circle starts to chunk you, you can press your Q, you can go into the Wraith form, and you're not being eaten away at. You're not losing any health. We've seen so many games in competitive Apex Legends won just by hitting that Q button, and it means that you have that ability to also use the portal as well, also use their main, and that means that you have so much opportunities in that endgame to get an advantage over your opponents if you use it correctly.
Now we'll talk about, obviously, the second pick that we're seeing quite a lot here, the Pathfinder. So mobile, arguably the most mobile character, so good at finding paths. And now it sounds very simple, but that zip line is so good for getting your team up to high ground in those last minutes, getting above some of your opponents. And of course, you know, his maneuverability with his Q as well, it's absolutely superb. You can take verticality just like that.
Some of the things we've seen Pathfinder players do, with mouse and keyboard especially, is unreal. The movement that's available, how they can get out of fights as well. It's so difficult to try and kill off a Pathfinder when they do manage to Q away successfully and use the momentum in their favor. That Pathfinder is just such an important part of any composition, to be honest. And then you round it out with Watson, your support character. Because Watson has that ability to put up those fences and kind of defend any little bunker, any little base, any little house you want to put yourself into, it just means that she is so important to this composition, because you can just hold down a base, and then of course you've got her ultimate as well, which recharges your shields. And I mean, if you've run out of shield batteries, if you've run out of cells, recharging your shields is going to be so important in that late game, as well as blocking grenades, blocking ordnance. She just does so much so, she got nerfed recently to add that 5% extra damage, just like the likes of Wraith, the likes of Lifeline, and the likes of Pathfinder.
And that is exactly why you are seeing these compositions. They all work so well together, offer so many different variants for these pro teams as they go towards our first game. We're just getting towards our first game now of Group B. We'll bring the action, of course, as soon as we possibly can. But another thing that we want to talk about a little bit is obviously moving towards Group D, because that's another group that we're going to be covering. Dan, who are some of the teams obviously looking towards Group D here that, you know, we're excited to see as well? Because there's one particular one that we have to talk about a little bit, and is of course the team who won X Games, the last competition that we had that involved some of the biggest teams in the world, and that is TSM.
Yes, we can't avoid the fact that TSM are going to be the ones who have a target on their back, and that's why I'm personally excited that we get to have Group D on this stream. They are phenomenal. Their rotation through the map is impeccable. Their gun skill, their mechanical skill as well, to add on to those factors just makes it... They're just a pleasure to watch, to be honest. And teams are scared of them because they know that TSM have this ability to predict circles and rotate early, get into a position where they can have either a height advantage or a lower advantage in a room if they want that as well. It means that people are worried that maybe in their own rotations, they're going to be met by TSM. And TSM aren't scared to take a fight as well. Yes, okay, they like to rotate and they like to get put in position, but if they see a team that's weak, if they see a possibility to third party, they are going to go for that.
Another team that I want to talk about a little bit as well is a team who had a very disappointing performance. It's kind of the other end of things. TSM obviously having a huge amount of success at X Games, but one team who really kind of fell on their face a little bit was Gen G down. Things didn't go well for them here, and they're certainly going to be looking for redemption here in Poland and kind of putting that one behind them.
Yeah, Gen G, they kind of tried to drop in the same place over and over despite getting destroyed in Skulltown, and they didn't give up. They were very resilient in that fact, and I really think someone should have made the call of, all right, we need to go to one of our other drop locations. Yes, okay, at the X Games, you had more games to try and get back into it. You had more matches to try and get back into it. Here, you've only got 3 matches to actually work with, so it's going to be very difficult, and that's going to bring me back to Group B as well, Mark, because we talk about Sentinels, and we talk about how well they performed at the X Games. It depends which Sentinels turns up, because yes, Sentinels were impressive and they finished 3rd. They didn't start out that hot, and if they can't find that heat and that momentum early on, they could find themselves in the lower bracket. And yeah, okay, you've got a second chance in the lower bracket, you can still get to the final, but you don't want to drop into that lower bracket because that's naturally going to make you a little bit more nervous. It might affect your playstyle. If you're already just trying to play for that top 10, when you're in the lower bracket as well, that could change everything.
And the beauty of what we're talking about at the moment is this, the information we've seen so far. We're so early into the competitive Apex Legends sort of landscape, so to speak, that we've only had a couple of tournaments that we can really judge a lot of teams from. So many teams that we haven't talked about so far, Dan, because quite simply, there hasn't been that live environment for us to compare them against some of the teams, and that's what is going to be fascinating for me as we go across this tournament, not only in Group B and D that we'll be covering, but in Group C, A and C as well. Every single team that has been invited here to Poland has an opportunity here to really cement themselves and go, hey, you know, X Games is X Games. We weren't there. Now we're here. We have a chance to kind of say, yeah, these X Games teams, they were great, but we can really put down a marker here as being one of the best in the world. And that, for me, is a fascinating situation to be in.
This is the biggest proving grounds that Apex has actually seen to date, and it's also massive stakes in terms of the prize money that's available. And you got to think Apex was released around 6 months ago. Some of these players have been grinding ever since that release. They left other battle royales and other competitive shooters so they could actually get here. I mean, a lot of teams were previous PUBG pros, a lot of ex-Overwatch pros as well, and they made that commitment in hope of Apex esports being massive. And we finally got here now. We've got to that point where we see huge prize money, we see a huge event, an incredible venue, if you don't mind me saying, but also, if you saw the opening of the show, if you guys were on the mainstream earlier, phenomenal stuff that's been done here in Krakow. And I guess we can talk about some of the other teams that are in this group, because we've only really highlighted a few of them. Someone else I really want to talk about, Mark, is probably Sonics. I think Sonics are a team that could definitely do some damage in this group. They were recently signed by Sonics, that's Synced, Android, and Wicked. And these guys, I think they've played together for quite some time now, and I think that really helps you in any shooter, in any competitive title, because you get that natural chemistry. You're going to be able to communicate well, you're going to be able to know what each other are doing, but also you're not going to feel the pressure in those heated situations as much because you can rely on your teammates, you can trust your teammates.
It's also it's an experience factor, isn't it? It's one of those things that kind of an intangible. You can have 3 of the most talented mechanical players in the world, but if you haven't put yourself in those situations alongside those teammates where the pressure is on, where you have to make those big plays and those big decisions, it's completely different to if you've been there 2 or 3 times before. You can, as you say, you have that experience of relying on a teammate to make a decision, to follow your IGL, who you trust, having won those situations before. It really is something which is, you know, cannot be overlooked, even when we're so early into, as we say, the competitive landscape here for Apex Legends.
And there's other big names in this group as well. I mean, we've only named 4, but we've got Penta in there. We've got Team Secret, who also, Team Secret had a little bit of a doozy. One of their players wasn't able to actually turn up to this event, so they had to make a last-minute change, and I think that's really going to affect how they perform coming into this.
It's crazy though, isn't it? Because sometimes you get that honeymoon period when you find when you have a group of players come together for the first time, those kind of shackles gets taken off, the pressure is alleviated a little bit, and it's kind of like, okay, well, now we're here, we kind of got to make the best of what we have, and you can see those kind of teams being the dark horses that all of a sudden is like, dude, these guys are playing insane. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, so Yusuf from Team Seeker, unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it. I don't know what happened there, whether it's passport issues, visa issues, I don't know. But either way, he's not here. He's been replaced by Limek, and Limek is only 17 years old as well. Actually, I mean, the average age at this tournament, there is quite a lot of youngsters. I mean, 16, I think, is the youngest you're actually allowed to compete in the game, but there is several 16-year-olds here. But 16 to around 19, I mean, that seems to be the average age, with a few stragglers of 25, 26-year-olds in there as well.
Hey,
just
man,
to round out the experience.
Just want to say that is not old. 25, 26, that's not old. Like, just putting that out there right now. You've still got a lot of time in you, my friends. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Don't call them people old. Don't put that out there.
I mean, I know it makes you feel bad being older than those people, Mark, but I wasn't going to bring it up. The interesting thing about this group is going over drop locations as to where people have been prioritizing in scrims and tendencies that we've seen so far. There's no clashes from what I've seen, but the thing is, we've only got data from around 10 of the teams, because the other 10 are pretty unknown and we haven't seen as much. They haven't been competing necessarily in as many pro scrims as other, so it's difficult to get their particular priority of where they want to drop. In other groups, we know that there are two teams who have the same drop location, and we know there is that potential to clash. But we saw in Group A, which is on the mainstream at the moment, that first game, no one dropped with each other. All 20 teams were able to get their own drop location, and that's down to two things. Either they all just got really lucky and they got what they wanted, or they saw someone going in that direction. They said, hey, I don't want to take this fight. Let's go to our secondary drop spot, which is just a little bit outside. It might not be a named location, but we know it's got decent loot.
And you can see a lot of teams when they are falling, that they do use that free look ability to just check around them and just see if there's any teams landing with them and if they want to take that fight. And I wasn't too surprised, to be honest with you. We were kind of having a conversation between ourselves, obviously myself, yourself, Bravo, and Dreadnought beforehand, about how we feel these rounds might play out one by one. And there was kind of the thought where we're thinking some teams might realize that you can kind of got rounds 2 and 3 as a backup here if things don't go well, where you can play for placements, try and get those points on the board. And round 1's almost a freebie. You could be hyper aggressive. You can see what you can get out of round 1, because you could almost qualify with a huge performance in that round number 1. But I have to say, I'm more of the opinion of, when you get into this setting, when you get into this environment, you play safe first. You try and get comfortable with your surroundings. You try and play the game that you've played at home. And I think we saw that in that first game. My interest in this Group B now, as we're still waiting to get underway, is, will that change? Will we see a couple of teams come out of the woodwork and go, you know what, we're going to take it to people? People like MVP and Sentinels, they could be those teams.
Well, I think that in Group A, we had a lot of teams that were from the X Games, and they were used to playing that way, and they played a lot of the pro scrim lobbies where people are just almost allowing others to play that way. But now we're going to get into a little bit of the unknown here in Group B, and where we've got teams that haven't been in those pro lobbies, who weren't at X Games, who might say, you know what, screw that. I don't want to play that way. I want to play aggressive. I want to drop on other people. I want to take fights. If I hear shots, we're going to attack them. There are several teams in this group that are W key teams, and if you don't know what I mean by that, it means they just run every noise. They keep running after people. If someone's trying to run away from them, they will chase them to the ends of Kings Canyon. They won't allow them to get the way, because they want those kills. And that, for me, is how I like to play Battle Royales, how I like to watch Battle Royales. No disrespect to teams who like to camp up and they like to set up their Watson fences. I realize it's very much a part of this meta, but it's also nice that we have teams here who do like to play aggressive. And I think as we get to the latter stages of this tournament, we're going to have a really nice mesh of aggressive and passive, and it's all just going to explode in the middle of Kings Canyon.
It is a case of pressing your advantages when you do get them. A lot of the times you will see teams waiting for that circle to close, hit those long-range longbow shots, and then decide, are we going to have time to push these kills? Have we done enough damage? Are they going to be able to shield up before we can really press that advantage and take advantage of our advantages, I should say, to get those kills? It's going to be fascinating to watch. I think out of all of the teams that we have here in Krakow, in Poland, of the 80, MVP and Sentinels, for me, are two of those teams I'm super excited to see if they take and press those advantages when they get them. When they hit those longbow shots, when they catch a team off guard, are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to get those kills on the board? And put the pressure not only on the other teams in their lobby, but it puts the pressure on everyone else in the other groups of, This is how these guys are going to play. This sends fear through everyone.
Yeah, they play that way online, but are they going to play that way on LAN when $500,000 is on the line? That's going to be the real question. And it also comes into the equation of how you loot and how lucky you are with your loot, because of course there is going to be an element of RNG when you drop. Are you going to find a gold backpack, for example? If you can get a gold backpack, that helps so much going into the late game. Being able to shield up and heal up so much quicker, 50% faster than anyone else, unless they're playing a lifeline, and of course they've already got a 25% buff. I also think that a gold knockdown shield is something you definitely need to be searching for. If you see one in a death box, you've got to grab it, because we've seen games won in the late game because of those gold knockdown shields as well, because you have that ability to pick yourself up and survive that little bit longer when that final circle's coming in. So you do need to be loot aware. Yes, okay, all these players know that, but that's what we've got to be looking out for as well. Who has those big loot advantages? Who has the big weapon loadout advantages as well?
I was going to say, dependent on that final circle as well, the composition, the weapon composition of a team as 3 players is so vital. We were talking to a few pros beforehand, and they were saying that even some teams aren't looking at that. They aren't, if you get towards a final circle in the swamps, for example, and you've got everybody who's boxed up in those houses, you've got the Watsons going on, and you've got all the fences down, those longbows you have to have one to win a battle. You have to be able to ping people before you move. Whereas if you have a more open circle or a more enclosed areas, like, for example, you find yourself in Skulltown, that's where the R99s really come into play. And if you can even pick one up from a loot box as you see that final circle descending upon somewhere like Skulltown, that's going to win you those battles. Get that Peacekeeper, get that R99, because the longer range weaponry isn't going to be as effective in those tight quarter areas.
And that's why I think we'll see a lot of teams try and spread that weaponry across those teams. We're going to see the longbow be distributed. At least one player will have a longbow if they find it. If not, 2 players now are having a longbow in their back pocket, because it is such an important part of this meta, because of how powerful that longbow is, especially with the skull piercer on it as well, because the headshot damage is incredible, and you really can destroy someone if you get someone who is good with the longbow. But then, of course, you've got the Peacekeeper and that for close quarters and how that's going to impact the game as well. So really, loadout is going to be something we have to focus on in all of these groups. How are teams actually adjusting to the prediction of circles? Because most teams now, I would imagine all teams here at this event, realistically know how the circle kind of is manipulated. If it's on a certain side of the map, they can take a rough guess of where it's going to finish, and they can take that from patterns from previous games and, of course, their own personal algorithms as well. It's harder to predict when it's in the middle, though. And we even saw that in the mainstream game. We have not really seen many circles in competitive Apex actually finish in that kind of bunker town area. And it just adds to that excitement. When there's that different element where teams aren't used to playing in that effect, in that area, then suddenly they have to think on the fly. And most teams, the better teams, are going to be the ones that can adapt very quickly.
We're hearing that it's going to be, the lobby's still getting sorted. We'll get into the game, obviously, as soon as we can. Apologies to everyone who's watching at home, who's desperate for some action. We are as well. We are absolutely desperate to get into the first game here from Group B. But going back to your point, Dan, with the circle manipulation and how important that is, I'm interested to see what kind of teams outside of the ones that we've seen and we've seen compete in those, the competitions we've seen so far, how their play style is going to be in comparison. Are we going to see some of those teams who like to hard rotate, like Fnatic NA, for example, that we have in some of the other groups? Or are we going to see, the likes of the X Games reciprocity, the super highly aggressive, kill-hungry teams? I'm fascinated to see that, because this is as exciting for us to watch, as I said earlier, as huge fans of Apex and how the game plays, just to see how good the teams are that we know about so far in comparison to the teams we don't know about. That's such a fascinating story to follow, because there are going to be teams throughout this tournament who come out of the woodwork and go, hey, we're here to play. We're not here to just make up numbers.
And you have to be very careful with those rotations as well. You have to bear in mind of who is dropping where, and have these teams done the research? Have they done the prep where they know where other people are going to be dropping? Do they, for example, know that MVP are going to be dropping in Cage? So when they're rotating, they might avoid Cage completely, because if it is a central circle, MVP have the ability to just hold that Cage for as long as they want until they're either pushed out of that ring, or maybe even if that ring actually ends up there. Yes, okay, I don't think the loot is that great at Cage where you could hold it for the entire game, but I've seen teams hold just normal basic grey armor and still win games just because of their positioning and just because of their tactical advantage, height advantage, or even just being able to outsmart teams that are enclosing that might be weakened as well on their way. Because yes, okay, they get to the final circle, but how many times do we see it be just one player or two players get to that final circle? That extra man could be enough of an advantage for you.
And let's talk about what's going to be going through these players' minds right now. Kind of having an opportunity to look across a lot of the teams that we have here on our second stage, and seems a lot of smiles at the moment. It doesn't seem to be too many nerves in the arena, or do you reckon sometimes that's kind of like a little bit of nervous energy of the players getting ready to get into their first game? What are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
I mean, smiles sometimes hide fear. But I think a lot of the players, from what we've seen and what we've spoken to and what we've heard around the arena, they're just so excited to be able to play competitive Apex
That's a deep breath.
On the biggest stage. And I think we will have certain teams who are going to be more comfortable in a LAN environment. They're a little bit more experienced, whether it be playing X Games and Apex or just previous competitive titles as well. Like, we have so much competitive history around these AT teams, but there are certain players that haven't necessarily had that LAN experience as much as others. And then you're going to get the normal questions of, are they going to be able to clutch up when it matters? Are they going to choke when it comes to it? Because that's something that definitely could happen. If you're a player who's been introduced late to a team, for example, Team Secret, who lost Yusuf, are you going to now be under pressure? Are you going to feel nervous that you're trying to fill those boots? Or does that lift the pressure? Because for me personally, if I was to join a team last minute, I'd say, hey, I got nothing to lose and everything to prove here. This is a perfect opportunity for me to show what I'm made of.
I think that's the positive mentality to take, isn't it? It is a kind of the fact that it's a showcase for your talent, essentially, is how I would see it. And you've got to take that mentality. The moment you come in and you show any kind of nerves to the people who have, put their faith in you to come along at the last second and, perform to the standards that they would hope, but that's going to spread throughout a team. It spreads like a wildfire. As soon as any kind of vulnerability is shown, that it's horrible to sit alongside, because if you can imagine yourselves, if you're sat at home right now, you and your teammate have turned up, you're feeling good, and then you've got someone sat next to you who you're playing with for the first time and they just look like a nervous wreck. That's going to change your mentality. That's going to change the way you want to play. It's such a tough situation to be in. You've got to be positive if you're that player coming in.
I mean, both physically, mentally, and in game as well. I mean, physically, you're going to get the shakes and you're not going to be able to utilize your natural skill as much, because mechanically you might struggle to actually press some of those buttons. But in game, you can actually see fear, I think, in Apex Legends. If someone backs down from a fight immediately and is like, oh, I have to use my battery now because I've taken a couple of shots, I've lost maybe 50 of my shields, you can attack them, because you're like, why aren't they facing me here? Why aren't they dancing and actually going for a little bit of a tango with me? Because if they're good, they are going to be more than happy to kind of try and outstrafe you and take those fights. If they're backing off that quickly, you can say, all right, guys, I think they look nervous. We could push them. We could take advantage of that. We can try and force the mistakes of our opponents.
And I wonder if there's going to be any players who are in this lobby and any teams in this lobby who are going to see other names and other team names above them when they get into those engagement and go, I don't fancy any of this. They're just going to turn and run the other way, because that happens, doesn't it? Sometimes we kind of forget that everyone's playing the same game. Everyone's playing there's nothing crazy different about the way that players are playing the game. It's just a case of, you see that name, you know how talented they are. Sometimes you just don't want the battle. I'm super excited. This is the reason that I'm so, looking forward to seeing MVP, because I feel they have a real opportunity here to take an early fight in this game, and then everybody, next time they see them, they're not going to want to rotate on them. They're not going to want to, go through the cage. They're not going to want to take any of those battles when they see them if they don't have a clear and obvious advantage. That's where I think early in a tournament, when you are a team to watch, you can make a statement.
Yeah, you use that aggression. You show that you're not afraid to contest. You strike that fear into your opponent's eyes, and I think it will happen. I think players will come across and see maybe an MVP tag and say, actually, guys, there's still 20 teams left in this lobby. Maybe we shouldn't take this fight because we know the success of MVP online. Or you might get a team like, I don't know, let's say NRG, for example, who say, all right, well, this is it. Let's test MVP now. We're confident as well. If we attack them, if we make them finish 20th in this lobby, then we're potentially eliminating, or at least eliminating the chances of one of our biggest competitors either getting to those latter stages, maybe even getting to a final later on. But the first match is where we're really going to see the differences. Are we going to see passive? Are we going to see aggressive? I know on the mainstream we saw a lot of passiveness, but I just have an inkling, I have a feeling that we're going to see a little bit more aggression here.
You just beat me to my next question. I was about to say, how do you think this first lobby is going to play out? This first game in this first lobby here in Group B? Because I've got a feeling that having the opportunity to maybe watch some of the other players in that first game, you start to relax a little bit yourself. You start to feel a bit more comfortable because like, hey, look, we're just playing Apex. I think you might see early teams drop in, looting up, doing what they were doing. I mean, that first couple of circles, you might see it a little bit slow, but I'm fully expecting a couple of these teams to look to instigate a fight, look to take a battle early on and get some points on the board. Personally, I feel that's the safest way to go. If you play it the other way around, where you play placement throughout the rounds and you hope to pick up kills, you could leave yourself with too much to do in round number 3, and that is a situation that you don't want to put yourself in. You're back against the wall.
If I had to take a guess, I would say that I think this is maybe a 50-50 split of lobby in terms of experience and in terms of maybe nervousness, especially if we compare it to groups A and C, where we see a lot of the experience from X Games. And I think maybe we're going to see aggression from the likes of MVP, from the likes of NRG, who are going to say, all right, we're looking at these other teams, we're looking at these other players, and we think we can take a lot of this. We can really get a disparity in kill difference now ahead of some of these so that we can almost solidify our spot in winners bracket round 2.
And then that's the thing.
After the first match. And then we can try and test other things. Maybe we can have a go at, if we think we've secured our spot, if we've got enough points that will get us further on into the winners bracket, maybe let's go.
I'm going to drop on someone.
Let's go and drop on someone. Let's test them out. Let's try and knock them into that lower bracket a little bit early.
Imagine if your competition's in that circumstance. They're on the cutoff there. They're in 10th, 11th place, and you've kind of solidified your place in round 1 or 2 as one of those top 10s. You can be nasty as a team. This is competition at the end of the day. If you make that statement early on of going, you know what, we're through, we're comfortable, we're going to drop in you, we're going to try and send you down to the losers bracket early. Not only that going to do a lot for your confidence, but imagine the impact that would have, knocking a team down to the losers bracket by making such a ballsy play as that.
And I mean, eliminations are something that was kind of my big question about this tournament. Are we going to see teams go for those eliminations because they know how important those extra points are? I mean, if you get to the situation where you've actually achieved top 5, you've already got 4 points. But if someone else has managed to just get 4 kills in the early stages, they've already secured that top 5, in theory, so they can then just go for a little bit more placement. They can go for more aggression. They can go for more kills. The most kills that we saw, I think, in that opening game on the mainstream was around 11. We saw a team with 11
eliminations.
And that just means that they have such an advantage going into those next matches because they've also got the points difference of where they finish as well, that they can then do whatever they want pretty much in match number 2 and 3, gain that LAN experience, get that confidence, and try and destroy your competition.
And not only that, if we look forward as well a little bit, put yourself forward a few rounds. We'll talk about our grand final and the format and how that's all going to work out. If you get into a pattern of playing aggressive, of picking up kills on your way to placement, which is obviously the way that everyone wants to play here, it's the way to maximize your points, that's going to give you a better opportunity if you get into that rhythm of hitting that threshold quicker, of giving yourself more match points. The longer that you elongate that, that process of racking up those points to get to that stage of crossing the threshold and putting yourself on match point, you can have 10 or 15 teams. You want to give yourself as many games as possible to win a game, to become an Apex champion in order to lift that trophy. I feel like it's imperative that teams in the group stage get into that mentality of thinking about points, of thinking about that threshold, because if you want to win this tournament, you can't win it purely through placement.
Especially if you are a team that usually just plays for heavy rotation, that usually just play to try and get that top 5 with a minimum amount of kills. If you fail just once, then you are going to find yourself falling into that lower bracket because maybe you're not used to the playstyle of getting aggressive and looking for those kills. So if you're then forced to, you're more likely to actually make those mistakes, and you're really going to struggle in those games when you have to go up against teams who have maybe already secured their place, who are going to be aggressive, that aren't going to be scared to take those fights, and it's really going to be a struggle for you. And I think that's what we're going to see as we are still waiting to get into this first match of Group B. We do apologise for the delay, but I'm sure we'll get this one started as soon as it is ready. I'm sure the players are as eager to get into it as well. I saw a couple of shaky hands as well, Mark. A couple of people on the mouse.
That's me.
Just having a little shake. Yeah, but that's not good. If you're trying to aim later in the game and you're kind of shaking and getting nervous, although some players do kind of feed from adrenaline. I know at X Games when we saw TSM take a victory and he was literally showing the shakes to the camera and the shots he was hitting.
Ice, baby. That's what you need in those situations. You need that ice in your veins. You need to make those plays, but I think the longer that we are waiting at the moment, and again, we apologize for the delay, if you are a little bit nervous, it's worse for you, isn't it? Because it's just that anticipation starts to build, and all of those situations go through your head of, oh my God, what's that going to happen here? Am I going to have a good game? You kind of just want to get into the action and do what you do and get those reps in exactly as you do at home.
Yeah, it's all about warming up. And I mean, at the moment, I think from what I can see in screens, a lot of these players now are currently just waiting to ready up in this lobby. They're not even able to warm up at this position. They've already done their warm up, so the longer it takes, the more cold they're going to get. So actually, I think frustration starts to kick in a little bit, where they'll be asking the question of,
let me at them.
let me get into this battle, and then that can actually change your mindset. I mean, as a person who has competitive history as well as you do, Mark, I know what it feels like to kind of jump into a game after a delay, because then that can change your complete mentality. You want to just attack people, and if you are a passive focused team and you have that pent up aggression, that might not be a good thing for you.
I mean, I just want to kind of touch on some of the other teams that we have in this group as well, because we talked about how this is such a huge worldwide event here for Apex Legends, and you're looking at some of the nationalities that we have in this group, Dan. You've got, teams from France, you've got the European teams, North American, we've got LATAM teams in Isurus Gaming, we have the South Korean teams who we've talked enough about, I'm going to say that right now, in MVP. Then we have Italian players. It really is, even in just this group, we have a sample size of so many players from around the world, just showing the global reach that Apex Legends is having.
I'm personally really excited to see the South Korean teams, the Asian teams in particular, show what they're made of at this tournament, because of that ping difference, because of, are they going to have the ability to push the pushes they're used to having? Maybe shots weren't registering on them before. Maybe they were hitting shots around corners for other people. There's all these different things that as soon as you get to LAN and you don't have that differential, you're going to have to see how they actually perform. It looks like players now are starting to eager up and get onto their mouse and keyboard and start to look like they're ready for this game. But as I said, there are a couple of players still leaning back in their chair, and I think that shows the difference between players who are eager and players who are just pretty relaxed and chilled.
We're close, is all I can say right now. We've got 54 players in the queue at the moment, which is, we're getting there, we're inching towards everyone getting ready to get into this game. I wonder if there's one person down there who's just waiting. So apparently I'm just hearing right now we're waiting for one more team. Guess who it is, Dan? Guess who that team is?
Is it Sentinels?
It's Sentinels, everybody. That's the team we're waiting for. So get on Twitter, tell them to get ready. And
so not only do all of the
playing up to that villain tag.
Yeah, they are the villain, and now everyone's going to dislike them even more once they find out that Sentinels are causing it. Maybe they're doing it on purpose to try and get in their
mental disintegration.
I am joking, by the way. That's not allowed. They're not allowed to do that. That would be against the rules. However, would be very funny, in my opinion. I'm excited for this one mainly because of MVP, and I'm going to go back to them again because I'm going to reiterate, and if you have just joined us and you didn't hear us talking about MVP earlier, the RP they have, the rank points they have in-game in Apex Legends is over 5,000, and that is double the amount of any of the other North American pro teams. And it's not like they haven't gone over and competed on North American and European regions as well, because they have transitioned over to those servers and they have played on those servers at that RP level, and they've still been able to pick up even more RP, still been able to find those wins. But now, can they do it when they are on LAN?
Still 54 players in the queue. I'm going to just keep that updated for you, by the way. I'm just going to keep that number, and as soon as it changes, I'm literally going to clap my hands and celebrate like I've never celebrated before. It's going to be my birthday, it's going to be Christmas, all rolled into one as soon as we can get this game underway, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we apologise for the delay here, but on our side stage, looking pretty beautiful here down in the little domes that we have going on here. It's such a unique venue that we're lucky enough to be commentating in today.
It has a lot of history, apparently, actually, this venue. I mean, there's been films, there's been TV series that have actually been filmed here, and we walk amongst greatness, it would seem. I can't actually say whether those films and movies and TV shows were actually successful.
I was going to say, are they any good? We've got no idea.
But actually, the venue is very fitting for this event, and they've added a couple of little touches that kind of make it perfect, with the little dome and the little shadows they've added everywhere, and some of the carpets even look like Bloodhound on the floor, even though it's not actually an Apex carpet. It's genuinely just a carpet that was here. But all right, as we're close to getting into it, Mark, I mean, what's your actual prediction then? We haven't actually said who we think's going to be taking this opening match, who we think's going to be reaching those final stages. Who would you be banking on?
Well, I'll give you a top 5.
Oh, then.
How about a top 5? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to say, no surprise here, NRG.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they are certainly going to right the wrongs. They're going to not surprise a lot of people. Surprise is the wrong word. I think they're going to enforce people's opinions of them pre-X games of how talented they are as a roster. I think they certainly will be in that top 5. MVP, I'm fully expecting to have a solid start. Sentinels, even though we're waiting for you boys, I'm just saying that again, just feel free to ready up at any point. And then I'm going to go with Na'Vi, I think, because, European team, a lot of talent on that lineup, and Sonic, who you were talking about earlier. That's going to be in my top 5. That's who I'm putting through. Okay.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi is a good shout.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, by the way. Really enjoyed that.
That's all right. I mean, that's what I'm here for. They perform very well, Na'Vi, throughout Twitch Rivals, and I think that they've got a lot to prove here. And I think there's expectations on their shoulders. They are a team who likes to deep rotate and turtle up very early, so it's gonna be a lot down to how those circles actually go for them. Whether they are going to get that chance to be able to rotate, whether they're going to be effective in their rotations. They very much sacrifice kills for positioning, and whether that's actually going to help them or not will remain to be seen. For me and for my top 5, I think we might see something a little bit different. I think there will be at least one team that will come out the woodwork here that maybe we weren't expecting. Teams like Penta I'm looking at. Forehead is another team that actually, not only because of the name.
It was the way that you said Forehead as well. You could have just kept it cool, kept it calm, but you went the highest I've heard you go in a long time, and now you've got the giggles because of it. Sorry, who was the team again?
Forehead.
Much better.
Pain, Lins, and Pride, some phenomenal players actually on that roster, and I think that they have a chance to put their questionable team name.
I thought you were going to say Forehead.
On the big stage and actually get a decent placement in this group and maybe even progress as one of the top 10 teams. I would argue that they could very much achieve that top 10. But for those teams who drop into the bottom 10 and fall into that lower bracket, I mean, how is their mentality going to be losing out to maybe some teams that they expected to beat and stuff like that? Battle Royales always throw a spanner in the works when you're not expecting it, so you've always got to just be ready for anything.
Well, I think one of the things that a lot of the top teams are, they say is their secret to the success is the ability to adapt and the way that they're playing. And I think across the 3 rounds, I think the 10 teams that we'll see progress to that winners bracket are not only going to be the most mechanically sound and the most sound teams fundamentally, but also the ones that can adapt on the fly. And I think anyone who is going down to that losers bracket as well has the opportunity to reflect. They'll be coming back tomorrow, getting into those losers bracket games, and you have the chance to go back, watch those VODs, go over what went right, what went wrong, and make those adjustments. That is going to be vital, and I think it's something that isn't talked enough about in BRs. You talk about raw gun skill, you talk about the ability to rotate, you talk about ability to press your advantages, etc., etc. But the ability to adapt to not only how things are working for yourself as a team, but to how other teams are playing and how other teams are rotating. There's so many things that have to go through your head, the processes you have to make decisions on to make the right final decision. We don't talk enough about that, and I think everyone who goes away today, who gets knocked down to that losers bracket, needs to take advantage of that time, that little break, to put those wrongs right and make it through to get another opportunity to get into that grand final.
And that's why I think Sonics are a team that we should be looking at. They are very much VOD review players. They've said that specifically. They said that's how they've been able to work and practice and move their way into a position where they can be considered one of the better teams in this group. And I think that they will go home and they will research. Well, I say home, hotel is a home when you're here. But something that we are seeing at this event, or should I say lack of, is coaches. A lot of team games, a lot of competitive esports, we will see a coach usually standing behind the team who can either help with call-outs or weapon timings or whatever, depending on the game. I know there are some coaches within these Apex rosters that may be here with them, but they're not actually stood there behind. I know that there's not 80 coaches, for sure. I know that every team doesn't have a coach. Do you think that having a coach is very important for Apex Legends? Because for me personally, from what I've watched in scrims and I've seen sometimes coaches join the Discord, I think it's huge to have that fourth voice who can actually break you down.
Any extra eyes that you can get, especially in a game where you're so focused on not only what you're doing as a team, but what other teams are doing, to get that information is absolutely vital. And having someone who stood behind you who's sole purpose could be quite simply, where are other teams dropping? Where do they like to rotate? How do they like to play? And certain end circles on the map is absolutely invaluable information that you can formulate your strategy around. So I'll be interested to see if the teams between rounds have the opportunity to talk to their coaches, or if it's just a case of, they've done their job now, we get here to Poland, it's over to you guys. But I think it's one of those things that we see it across all esports. The influence of coaching and having that sort of eye in the sky over all of the players is so vital, Dan.
And I can see now on the player screens, they're opening some of those ticks, some of those loot ticks to try and get some skins. And I know that this is a really weird conversation. You're going to have a massive eye roll when I start talking about it. Skin preference is actually a thing. It is actually a thing in Apex Legends. Me personally, I have to have certain skins. If I don't,
that's because you're like the most OCD man in the world.
Well, there is that, yes, but
Team No Skin here.
Some skins do take up a little bit more room on the screen, and that actually can distract your eyes from what you want to look at. And I know I'm just talking nonsense now at this point, but I can confirm that the player I'm watching on NRG did open a legendary just a minute ago. So very lucky man.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Unfortunately, just to keep you all updated, still at 54 players in the queue to the lobby. So I've got no update for you there, Dan. My sideline reporting career is stagnant, I think is the best way to put it at the moment. But, hopefully I can bring you some more news when it comes, but I just don't have any.
You're just waiting for that big moment, as all sideline reporters are. You're waiting for that moment in the spotlight.
I'll be straight in.
As soon as those players join, you are going to erupt. And it's going to be something very special.
I'll tell you what we can do. We've been talking, obviously, for a heck of a long time right now while we're waiting to get this lobby underway. We want to hear from you guys as well. Feel free to tweet over myself at Dan and give us your opinions on who the teams are going to be, who are going to impress you the most, the ones to watch, who you're excited to watch. Because good news, ladies and gentlemen, my sideline reporting career is about to kick off. Because Dan Gaskin, we have a full lobby.
Finally, the players are in the lobby and they are boarding the drop ship. Thank you so much for bearing with us.
Thank you for sticking with us.
To us waffle on. I'm sure that you are probably sick of our voices already, but actually you get more of our voices now as we can dive into Kings Canyon as these players just selecting their compositions. I would not be surprised if we see the usual Watson, Wraith and Pathfinder. Maybe there will be a couple of disparities. We will update you as best as we can when we actually see from those point of views, but that would be my particular opinion, that we will see a lot of that composition throughout this tournament.
And the fascinating thing for me, Dan, is the moment that you said the word forehead, the three players that jumped up immediately on my screen and my monitor to my right were the forehead players, but we're actually going to be looking to start this one off with the team that we're super excited to see how they get on in this tournament. It's going to be NRG. Let's check out where their first drop of the game is going to be.
So NRG are known for dropping high desert, and it does look like they are going to be heading that way as well. We saw a lot of drops from them from artillery at X Games, but they felt like high desert would be a little bit better for them. You can see they're splitting off now as well, just to try and kind of distance themselves around high desert so they can get the optimal amount of loot. And actually, one of them is going to dive into bunker as well, just to try and pick up a little bit of this.
So now looking across the three monitors there, you had one player who was landing in the pit, you had one player pushing towards the bunker, and we didn't quite catch where that third player, but they're covering quite a lot of ground there as now we jump on with the South Koreans. MVP, a little bit of a change up in the drop here for them as well.
Yeah, not dropping their expected cage, and most teams should have 3, maybe even 4 different drop locations, and maybe MVP, with all the talk about them, thought, look, we're not going to drop cage this time. We're actually going to look to drop elsewhere, just because we might have the chance to loot a little bit more comfortably. But it doesn't look like there's any early engagements as NRG have really spread themselves out at the moment. You can see how far away they are from one another, and I'm sure they'll look to group up soon. But this is just their way of ensuring that they have decent loot, so that when they do get into that first engagement, they are well equipped.
Well, here is NRG now, and you can see they have moved across the map quite aggressively so far. Quite a hard rotation there from high desert through here. It's a little compound just above the oasis, and looking across the loot right now, not too much to talk about. Dizzy with that blue body shield is going to have a pretty good start, to be honest with you, as far as loot is concerned, as well as the alternator. Does the disruptor rounds on that as well, so he's pretty tooled up to start things off. Well, now we're going to see him picking up some batteries, but looking across the early circle down, it looks like we're going to have sort of a southwesterly circle here.
Yeah, somewhat central, maybe teetering towards Gauntlet as well, and I think that this is actually a perfect circle for NRG, and maybe that's why they got the aggressive rotation. Maybe that's why they pushed through bunker, so that they could ensure a little bit of loot, and now they'll look to rotate and try and find something a little bit later. But an early engagement now And you've got to be very careful when you've got such little armor to work with that if you are going to take this fight, you all have to push it together. It can't be half-assed.
So on board here, well, Leo Deads from Samsung and Morning Stars, and it looks like they might try and back away from this battle. And I think that's what I'm expecting early on here. Didn't want to give away too much, and now you're going to see maybe they are looking to re-engage here. As Leo Deads has that Pathfinder, maybe the ability to be aggressive, to make a push onto that team who are trying to rotate away, but it looks like there is going to be a fight going on here in the swamps. And there we are going to see our first squad eliminated. And I believe that was Dream who were going to fall.
Yeah, taken out straight away. And I mean, after such a long wait to be the first team to be eliminated, you're going to have to now wait for the rest of this game. And I mean, usually around 20 to 25 minutes is your average game of play Apex as well. I'm just advertising the Twitter whilst I go with it. But this is going to be now tough for them to sit back and have to watch. But now it means the opportunity to loot as well. That's always going to be the advantage of winning these early engagements, is you get to have all the loot that they actually just were able to find in this early stage. But it was a fight in swamps early on, one of the distant drop locations, one of the ones that often is contested because it is such a large area with a lot of loot.
On Penta there, you could see across their loot, if we could just nip back to their point of view very quickly, they were looking really, really good. A couple of blue shields, a purple shield as well, longbows, Spitfire as well for that sort of medium range weaponry, really in a good position here as we now move over to Aquilibrius Esports and Mr. Elcat, as we are in that choke point above the canyon here, down to such a difficult area to rotate through.
Yeah, and they're just looking to retreat as well. They lost Odd Fluffy, they haven't been able to grab his banner, and they are just getting out. They do not want any of that fight, or do they? They start to head back towards them, and you always take a little peek when you've got a couple of weapons to say, are you going to be able to get those kills or not?
Well, here you're going to see Sentinels, and they do win their first battle here. Retzi is actually going to pick up all 3 finishes on those kills. So Sentinels, a fantastic start from them. And the Peacekeeper in those close range quarters. We talked about how deadly it is. Such a devastating weapon to have, and it was put to use perfectly there by Sentinels.
Able to get incredible loot as well from that engagement. They were able to get a gold knockdown shield, purple armor for them, as well as Penta now just hovering around Skulltown because we were only still having this round 1 circle closing. A lot of teams are just going to be hesitant to push, just as they maybe want to wait or maybe try and get towards one of those positions where they can utilize Pathfinder's passive and actually see where that circle is going to be going. That's why we see a lot of teams choose certain locations for those drops. For example, the cage, it does have the ability to actually use Pathfinder's passive over and over again if you're able to hold it for a long amount of time.
I think it's 7, 8, 9. They're quite happy here. They're just setting up and waiting to see where that circle is going to be moving. Watson in up, getting those fences up, and we've also got that ult going as well to stop any nades that might be flowing in through any of those windows. And now we're going to see the rotation from the outside of the circle and a pretty early rotation into the inner circle here towards Market. And this is coming in from EBC, I believe, that it's a risk gaming though. They're going to be set up here. Again, just playing the slow game. And this is what I want to talk about, Dan, because a lot of people watching competitive Apex for the first time there might be wondering exactly what was happening in that situation. Sometimes you have to wait for the circle to dictate where you push and what fights you want to take.
Yeah, you can see the Pathfinder passive has been used, and actually you need to use the Q to get away if you're Banterstorm here. He's done very well, but this is where we see teams now use the W key. Are you going to push this weak player? Is he able to get away? He's just going to pop a Phoenix kit, but you can see the circle just still starting to head towards that southwest area, starting to head towards Gauntlet ever so slightly, but because it's not over the water, it's actually very difficult to try and predict this one, so players are going to have to think quickly on their feet to ensure they get into a good position.
And EBC's just picked up some vital information there. You saw 3 players from another team using that zip line to traverse the map to get into that circle to force some early rotations, and now we're going to see a battle going down. This time it's just near the pit, the entrance to the pit, and we're going to see one player burning, but the R99 again at short distance, just ripping through health, ripping through shields, and it's Android Dream who are trying to be aggressive here as again, the R301 here, the Carbine's doing some damage. Here comes the Wraith, but Maestro are doing a great job of trying to stay alive, but they should be taken out here.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Sonic's going out. They are eliminated in 18th place, and now Maestro can pick up the rest of their teammates and actually move on. And they need to loot pretty fast, because as soon as you hear shots, you are going to have that decision of, do we try and third party? Do we try and attack a team when they're either A, looting, or B, very weak? But the good thing about Apex Legends is when you do loot the opponents you've actually just killed, their armor is going to be replenished. So that's why we'll see a lot of teams actually quickly going to those loot boxes throughout these fights to try and constantly pick up that armor and ensure they have the most health as possible.
And we're going to see Team Secret, the team who only have 2 members of the 3 that they were fully expecting to have here at the start of the tournament, moving through the caves. Another close quarter area of the map here, looking down on the mid-river area. Trying to rotate through early, and we'll see Limek here is going to have that gold armor as well, Dan, and we know how important that can be, especially in those late game situations.
And now the circle's starting to head towards the kind of market area as well. We've seen a lot of finishes at market, and it's always the decision of, do you want to try and hold market early? Do you want to try and hold the little buildings outside of market? Because it's very important of your decision of, am I going to go for high ground? Am I going to go for low ground? The majority of teams seem to think high ground is best because, of course, you can rail down shots and you can block visibility. But we've also heard from the teams that like the close quarter combat that actually holding under a building sometimes with those Watson fences can be beneficial. Because if you are in that high ground and you do drop in that final circle, you have that minimal amount of stun, which could be enough to actually cause you to die.
So we're watching PKMK here from Navi. You can see there's another team who are just based across from them at the moment. An MVP, what a rotation this is from the South Koreans. We were talking about how market was going to be such a vital choke point on this map, such a position of power, and they have complete and utter control of it as that circle will be moving in around 48 seconds. 17 squads still left here, Dan. A little bit more action than when we saw from our first game in Group A. However, a lot of teams still left in this, and a lot of teams, again, set up around the market here.
They're all just taking a different section of market at this point, and they'll all be able to hear each other as well, and that's why they're darting around. You can even see on the opposite side of the market through the windows, someone else is setting up, but reluctancy at the moment to dive into one of those engagements because there's still 17 squads left, and above them is MVP. I think in this position, being on top of market is actually fantastic, but you've got to be watching those areas, and that's why we're seeing the pings from the teammates of Aka here saying we need to watch these areas because we don't want to get caught out.
We are going to see Cooler Amaz taken down there in the kill feed. Hackis, and now we're going to see his teammates desperately trying to disengage here, get some shields back. You have to wonder if the team that took him down there are going to try and push that advantage and get some kills on the board. But it looks like these 2 players will get away. But back to MVP now. In my opinion, the team who are controlling things as we see. That longbow cracking a shield there momentarily. And again, just watching these choke points, they're going to be able to get so much valuable information from this power position, Dan. They're controlling everything on the map right now.
They just have to ensure they're communicating, and if they, the scary thing is where they are, they could get pushed from 2 areas at once, and if they initiate in a gunfight, that might encourage other players who might just be hiding around one of these corners to join into that gunfight. You've got to be very good with trigger discipline in Apex Legends. You need to be reluctant to shoot at times because you don't want to encourage a fight that either you can't win or especially one you can't finish. Because yes, eliminating one person and getting a point is great, but if it means the demise of your team, you're not necessarily going to want to go for it.
And Team Secret, you can see their plan here. They're trying to catch anyone who's going to be rotating late towards that circle. They're trying to really make this choke point as stifling as possible through the caves. And I think they're aware that the team that's just outside of the circle there are going to have to rotate towards them at some point. And that's where the battle will go down. So at the moment, it's again a little bit of a game of cat and mouse as we see the shots go in from the G7 Scout, just dropping those shields. And, you know, we talk about how dropping those shields is so vital, Dan, because it means when that team has to push, they're going to have less resources to use between them to replenish shields in the battle following.
It was a cheeky Pathfinder as well, trying to use his passive just to get more information on the circle, just trying to see whether it was going to land over market or maybe to the left. But you can see now on the screen here of EBC, a slight part of market is left in, and this was the expectation I had when I saw this circle. I have seen this kind of end game as it gets towards those buildings outside of market. There is plenty of open ground, but also several buildings you can find yourself in. Now, do you position yourself in this corner of market knowing there are people who are above you? Because if you try and leave early, you're going to find yourself in a really rough situation.
Yeah, this is where you're going to see a lot of Wraith-based play, I believe, a lot of portals trying to find an escape route. It's when you move, now you're going to see Pride having to back up here for Forehead. Using that Watson ultimate just to replenish his shields, and they don't have the best armor to fight their way out of this situation. So if I'm in their shoes right now, you're kind of trying to wait for someone else to make that decision to take the eyes off you and take that attention off so you can rotate.
One of the members of Maestro just became the kill leader as well, and I think we just saw Team Cooler eliminated, and they finished in 17th, so now down to just 16 squads as this circle gets tighter and tighter, and we are going to see more engagements now. You can see how reluctant Forehead are to actually be pushing out, so now they're looking to see if they can rotate out a different way and avoid some of these shots. They might have to take a fight on their way into this circle though.
Yeah, this is where some action has to go down. A lot of teams are going to have to move, have to relocate. And the interesting thing is, once they've even managed to escape the clutches of Market right now, MVP are the Guardians of Market. They're sat on top. They're waiting for anyone to try and move, and they're going to be able to pick up kills and potentially not only pick up one squad wipe. There's so many teams around here, they could do a lot of damage here.
And some of the weaponry maybe not very great for this final circle. I'm seeing a lot of Scout plus Wingman, and really you want an SMG in this situation where you are going to have a couple of close quarter combat situations. But when you're in a place like this where Secret are, well, this G7 Scout is actually coming in handy because you can pepper and you can grief the players that are trying to get into the circle, as now round 3 begins to close. Now this is where you begin moving.
Yeah, you can see Forehead somehow managed to get out of that sticky situation they found themselves in Market. And now they're going to try and move up. You can see a ping going out there, an enemy ping. And here comes the Pathfinder, using that mobility to get up to the top of these bones. And now they're in a position to regroup. A fantastic escape in the circumstances there from Forehead.
Yeah, and now they can utilize that G7 Scout that actually Payne has been able to acquire throughout this game. And he's just peppering a couple of enemies and griefing a little bit as well. And maybe he can pick up a kill here. Unfortunately, Wraith just able to use her ability to get away, and that Q is imperative to know when actually to use it in those right times, because if you time it incorrectly, you can find yourself falling, because there's a very slight delay on the Q from when you press it, from when it's actually initiated. And
look at this cheeky little spot here. Cheeky little spot just overlooking like a guardian angel. And now you're going to have to see that push coming in from one of these teams. HRB, Urbania are going to be the team who are trying to hold down this choke point, watch anyone coming through the caves. And you can see just at the crossroads buildings as well, everyone set up at the moment, trying to hold their ground. And this is what's made it so impressive. Forehead here, who managed to rotate out so easily.
It really is going to come down to those teams who have been able to predict that circle and get into a position where they can now watch those who are going to be running from the likes of Market, where a lot of people did, excuse the pun, set up shop, to hoping that the circle was going to be finishing there, but it's actually moving even further east here. And no, it's going to be a question of, west, and it's going to be a question of whether they're going to actually be able to successfully get into that circle without an engagement, because that's the ideal situation. You don't want to take an engagement when you're running into a circle, because at this point, you are going to be chunked very hard.
You can see here the Wingman shot's not connecting on that Wraith, who's making that desperate dive across, and we're seeing the guys on Aquilibrius Esports as well. They're kind of holed up at the moment. Everyone's waiting for each other to make that move. The players who are in the power positions right now are the ones who are kind of on the edges of Skulltown, but also the ones who are in those buildings just around the crossroads area. They are the ones who are holed up in a great position, not only as far as having defenses around them in the buildings, but to watch all those players are going to have to try and rotate in towards them.
I can see about 5-6 teams maybe dying in this next engagement in 23 seconds when round 4 starts to close and we get into round 5 of these circles. So we are going to see an early movement now from MVP. Yes, they've got a couple of kills already in the bag, but they're looking to rotate and try and get into a position. They do have the Pathfinder ult up as well, and I think MVP are looking for fights. They've been looking for fights this entire game, and look how they're moving together as well, moving as a unit.
Let's see Aka here trying to land some shots, and now MVP are getting aggressive. You can see trying to finish off these kills here. Fantastic focus fire there from MVP. They drop one. So many kills now dropping in the feed as everyone's trying to rotate. There's carnage here in Kings Canyon. Everyone's dropping left, right, and center.
Look at this positioning from Penta as well. They've got the high ground. They're in the circle, and they are just griefing everyone. Wacko with the Wingman doesn't have the Skull Piercer, but he does have the ability to do a little bit of damage for now, but he's running out of heavy ammo. So you do need to communicate with that your team, because in this situation, you need to make sure you have your medkits, you have your shields, and they're split evenly between your team, depending on what actual situation you're going to find yourself in.
Looking across things right now, HRB in a great position. You can see this Watson's in all sorts of trouble. Penta, they have the advantage as far as high ground is concerned right now. But you've got to look at where they've got to rotate. They're kind of controlling things at the moment as far as everybody who is surrounding them is concerned. Now we're seeing 789 making a little bit of a late push here, and they're picking up some kills along the way. So kills might be something that is so vital in this kind of situation.
Yeah, Clash going down, they're eliminated, and 9 squads left, and most importantly, able to pick up and ensure that all 3 members of the squad are still alive. You can see how desperate everyone are, Mark, to pick those players up, to not allow those kills be spread elsewhere, so they can have that 3-man advantage when we get into this final situation, as otherwise you can find yourself in a situation like this. MVP, who had such a good start to the game, have now found themselves with just one player, Ras, just hiding, hoping he can survive.
Yeah, he's going to be playing the survival game right now, trying to get out of dodge, trying to get as many placement points as he can towards the end of this game. I'd be more interested to see who is in the areas around the circle that we are going to be moving to soon. Who's going to be rotating out? Because all we're going to be seeing here is basically a survival game. And it's Penta again, who are in such a strong position now, Dan. They have control of not only the teams that are around them, but the teams below them. But look, Penta lose a player here, and it looks like they're coming under some aggression now, and it's from 789.
Yeah, even though they had that height advantage, they had a lot of eyes on them, and that's why they had to utilize the portal there to try and get out and get closer to this circle. And there is one building that is in this circle, and now they're under so much fire and under pressure. Yes, they set up shop there early, but now they're going to have all eyes on them.
And it was 789 who managed to force Penta down from that power position, and now you're going to see Penta falling as 789 really start to step up towards these final circles. They've got so many kills on the board as well. They are in a fantastic position to put up big points here in our first game.
Just great communication from them.
Look at all these fish in a barrel.
Do so much damage with this longbow. Teams desperately trying to get inside the ring, but they're not able to because they're being griefed left, right, and center. And there's squads eliminated. So many of them now. We're down to just 4.
Sentinels are still in this game as well, and they are the ones who are controlling the central ground at the moment. They have the cover of the building. This is going right down to the wire. Just 3 squads left now. Sentinels with the central control.
Yeah, Penta, even though they had the aggression, they had the height, they've been forced out, and they finished in 4th. And now you can see that Sentinels desperately just trying to stay alive in this one building left in the circle. But there are a couple of walls and a couple of rocks to keep yourself behind. And this is where it's important to now utilize the ult from Watson as well. Protect yourself from those grenades, if people even have grenades left at this point, because this is where you save them for. You save them for that final circle.
These Sentinels now just trying to locate some players. Zoms is going to be taken down to no shields, but a quick shield battery is going to bring him back up to full health. Shield cell being popped as well. You can see that Sentinels are coming under pressure. 2 teams trying to force them out of this solidified area. And this is maybe not the time to change your settings in this final battle.
Just sit inside the building.
Damage done here by the R99 and the Peacekeeper, and that's the one thing the Sentinels have on their side. Look at the composition of their weapons in this close quarter battle.
And they are just about in that next circle as well. So a lot of the times when you get to this situation, when you get to round 6, going into round 7, you see people just try and position themselves, edging their way into the circle, and then you get the final engagement once we actually get into round 7. And you can see the hesitancy from the other teams, 789, to actually push in, because they're not currently residing in that circle. They've got this little rock that they're dancing behind, and they are just going to try and get some information with his R99, try and suss out what kind of armor your opponents have.
And here comes that circle, so you're going to have to see the teams get nice and close and comfortable. They're going to be getting in bed together right now. Who's going to be the big spoon? Who's going to be the little one? At the moment, the R99 is just chewing through shields once again. 789 trying to pick up some kills. They do get the elimination onto Maestro. He was a solo player there. Garpy taken down, and now you're going to see 789 versus Sentinels for that championship.
It's a 3v3 as well. You don't often see a situation where it's 3v3, and it's so dangerous to push out. There's one knock now, and there's so many low shields as well.
Here comes the push then. 789. Zanya's going to be taken down. Zoms is going to be taken down as well. It's back and forth in this final circle. Xens now with the R99. The last player is going to be taken down. He must be taken down. There they are. They are your champions. And it is 789 who managed to clutch up in those final moments.
7 kills from Xens as well. I mean, we won't yet see how many kills the entire team had, but if one player's got 7, I think we're pretty much banking on a high kill, high victory game. Amazing stuff from those guys. Team 789 really showing what they're made of.
14 kills for the squad as well. What a performance. We were talking about before we got into this. We talked about a lot of things before we got into this, but putting up a big kill game with a decent placement in round 1 here of Group B is a fantastic way to kick things off. 14 kills plus the 12 points for first place, Dan. I mean, it couldn't have gone better for them. 26 points?
26 points to start. When you consider that when we get to the grand final, the point threshold to put yourself on match point is 50. They only have to do that twice, and then suddenly they're on match point. But this is what we thought might happen in this group. We might get a disparity in some of these groups some of these teams that are very aggressive, very confident in their ability, going up against other teams who maybe are a little bit more hesitant and they're trying to play passive. We saw several different teams rotating aggressively, and what I mean by that is they weren't afraid to push through zones where there were those close quarter combat opportunities where people could be waiting around the corner. They were more than happy to take those engagements.
It was such an interesting way to see how that progressed as well. We saw the Sentinels had arguably positional advantage in that battle. It was just that last push there after they managed to not only get the knock on that final player to take out the last player of Maestro, who was just playing for that position, trying to pick up as many points as he could, but the timing of the collapse is so difficult. A lot of the time you put yourself in a situation where, you've got those Watson fences up, when you've got those defenses, you're holding a compound, but if you can't watch everything at once, your communication falls apart. That's when you see a push, like we saw from 789, which was so well coordinated, be so devastating.
It was just a really good pinch from 789. They saw that they were in the building. They were able to utilize the wall that was in front of them as well. And just that one player, XNs, who was able to use that R99, just get above that wall and spray down as every other member on the opposition side were just distracted because they were just running elsewhere. I mean, you have to do that. You have to have one player who essentially is going to say, okay, I will be the bait, I will be the initial damage dealer, but I am confident that I can get out of the fight. And often that is going to be your Pathfinder, often that is going to be your Wraith, because they have those abilities to do so. But an amazing game from 789. Maybe a disappointing end for MVP, who had such a good early rotation, and they looked pretty good when they were at market, but it was just how that final circle, it shifted and it went west when a lot of people, I think, will be expecting it to finish market there. And that's what happens when you're not able to get that Pathfinder passive off. You do just have to predict. You do just have to hope it's going to be in the direction and maybe the tendencies you've seen in previous games.
Yeah, I think 789 were kind of fortunate with their positioning as well. When we saw that, I think it was the second to last circle collapsing in. So many players desperately who had the smallest piece of cover, just trying to dive and dip and slide into the final circle to stay alive. It was like I said when I was commentating there, just like shooting fish in a barrel. So many players in the open. The longbow doing so much damage, and before you know it, they end up with 14 kills in that first game.
They were very good at working with what they were given in terms of positioning. You saw how they had the tiniest rock to hide behind, but they also used the Watson fences around it to try and distract people and get rid of any visibility that other people might have when they're pushing into the circle, and just going under the assumption of, all right, everyone who's trying to get into the circle right now is just going to be focusing on getting to that circle, and they're probably not going to be looking at us. And they were able to shoot so many people who were pushing in. And even though it didn't look like a great spot because they could have been shot from several different angles, they just played to the circle, and it really worked out for them. And honestly, I mean, 14 kills is incredible. If we can see that kind of performance from them when they get into the later lobbies with the best teams here in the tournament, then they definitely could be contenders as a team that could potentially win.
Huge performance from 789 then in our first game. Sentinels, though, we should talk about them. They had a strong performance back at X Games, and that's a strong performance from them as well in the game number one. Second place in the lobby, picking up some kills along the way too. Any disappointments from you there at NRG? We didn't see too much of them towards that end circle. Be interested to see how they finished up.
Yeah, Sonics, they got eliminated pretty early as well. I think they'll be pretty bummed out. There was, of course, some early exits for maybe teams who thought they could go a little bit further. I didn't see too much of Navi, but when we get the final confirmation of placings, we can actually read into it a little bit more, because it's so hard to keep up with all 20 when we only see certain point of views. But the big thing for me was Penta, and the positioning they had on top of those bones, and the chance they had to really solidify themselves in a really good position going into the end of that. They were forced off the top of those bones, and they chose to retreat rather than fight. And because they retreated, they found themselves under fire from several other teams, whereas if they had maybe just turned and said, okay, we've got height here where we can't be shot by some of those other teams, let's take this fight, because if we can win that, then we can guarantee ourselves maybe even top 3.
It was one of those strange situations for Penta when they're sat on top of those bones as well. They're kind of looking down. There's so many players rotating below them that are kind of out in the open. I think they maybe got a little bit kill hungry at that point. And the moment that they took their eye off the ball and they turned away from the only access point that anyone had from market to get themselves up to that high ground on top of the bones, that was when they fell. One player got taken down. As soon as when you're in those final circles and one of your teammates does fall, you start to panic. Your first thought is survive, placement, instead of kills. And those tiny little moments can completely change games there, because there was a few moments where we were saying MVP, they're in control of the top of market here. They should be able to not only rotate successfully, but pick up kills. And we were saying about Penta as well. They picked up a few kills on their way to a good placement, but they'll be looking back on that game and thinking about missed opportunities potentially.
We saw how different all the teams found themselves. The situation where one circle, it was really good to have the G7 Scout, really good to have a longbow, to suddenly, oh wait, I need those close quarter weapons. I need my R99. I need the chance to maybe have a Peacekeeper. So making sure they had one of each was very important. We did see some players who actually had 2 long-range weapons, and sometimes that can just be down to bad luck or bad loot. But having an SMG in those latter stages, absolutely huge. There were some players who had 2 SMGs going into the late stages, and they were never even able to get to actually that final circle where they could utilize the SMGs, unfortunately. So maybe they should have been trying to find something that can offer a little bit of distance to their game.
And that's when the adaptation that we were talking about in our extended pre-game section will come to fruition as we see the games moving through from games 1 to 3, the adaptation and the working out what worked, what didn't work in particular situations. And this is the interesting thing with the format that we have at the moment, with the winners bracket and the losers bracket. Now some of the teams who did get eliminated early, for example, so I think the team that we were talking about, are going to have to make some changes here, Dan, because with a huge performance like 789 just had in that first game, they set a standard where you start to fear. You start to fear the worst. You start to worry that you're not going to, not only, you might kind of give up first to fifth, for example, even after one game, but you've got to get in that top 10. You've got to find your way through to that winners bracket.
And I think once you do get into top 5 and you're able to get 4 points from 5th, that's where suddenly that difference in points starts to get a little bit smaller. I mean, if you finish 6th to 10th, you get 2 points, right? But if you finish in 5th, you get 4. So that's an extra 2. And the difference between 4 and 5th is only 1 point. You only get that 1 extra point if you actually get into 4th. So that's when you can start to get aggressive. Once you've reach that top 5, you've got that extra couple of points. You say, okay, now let's push for this top 3, because then that's when you see the next jump. That's when you see the next couple of points added on. 3rd place getting 7. But still, I'm blown away by the amount of points that 789 were able to achieve, if not already achieving enough points to get themselves into winners bracket round 2.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. They found themselves in a position where initially they probably thought, we're looking to survive here, but the kills just kind of swept towards them a little bit. And it was a little bit more of an aggressive lobby, to be honest with you, than what we saw maybe in our first game on the feature stage. Teams were happy to take engagements, look to get those kills on the board. And I think it's a smarter way to play, in my opinion. It gives you a little bit, more room to fall back on should things not go so well, or things go exceptionally well for you. I mean, look at 789. I know we're talking about them. Obviously, they managed to pick up, the champion performance there in that first game. But the fact that they have so many points on the board now, they can relax. They can play a different game if they want to.
I imagine that they will now look to just play for placement if they want to. They can do whatever they want. They've got that many points that they could literally finish in last place twice, and I still think they'd get top 10. But it means now they can just say, look, let's play calm. We don't need to be aggressive now. We don't have to push. We can just kind of turtle up and play deep rotations here to ensure that we get at least a top 10 placement. Because if they're even somewhat slightly worried that they can't achieve top 10 throughout these other 2 matches, then they'll just be looking for placements. But now those teams who weren't able to get the points, that weren't able to get on the board, and if you consider the fact that 14 kills went to one team, that means there were a lot of kills going for one team and not many to spread out for everyone else. So the point disparity is going to be quite large as we look down to the bottom of that leaderboard, and we'll get you updated on that in just a short while. But I think those teams now are going to have to be more aggressive. They're going to have to look for those kills, and they're going to have to ensure that they actually, as well as get placement, are able to get some engagements too.
And the interesting thing as well, for those who might be watching for the first time, watched a couple of games so far. 789, obviously hailing from Europe as well, the Russian players. And, just saying, we're here in Europe, and the European teams so far are really showing up, Dan.
There was a big question of who was going to be the top teams. Was it going to be North Americans? Was it going to be Europeans? And I think we're in a situation where a lot of North Americans feel that European teams play a little bit differently, and, well, from other regions as well. Of course, the South Koreans MVP, and they like to play aggressive. Did it work out for them in that game? Maybe not. They were able to pick up some kills, that's for sure. We'll get confirmation of how many a little bit later, but they still were able to achieve a top 10 placement. They were still able to do the bare minimum that they set out to achieve going into that game of, let's get some kills, let's get a decent placement, and let's kind of test out this lobby. Let's see how everyone else is. I think that they kind of messed up with their rotation ever so slightly and maybe stayed on market a little bit too long and looked to rotate a little bit too late, and they were caught out by teams who had already placed themselves in that final circle. And then the final player, unfortunately, just wasn't able to worm his way in and be that solo survivor like we saw from Maestro.
That's such a vital thing to do as well. We were talking, about the team play and putting up kills and et cetera, exactly what you would expect from the top level of Apex Legends being played, but the ability to survive and get those placement points for that player from Maestro is so huge. If you find yourself down teammates and you're getting towards that final circle, if you can avoid the gunfights, if you can stay out of the way, and even in those situations, wait for those two teams to engage and then pick up a couple of kills, that is such a huge momentum and like such a huge way to play those situations that takes incredible discipline and incredible focus as a single player left.
It's easier said than done, though. It's actually very difficult as a solo player to get yourself into those positions, especially with a very open circle that we just saw the game finishing on there. And you saw how the one Maestro player was just victimized from the rest of the lobby. They knew there was only one player left. If they were smart and they were actually counting how many players were left in the game, I know it turns to a question mark when you get to the final stages, but you can kind of work out how many players are left. They knew it was a solo, and they ensured they picked him out before they took that fight.
It was one of those things as well, if you are that solo and all of a sudden you hear no fire and then you just think everyone is pre-aiming. We will take a quick look at some of the replays as well from that game here. This was a big battle as well, because this was Maestro winning the battle here on the Oasis on Sonics, and this was a little bit of a surprise here. A lot of people expecting big things from Sonics here down, but the first team fight we really saw them in, they just got overwhelmed.
You saw how close it was, though. It was just that final 1v1 scenario, and then we saw Team Secret just peppering everyone from the center of caves, and unfortunately not able to pick up some kills were forehead. And I think the longbow really showed how... We really saw in that lobby how strong the longbow can be in certain circles and certain situations, but we also saw how important it is to have those SMGs in the close combat.
And this is the position here. We were talking about Penta. They seem to have everything going their way, but as you say that, we then move on to the next replay, and look who are the team who are holding that high ground now. It is the team that not only made the play, the ballsy play to push up onto the top of the bones here and push Penta off of that power position. This is the team that ended up winning the game, and this, I think, is where all the kills went their way.
Look at how many angles they can be shot from behind this tiny little circle here, but they just relied on their sheer gun skill. And look, everyone's looking elsewhere. They're not looking at them. I don't know whether that's luck or whether it's just incredible positioning. They were able to get so many kills, and then they singled out the single player to ensure they were able to get at least top 2. And then the teamwork we saw in this final fight, XN's just backing off, taking the height, and being able to use the distractions his teammates were able to provide to ensure he could finish off those kills was amazing from 789.
Yeah, fantastic baiting and switching as well. You saw the players being taken down to low health, backing out of the fight, allowing another player to re-peek. And in those situations, bait and switch is such a vital part of any game with an FPS element to it. The ability to do damage but also stay alive is kind of exacerbated more in the fact that this is a survival-based game, Apex Legends. There's no respawns unless you go to that beacon and, make your way into a battle, but in that final circle, you ain't respawning in those final 2 teams. You've got to win that battle, and the peaking from the teams was absolutely superb.
And notice the lack of actually trying to attempt any sort of shield recharge there. No batteries, no cells really used, because they just wanted to take that fight, because they knew that if they dipped out of that fight to try and recharge, they were leaving themselves at a disadvantage and a man advantage. So instead, utilizing the bait and switching, utilizing the walls and the buildings that were in their way so they could get natural cover and then just peek out after the reload. A lot of the times, you're not going to kill one person with one clip of your weapon, especially if it's as an SMG. So you have the decision of, am I going to reload and switch to a secondary, or can I spray a clip, get behind cover, reload, then get back into fight? And if you can communicate that with your team of, I'm reloading, I need you to peek right now, or I'm low, I need to recharge right now, you're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, and that was exactly how they managed to close that game out. Looking forward to getting into our second game of the action as well. I believe we're going to have Stream A joining us pretty soon as well for this second game, which is obviously very exciting for all these players involved to be on that hot seat, to be in the view of everybody who's watching. But 789, I always think there's one moment in those closing circles where you see the IGL make a call, and it's not only the call, it's the execution of the call. 789 made that call up on top of Bones to force Penta off. How difficult is it? I'm asking you as a player who's obviously played a lot of Apex Legends yourself, but also from the competitive background. to have that trust in your IGL to completely follow his decision into those situations, because it's such a risky play.
I think at this stage of a competition, you have to have that trust, because without it, you're going to find yourself in a situation where without it, you're just going to be saying, all right, well, I don't trust my IGL, so I'm going to do something a little bit different. And that can be such a devastating thing for your team. Even if you don't agree with the decision that's being called by your IGL, you have to follow it, whether it works out or whether it doesn't. If all three of you are on the same page and you're doing the same thing, you're more likely to actually achieve success. Because if your IGL says, right, we're all zipping up here, and one of you doesn't, and two of you get caught out, but they're able to get the rest of the team down to very little shields, there is an opportunity for that third player to have maybe finished all of those players, get 3 eliminations, and actually won that fight for them.
It's such a huge thing, and that moment of hesitation is what separates teams in certain situations. You saw it from Penta there. They were on top there. They were trying to hold down. They decided, all right, there was probably a call for, there's players here. Maybe the player whose responsibility, I should say, to be watching those access points up to the top of the bones took his eye off the ball for just a second. That decision went against them and completely changed the outcome of the game. But I really want to know as well, 789, you look at their positioning once they fell off the bones behind that rock. How many fights must have been occurring for those players to not be looking at them? For no team that was rotating in from that circle to have eyes on them or even take shots at them, they couldn't have had things go better.
And that's what happens when there's kind of 16 squads that are left when you're getting into round 6. And they're all just trying to dart into a position where they're running away from the circle that's doing so much damage. Because just one tick at that late stage is just so terrible for you. It only requires a little bit of an SMG spray from your opponent to actually take you down if they can hit all their shots.
So then 789 going to be feeling very good about the lobby. Feeling very good about things. Some questions to be answered maybe for some of the other teams we were discussing in the build-up to this particular lobby. MVP, as we say, had some opportunities, didn't take advantage of them. Sentinels, good finish from them, second place. Sonics, though, definitely a team I feel that we should watch in this next game, Dan, because, you know, we're almost going to be halfway through the lobby pretty soon, and before you know it, we can have those winners bracket and losers bracket teams.
Yeah, I think that now you've got yourself in a position where you've achieved a lot of points. You're going to be able to position yourself in a chance now to actually attack other teams and maybe even look to take other teams out of the game. I think that's very important, because if you are somewhat worried about the likes of MVP, then maybe you're going to say, all right, let's drop on them.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to getting into this next lobby. We'll be in there very, very soon. 57 players in the queue now, Dan.
And that's very good.
We will welcome you all along, players and viewers from Stream A here. Welcome to Group B. It's going to be Onset and Gaskin who will be guiding you through the next game. Dan, just a little reiteration for everyone who's joining us on exactly what happened in our first game here in Group B, because 789, they were the big performers.
789 were able to take that game, and they were able to do it with a very big kill ratio as well. 14 kills as well as a victory to make sure they solidify themselves with 26 points from the first match, which is absolutely incredible, and in my opinion should really secure themselves a chance to get into winners bracket round 2 already. We saw a big performance from Maestro, who finished in 3rd. We saw an okay performance from MVP. I know they are one of the teams that a lot of people were looking at in this group. They were able to pick up some kills going into the game, but they rotated a little bit too late and they got caught out, and they found themselves maybe finishing a little bit lower than expected.
Well, in second place, of course, were Sentinels as well. But the story, as we load into our second map now, the players are loading into the lobby and getting ready to drop back onto the King's Canyon. 789, 14 kills, a huge performance, pretty much solidified their way through. Sentinels with that second place basically carrying on their form from X Games. And there's some questions to be asked of some of the teams we were looking at before. One of them, this team that we have on our screen right now, Sonics, Dan, need to get off to a hotter start. One of the first teams eliminated, and they were eliminated as well by the team who ended up in 3rd place, and that was Maestro.
And they were so close with Sonics as well. They had a battle with Maestro just outside of the pit, and it was a 1v1 where, realistically, if he had taken a little bit more cover, we might have seen him win that engagement. We might have seen him actually win that fight for his team, and it's these tiny margins that can make the difference difference from finishing in, what, 16th to maybe finishing all the way up into the top 5.
Crazy, crazy stuff then. Welcome to Group B, ladies and gentlemen. If you are joining us, this is the second game of 3. And of course, I think it'd be wrong to start off with any other point of view than the team who just took home the win in our first game. A dominating performance, 14 kills, and of course a championship banner, Team 789. Let's see what they're dropping.
It looks like they're heading towards water treatment as well, and hopefully it will be uncontested. In the previous match, we saw very little early engagements, and it seemed like everyone was able to loot fairly freely. We actually started with NRG last time, and they were able to spread themselves very far across the map, and it looks like the decision has been made to do the same from 789 here. They're not all dropping together actually in the water treatment building. They're making sure they can loot every single corner of this particular south area of the map.
We'll have to rotate across some POVs as well, some other teams, and see exactly where everyone else has dropped across the maps. Doesn't seem to be any action early on, Dan. It seems like this lobby, to be honest with you, are kind of set in their rotations and set where they are landing. Nobody deciding to get a little bit aggressive and try and get some early points on the board.
And something we're seeing here, and we also saw this in match number 1 as well, is MVP not dropping at the cage. And we think that's a big point, because something we were alluding to leading up to this event was the fact that MVP had been dropping cage a lot, and that was the same drop location as we see from TSM, the X Games winners. And yes, okay, they're not in this same group, but there was always that thing of, are they going to be dropping in the same location when they're eventually placed together? But instead, they shifted elsewhere. They didn't want to go for the cage drop. Maybe they felt like it was a little bit too predictable, or maybe just in scrims they found that actually this is a better drop location for them.
Yeah, I think they like relay quite a lot as well, so sort of their secondary drop points, so to speak. I think originally they were kind of dropping on relay and then using, when they were being challenged there, then they decided to challenge cage, which is, you know, slightly risky and in the element of who could be potentially dropping here. But NRG again seems to have had a free rotation there through the bunker after landing just outside on the Golden Sands, but they'll only be jumping on board on Quasar Generation but Blue, and again, no challenge here on Market, nobody around them, and again, it's a very quiet start to this game, Dan. Everyone getting the loot that they would have wanted, and now open to those rotations that they would have practiced so many times.
Yeah, everyone making an early move, and they'll be trying to utilize Pathfinder's passive as well to get a better indication of where that circle's going to be. As soon as we see one of these players switch the map, yeah, you can see a northeast
good for MVP.
Side of this map. So already holding artillery is a pretty decent spot to be finishing, but I think this is going to end up somewhere around relay. So I think you're completely right. There's the Pathfinder passive, and you see the green circle showing where that next circle is going to be. So I think MVP are going to be rubbing their hands together here and saying, all right, we can turtle up if we want. Maybe we can just gatekeep people trying to get towards relay.
So we're going to see teams like Team 789. They're going to have a fair bit of ground to traverse, to be honest with you now, from where they drop to get across, which means that they might be in a situation where they will have to engage with a fair few teams on their way across Kings Canyon towards that final circle. And to be honest with you, the one thing is, if you're in this situation, maybe you've had a bit of a poor game and you're thinking, oh, we've got a long way to go here, our rotation's going to have to be late. You can get a little bit worried, but the fact that they've just had such a huge game to kick things off, I think they're going to be pretty confident in taking any engagements.
I think judging from match 1 as well, we saw the teams who did engage, that did find the fights, were the teams who actually placed highest as well. 789 with 14 kills, Sentinels who were able to find 7 kills, and Maestro who found 8 kills were numbers 1, 2, and 3. So big points for those 3 scorers.
We're seeing 2 teams who are getting very, very, very cuddly at the moment, and that is going to be MVP looking across the way to another team who are just set up there. It looks like MVP were originally trying to be the aggressors. We saw a couple of thermite grenades going in to knock down the door, and now you're going to see NRG coming to join a party of their own. NRG getting aggressive there on ICG, and that's going to be kills on the board for NRG. Fantastic stuff from them. Moore's going to be down, but that's only going to be temporary, as Cooler now still set up, and they're going to be the team who are contesting MVP at the moment.
Yeah, and I think this is not really what you want. If you have been able to secure yourself an early place over here where you are thinking the circle is actually going to be finishing, you don't want to be taking these fights and wasting a lot of your shield cells, a lot of your med kits, because you're not going to have the ability to loot as successfully as the teams who are rotating in towards relay. So really, you want to save a lot of this. So you have to do one of 2 things. You either say, we're taking this fight now, and we're getting aggressive, and we're taking that loot, or we are avoiding all fights whatsoever.
And there's a lot of teams who have hard rotated, to be honest with you, Dan. You're looking at the amount of teams we have here. We had MVP, we had Cooler, and now we have another team here looking to harass and put shots down onto MVP, who had landed relay. And I think at the moment, MVP are kind of in a situation where they're like, where has everybody just come from? This is some hard rotation early on.
And this is what you see when you get the situation of a circle really showing signs of where it's going to finish. When it is showing over that water, there is so much influence that it has of where that circle pulls that players know and they can predict. It's very different to when we have a central circle. I think we saw about 50% of central circles at the X Games, but the rest were all very predictable, so we saw a lot of early rotations and a lot of engagements in that final circle area earlier rather than later, and it's just about surviving and avoiding those shots and maybe trying to set yourself up where you can look outward and actually take some shots at people that are going to be running in when that circle finally closes in a little bit later. And I say a little bit later, quite a lot later in the grand scheme of things. Still 20 squads left. We're still only in that first circle closing in.
We saw HRB there in a fantastic position themselves then up on that high ground, and now you can see Samsung trying to get aggressive themselves. Samsung Morning Stars trying to get themselves into a position. I'm not sure if they pinged that there was a potential team up there, but they're actually going to be zipping up, and that's going to be some shots zipping past the body there of Nissa, but he just pops straight back out, takes the bow. Another player going to be taken down. The aggression is paying off here.
Yeah, EBC lose 2. However, they still have 1 remaining who's probably going to be trying to get away at this point. Still 20 squads left, so no one actually taken out. Very important now if you are that final remaining player from EBC that you just survive, and actually he's been able to get a teammate up, so there's now 2 of them, and they can actually take this high ground and rain down some fire. But Wetlands being another place where players seem to be setting up here, Mark. They seem to think that this could be a potential for where the circle is going to be heading towards as well.
Yeah, a lot of hard rotation early on here, and it's going to be a lot of longbow peeking, a lot of shields being cracked. The question is, who is going to be able to capitalize on that? Who is going to be able to potentially steal a couple of those kills away and put some points on the board? As we now go on board with Forehead, last time we saw them in the last game, they kind of got trapped in market, but managed to make somewhat of a miraculous recovery, to be honest with you, to rotate out of that difficult position to get a decent placement in the lobby. Now we're seeing again, fairly good positioning from them. They've got a couple of buildings here just outside of Relay to really try and lock down. And this is a nice position to be because they're going to be able to see any players who are rotating from the west side of the map, from the south side of the map as they come past and try and get involved in the battles.
Also a lot of longbows available for players, and I think that's going to be important as we get to the late stages in Relay, because we are going to see people just peeking through little windows like this, little gaps, and you're not going to be able to do much damage if you've only got an R99 or maybe even an R301 unless you're really accurate. Whereas if you can catch people out with a longbow, especially when you've got the Skull Piercer like Bowser does here for EBC, you can just be able to push in and grab those shots that can really do some damage.
Yeah, Skull Piercer is really going to increase the damage onto those headshots, really can give you the opportunity to either get aggressive or finish off a kill. Now we see the triple take, another long distance weapon in the hands of one of the players there. Not the ideal weapon for this scenario. A lot of players obviously favoring that longbow with the damage that it does do. And now we're seeing, after some early hard rotation, the game really start to slow down a little bit here, Dan. Everyone's just waiting for that next circle to start moving. As we now see the guys on Quasar Generation Blue deciding to reposition here and get a little bit more aggressive themselves.
There's always that risk of, all right, we do need to move. We might be safe right now, but if we don't move early, then we're going to be punished. So we have to make sure we have that early rotation. There's another engagement. Penta, again, who found themselves in great positions in match 1, have found themselves a couple more longbows as well and are able to be a real nuisance, taking out that Watson generator to make sure that no shields are going to be recharged just yet.
The R301 in the hands here of Nesh as well, so he's going to be able to do some damage over distance as well. Not quite as great a weapon to be able to peek and drop shields as, of course, those longer range weapons as the longbow. But they do have the advantage here, Penta, as well, having used that Pathfinder passive ability to potentially find out where that final circle is. And now you're seeing the push coming in here from EBC, and they push beautifully well here. They will say, this is our building now. Thank you very much. It's time for you to leave.
Yeah, see you later, Samsung. They finish in 20th, and you saw the aggression. You saw they were able to just pinch that team there. A couple of players just going up above, and then the one player going down low, setting off the Watson trap, and then pushing in and utilizing that Peacekeeper, and the sheer amount of damage that Peacekeeper can do as well at close range is unreal. And now we're still seeing these teams who are just kind of sitting between Relay and Wetlands right in the center of the circle at the moment. Forehead are going to be more than happy to wait this one out, but they're in a building that has a lot of visibility. There are a lot of windows they can be shot from, so they do need to be very careful.
Especially with those white shields as well. There's not too much to be done as far as damage to be taken is concerned for those guys. And you can see at the moment they're trying to get some picks. If they could get a couple of picks on players pushing from the edge of the circle, it would be huge, but they haven't managed to do it. The players have managed to use that Wraith ability to push through, but it looks like they're coming under pressure themselves. We're doing so much damage here. Payne hitting so many shots with the longbow, with his shorter range weapon, but just can't get those knocks and can't get those finishes.
I think the fact that over half the kills were spread between 3 teams in the first match means that we're going to have very similar position placings from the rest of the teams, down from maybe 4th to 20th in terms of the amount of kills they were able to achieve, which means really places 4 to 10 are really up for grabs right now. So just one knock, just one elimination could be enough to split you from 11th to 10th later on after match number 3.
I mean, they managed to get the knock there on that player, but I don't think they've managed to solidify the kill. The player managed to kind of crawl towards his teammate, the Wraith, who had managed to use her Q to get into a safer position. So hopefully that res will come in. 19 squads still remaining here with 1 minute 53 left on the clock. Things are starting to get a little bit tasty here. Things are starting to get a little bit closer for comfort for a lot of these players.
Yeah, a lot of them have already worked their way into the circle, but there are a few stragglers still outside who are going to have to move with the red here. But actually, if you can take an engagement outside and maybe get a couple of bits of utility and maybe some shield batteries as well off of people, then you are going to be feeling all right about rotating in late, as long as you have enough cover where, to be honest, there are a lot of rocks available where actually you can find cover pushing in, but there's just so many teams left, you can be shot from every angle.
Well, speaking of pushing in, here comes the push here from EBC. You can see Banderstorm is overlooking his teammates who are pushing in with those R99s, trying to finish those kills. They have managed it. The Wraith is running for dear life and somehow manages to weave away and bob and dip and duck and somehow survive with about 5 HP left.
So important as well for Dream to try and stay alive, because I believe they finished 20th in the first match, so they have to make sure they get some sort of placement to give them a chance of progressing in this winners bracket.
Well, Maestro have managed to improve their situation from the last time that we saw them. They were all sitting there on white shields, level 1 armor, but now they've managed to get those blue shields in place, which is certainly going to help their situation as we get towards those latter rounds. And I just wanted to touch on MVP as well, as we see some of these wingman shots coming in. They were the ones who landed relay. They were the ones who had the circle. Still alive, Dan, still fighting.
Yeah, MVP know that they're in a fantastic opportunity of winning this game. They will have to, of course, push out a little bit later if the circle moves slightly away from relay and towards wetlands.
Well, Sonics are in a little bit of a difficult position here. You can see they're kind of being pinched from both sides. Plus, there's a team above them on the tower who have fantastic high ground, so they have to move. You can see it from the top left-hand side of your screen right now. When they do move, they're going to be in a position to potentially come under fire, but it looks like they've managed to sneak their way out just as the other team had to take a battle themselves.
Have to ensure that you can sneak out. I think sneaking is very important in Apex Legends, because if you are loud and noisy and you do get spotted, you don't just get seen by one team. That gunfire is noticed by about 10 who are just there waiting and hoping to pick you off to gain those extra points from eliminations.
Now we're going to see the game just start to slow down a little bit more as we see the ring closing in 20 seconds until we'll see that ring move in. As we see Wacko in a crazy shot there onto the player to drop him. Not sure if he got the confirmation on the kill though. As we see another player trying to push. Now we're seeing the carnage start to ensue, and Penta, they're starting to rack up some kills of their own.
Yeah, Penta doing so well with the SMGs here, and the Devotion with a turbocharger rips through the body shields. I mean, the Devotion, incredible. If you can find a turbocharger early game, you keep it just in case you find the Devotion.
So EBC then, again, in a position on the edge of the circle, trying to fight their way in. They're in a difficult position though. They do have some cover, but with that low ground, you get the feeling they're going to be looking to do a little bit of damage, maybe with this longbow, and then push up. Here goes Banderstorm in with that Havoc as we move over now to a couple of players who've got themselves into a pretty good position just outside of the circle here with some cover. It's going to be Quasar Generation Blue. Again, they are going to have to make a play when that circle moves.
And they've got a little bit of time to work with. A minute 30, they don't have to be too antsy. When you get to this position and the circle is closing and you can see there's still 15 squads left, if you try and push too early, you can be punished. Like, if you didn't make the decision to rotate as early as round 1, maybe even round 2, then you've just got to say, all right, we're playing the circle this game. We're going to try and pick people off that are running in early than us, and we go for a late rotation in and hope that we don't get spotted. We hope that maybe we're the last team people look at running into that circle.
And it's EBC who are the team who are looking to fight them here, Quasar Generation Blue. So those two teams going back and forth for position as they both have to move into the circle. And it looks like Guys on Quasar Generation Blue here have decided to reposition, try and get some earlier positioning on the map and try and get towards those final circles, but the shots coming in here are going to back them right up.
It's just so terrifying. You start going towards the circle and suddenly doors open and people peek out of windows and they just rain down fire. And you come to that realization of, oh God, we actually can't push anywhere at this point. We need to try and utilize either Pathfinder's ult or Wraith's ult. Otherwise, we're really just going to struggle.
Here's a team that we haven't spoken too much about, and they're in a fantastic position towards this final circle as well. And that is going to be Herbania. They have the high ground looking over Relay. And if you look at where the circle is situated at the moment, Dan, they're in a fantastic position to close out a fantastic placement.
Yeah, I think a lot of players will know that this final circle has finished here before. We have seen that high ground can be very effective, so taking it early, extremely important. But you also have to be aware of teams that will be trying to attempt to take it off you before we get to that final circle. And wow, what a shot that was from Oryx as well. Just being able to pick off the flying Wraith through the air. Longbow accuracy, so important because it's so heavy at the moment in the meta. Great shots from Penta here and Oryx in particular. That Skull Piercer with the longbow doing some amazing damage.
He also has plenty of ammo to be working with as well, so he could just hold that position. And now it's Bowser's time to shine as he lands some longbow shots of his own. And now we're going to see the guys from EBC getting aggressive and looking to finish off these kills. Backs down, the baiting and switching coming in, but here comes the little peek from the window above. The door opens, it was like the world's worst trick or treat there.
And they're just trying to loot those boxes really quick as well, try and get some armor and hope there's something in there. Pop down that Watson ult just to recharge some shields, but they don't really have the time at the moment because everyone's darting into this circle.
Penta doing work again as far as the kill feed is concerned. Forehead get taken down by Penta. They had a great first game and they're looking to keep that momentum up in the second game as MVP are still holding strong.
Look at their positioning. They dropped Relay, they've predicted the circle absolutely perfectly, down to a T. They are central of circle number 6. I mean, this is amazing from them. Yes, okay, they're not going to have as much shields, maybe as much ammo as other teams, but they are already solidifying themselves maybe a top 5 placement, unless they get pushed by a team like this, 789, who are very close to them. And they've already got the points secured from the previous game. I wonder whether they're thinking, all right, we want that building in there. We think then we might be able to use that to our advantage.
Certainly can put the pressure onto the team who have been holding it down ever since the start. Now we're going to see a player get aggressive. Peeks through the Peacekeeper. Didn't think he managed to actually hit those shots, and now we're going to see all the teams trying to collapse, rotating in, 9 squads left. MVP picking up some downs along the way, as well as a kill there onto the Q-Lash player.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you can get these revives as well, pick up your teammates so you can ensure that you're able to go into this next circle with as many healthy teammates as possible, because a 2v3 can be very difficult, and now everything unfolding just coming in towards Relay here.
789 again, picking up kills, picking up placements. They have been absolutely sublime so far in our first 2 games here of Group B. And another team who are still looking strong in this top position is HRB. You can see using that Wraith ability to portal down and potentially move towards that circle as it closes in.
However, their high ground becomes a little bit less towards this next circle. They have a little bit to work with and they can hide and duck, but they can now actually be very annoying to Team 789 as Penta get eliminated from the competition, down to just 5 squads now. And this final circle is going to look very scary. Circle number 6 just closes in onto 7, and it means that actually it's still MVP don't actually have to move. They are in the perfect building. They can hide in one side of it.
Yeah, and 789 is still involved as well. And look at the focus fire coming in here from 789. They are communicating and they are executing to the highest level towards this end game. Fantastic stuff again from them as MVP are still in the position that they started this game off with, and they are still picking up kills along the way. This is a big points game here for MVP.
With only 4 squads left and another 55 seconds, though, for this circle to close in. This is now where usually you have a little bit of a lull, where people just try and work out how they're actually going to push into this next circle and how they're going to coordinate perfectly. Are they going to be pincering? Are they going to utilize Wraith's ult? Are they going to go for a Pathfinder zipline, perhaps? Or are they just going to have to go gung-ho and run straight at another team?
Gonna have to see how this one plays out. Raz now, he's actually trying to escape to get himself a body shield, which is a great play in that position. particular situation. But look at the fire he's coming over. He desperately needs to stay alive, relying on his teammates to keep him alive. And MVP, that teamwork is absolutely beautiful.
Go MVP have just picked their moment perfectly. They were hiding for so long, and they've said, okay, we're still in the circle. We can hear teams around us. We have the high ground at this point. Let's get up top. Let's get those Watson fences down. People are going to be hiding at this point because they're going to be dodging people at the other end of the high ground. So now we can start to lay down fire, pick up some kills as well as placement here.
Now we're going to see the rotation in, and there's going to be a team caught out there. Cooler are going to be stuck between a rock and a hot place. They are being burnt to the ground. Lag are going to be the last man standing here. MVP, though, comes in and takes the kills. NRG still in the battle here, Dan. They've managed to sneak their way through into a top 4 position.
We've not seen much of NRG, and you can see 4 kills for Dizzy as well. So just 2 of them surviving at the moment, but they're able to shield up, and they've got purple shields as well. So there is a massive chance for them to actually take this game if they can creep up and maybe pick off a kill against MVP, who have situated themselves so well throughout this circle.
Well, look at what Ace has got in the back pocket as well. He's got the Peacekeeper, he's got the R99, and he is looking to make a play as well. Mondo going to be watching those stairs as well. He closes the door, and there's a little peek there, which is going to drop the shields. And here go MVP. They decide they want to try and take down NRG, and they've rotated outside as well.
MVP saying, all right, if you want to take a couple of shots at us, we're going to actually back you down, and we're going to give you a little bit of a warning movement. As now circle number 7 closing in 1 minute and 10 seconds, and that means there will be no circle left to stand in, no safe zone whatsoever. So we will definitely see this game 1 in the next minute.
7-8-9, MVP. We've seen those two going head-to-head numerous times already in just the first 2 moments of this game, and now we're going to see all being set up down for that final circle.
Yeah, just dancing around as much as possible so that when you do go through that portal, it actually takes so much time to get you through to the other end of the portal that you can prioritize the situation where you're not taking damage from the circle. I mean, we see a lot of teams try and do it, and you really have to make sure you have an ult with Wraith if you want to go for that play in the later stages.
Coolers still have 1 player alive here. He's barely alive, to be honest with you, as far as HP is concerned, but he's still in this game, and if he can kind of avoid a battle here and let 7-8-9, NRG, and MVP go about their business, not only can he put up a couple of points here as far as kills are concerned, he could also get some placement points as we see MVP just getting aggressive again, laying down that portal, and now they might be able to actually teleport behind and put those shots in as they're forcing the movement.
We've got 2 portals up. Both teams now going to try and dance between these portals, try and survive as best as they can. Wraith's going to use their Q to ensure that they can avoid the damage as well. All carnage going to unfold here. It's just a survival game at this point. Lay down as much shots as possible.
7-8-9 then are going to be dropped down shields. They're in all sorts of problems, having to queue out of the position. Here comes the push here. NRG are going to be taken down by 7-8-9. The carnage is about to ensue. 7-8-9 still managed to stay alive. MVP not pushing this quite yet, Dan.
You can see how quickly they push the man and they get the shots on the player who was just coming out of the portal there. And it's 7-8-9 yet again picking up the victory. Incredible positioning from them. Great tactical decisions as well. Yes, okay, MVP had the early circle, but 7-8-9 were able to position themselves where they forced MVP to move towards them so they could get those shots on that final player coming through the portal.
10 kills again here for 7-8-9. 2 first places in the first 2 games. A combined 24 kills. These guys are for real, Dan. These are championship contenders.
I mean, it's actually pretty terrifying when you look at those kind of statistics, and I think everyone watching on will be saying, all right, this 7-8-9 squad are someone that we need to be looking out for. But again, it was their shot calling ability, and of course we can't hear what they're saying, the in-game leader, but you can tell they're all on the same page. They're looking at the right angles. They're utilizing the ultimates in the right situations as well. Everything down to a T there from 7-8-9. A very well played game from MVP, I will say. It's a difficult game to play when you drop, you have the circle, because for a team like MVP who likes to be aggressive, I'm sure they were just itching to get out and take so many fights, and I think that's why when that opportunity was presented, they instantly jumped up top and started actually looking for a couple of kills.
NRG then with a decent placement in that game as well. We'll take a look at some of the replays from our second game here of Group B action. And this was one of those games, Dan, it seemed like with that particular circle that we had towards the end, a lot of teams were being caught on rotation, trying to push in. And we saw quite a lot of engagements across the duration of that particular game.
I mean, realistically, it was the weaponry decision that we saw from a lot of these teams that were able to help them in that late game. if you know that the circle is going to be in a situation like that around Relay, you know there's going to be a lot of close quarter combat, so it's so important to have an R99. But also, when you know a circle has pushed that heavily towards one side of the map, there's going to be a lot of late rotations where people are going to be vulnerable from those longbow shots as well. So the longbow plus R99 was such a huge combination of weapons, but we also saw the devotion ripping through shields as well. I mean, some players are amazing when they're able to get a devotion with a turbocharger. However, if they're not able to get that devotion with turbocharger, we really see them struggle. But a couple of players actually picking that one up in this game.
789 again, just clutching up in these final moments. You'll see Mondo dropping, Ace dropping, 789 just cleaning house. And we're going to see the last player just popping through the portal, no shields whatsoever. And that is the easiest way to finish a game. 789, I mean, they're probably the least relevant numbers at the moment, to be honest with you. The most relevant ones are 2 games, 2 wins.
And really, they've done it in such dominating fashion. I mean, we've seen teams win before with maybe a few kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, but the fact they've been able to do it with that many kills, 14 and then 10, I mean, they've been able to secure 48 points just from 2 games. Is amazing. That would put them 2 points off the match point threshold if we were in the grand final right now, just to give you an indication of how good they've been playing. But Group B was one of these groups where there was a lot of questions around the teams. Are they going to be as good as potentially the groups A and C, where we see a lot of teams that came from X Games that are tried and tested that we've seen in so many of these pro lobbies? But 789 really are taking advantage of this, and I think they are a team that went under the radar a little bit in a lot of people's predictions as to who was going to be coming out of this group with ease.
Well, looking across some of the results we had from our first game as well, that's certainly going to boost a couple of placements up, but that's going to do it all from our second game right now. We're actually going to throw it back over to the guys on the desk on Stream A. Enjoy the action.
On set, thank you so much, brother. Fallout here, back with some new face. Just
Where?
face.
A new face.
Just
Where?
new face. A new face.
A new fantastic
Can't find
face.
him. Maybe somewhere under the desk here. It's my man, Rain Day. How you doing,
What's
brother?
up, fellas? I'm doing great. Glad to be here, man. In Poland for the first time, at an Apex event for the first time. It happens to be the biggest one, so it's a good timing.
Good time to start, yeah.
Great
for
time.
Both of us, that's for sure. Of
Exactly.
course. Alongside Jamerson here, who's been on the desk killing with the analysis all day long. We also got some like matching jacket situation going on.
We're looking good, fellas.
It's not coordinated. I
It's
swear
like
to
we
God.
coordinated or something. I don't know.
Clearly,
Absolutely.
this talent team's in synergy. But I know, Rain, you had a chance to watch a lot of
Yes.
that Group B match. Of course, match number 1 and match number 2. I think the one thing that stands out the most, Team 789, who,
My
by
goodness.
the way, outperformed Wyvern in their first.
Well, what we looked at with this group, which is so interesting, is that there was a dynamic between, we didn't really know who was going to step up. Obviously, Energy was the team that everyone kind of had their eyes on. How was Izzy going to perform? How was Ace going to perform? But 789 ended up stealing the show. Talked about game 1. You guys didn't catch all of it, but Penta were in a beautiful spot on the top of Skulltown, trying to rotate in. And Sentinel's also a team we've been looking out for that had done very well. We're in the only building left in that final circle. 789 not only pushed off Penta and took the high ground, they were able to go into Sentinels, win some 1v1s.
Wow.
You saw Exons doing it there. He did it before in game 1. So this is just an incredible performance from a team that's kind of showing us they are here to play.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's tough to do with that 789 squad against the Sentinels roster who played well at the X Games.
Yep.
Of course, we have Payne on that team who's been doing it for so long, so many different BRs. But walk me through the 789 roster. There might be some players on this team that not many people know. I know one in particular with those glistening blue eyes is in Desu
Yes.
with a
And the
great
blue hair.
performance. And the blue hair, that's Desu.
Well, what's so cool about the secondary group right now with B is that we have pretty much 3 of the representatives that are girls playing in this competition in that group. So we have Dream It, which is the all-girls team as well. We have Forehead, which has Lens, streams for Dignitas and is playing for Forehead. And of course, we have Esdesu, who is representing so well for this team. And really, it's just about competition. Who's playing so great? You really can't tell. There's no difference. This 789 team is here to play. And honestly, the dynamic that they're presenting is great teamwork, but also positionally understanding when to approach fights, picking off third parties, or when they need to be patient. I've noticed that they just seem to know what they all need to do, and they're not trying to step on each other's toes.
I mean, leading up to this event, 789 was a team name that was constantly coming up in streams left and right. Because, you know, these players, they're hopping into each other's streams, they're talking to each other, and they're asking, you know, who do you think scary is? What what do you think is going to be like the group of death? And a lot of teams thought maybe Group B, maybe Group C, and Group B is showing why. 7, 8, 9, relatively unknowns, but well known amongst the community itself, and they are already proving themselves with 48 points across 2 games.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
48 points. They dropped a 14 kill game, and was it first place?
It was first place.
In the first game.
And it's 2 first places now.
2 back-to-back first place finishes.
Unreal.
And by the way, only 2 points away from that 50-point threshold, which again, if you are just joining, the grand finals of this tournament has one of the most unique formats. I mean, the entire tournament is a unique format.
Yeah.
Shout out to EA's competitive gaming team. But in that grand final, you have to reach a 50-point threshold and win the following game. Well, if they somehow broke that 50-point threshold, one more game away from winning in 3 games is kind of crazy. 48 points. This is the best team performance we've seen so far in our 2 matches.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, I believe they had a better performance than Wyvern had on their game number 1, right? Where they got about 16 kills and then 9 points off of just placements alone. And so already 7, 8, 9 right out the gates, already taking the lead.
And one of the things that was interesting about that 7, 8, 9 win, which we're starting to notice, we all know the longbow meta is here to stay. That's going to be a part of this tournament no matter what. But Sentinels in that first fight actually was running a lot of R99 Peacekeeper. They had a very close range combat situation, but the work was being done by Exons in the longbow early on to set up so much poke that it put everyone in such a horrible position on their late rotation. So it seems like 7, 8, 9 are committing to giving somebody a longbow no matter what, even if they know they're going into a close range engagement. Not seeing a lot of switches after any mid-fight looting. They're really sticking with some flexibility there, and I think it's helping their team have a wide variety of ways to attack the fight.
The value of the longbow just can't be understated at this point, especially with the meta that we're playing in right now. Every single team basically running a composition where every single one has that low-profile passive at that point, where they take 5% extra damage. And that longbow, that 5% adds up really quickly. And so one good headshot, and at that point, that's a battery out, that's a med kit out, that's a lot of healing, and that's going to slow down your rotations like you had mentioned. That's a great point.
Totally.
You love to see the R99 and Peacekeeper combo still in there as well for some close quarters action. SMG shotgun still hanging in there. Peacekeeper kind of went away for a tiny little bit, and of course came back. Good to see the Peacekeeper as a former Gears of War player. I like to see some shotgun action. Oh yeah, I'm not going to lie, but a great performance from 789. The Russians coming over, all 3 players from Russia, and performing incredibly well. But let's talk a little about NRG, the team that came into this tournament. Talk of the tournament. We got some Dizzy fans in the chat, I'm sure. Good performance here in match number 2. I know you mentioned, Evan, that we didn't see a great performance in match 1. Talk to me about what we've seen from NRG so far. I
think NRG have been a little quiet, and I think that's something that understandable, considering the fact that they're coming into this with a lot of pressure and a lot of eyes. It's unavoidable to think that they're aware of how people are observing their play. So like we saw in round 1, everyone was saying, we're going to see some aggression, or are we going to see some total chill? Let's see what it is, the first game of Poland. I think we're seeing that from NRG maybe a little bit more extreme, where they're waiting it out, not trying to take too many risks and end up on the bad side of a trade. And so we're seeing them kind of fall into the wayside. Round 1 wasn't about them. It was 7, 8, 9. It was Sentinels. It was Penta. Round 2, much more as far as in their favor and kind of showcasing that they're here to play.
Yeah, definitely getting into position there. I mean, these are, two players on that team, some of the biggest streamers here in Apex, and so a lot of eyes, a lot of scrutiny on them, and that kind of pressure can weigh on you, but I'm glad to see that here in game number 2, they were able to tighten up and get a top 3 finish in this round, and especially put themselves into contention to move on, to play on later on in the day.
Yep, of course, Ace, arguably a top 3, top 5 player in the game, playing alongside Dizzy, who burst into fame. I mean, his story is unbelievable. I know his dad is here in Poland as well, cheering him on and representing. Big shout out to Dizzy and Father Dizzy as they're looking to...
Papa Dizzy.
Papa Dizzy, that's him in the chat. Papa Dizzy as they're looking for a great match number 3. Second place in match number 2. They secured themselves some kills. They're looking strong. Another team that we continue to talk about is MVP. Coming off a great match, Group A series, Wyvern performed from South Korea. Now MVP following suit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Wyvern, or MVP is having a little bit of a slower start because they didn't have the greatest game in game number 1. But here, game number 2, able to get it out into the final 3. Ends the final 3. And so it does bode well for them. Again, we weren't able to quite see exactly what their drops were, but MVP was a team that would really just try and ego on everyone during the scrims, right? They would try and contest at Repulsor, contest at Hydro, and make sure that, they made sure that everyone knew that this was our landing spot. But it has to come down to rotations. What was going on with MVP?
It's interesting because I think MVP have a little bit of the, it's weird, they're playing a little different than their usual. Like you mentioned, the aggro expected of them. Not what we've seen. This is really where they came alive towards the end. I think we're just seeing a little bit more of a cautiousness to begin this tournament. I expect more of that personality to come out day 2, or maybe in some of the later rounds, especially if they end up getting knocked to losers, which doesn't look likely now with the top 5 finish that we just saw. But overall, very solid performance. You can tell they've got it in them. I think everyone's still just holding their foot, not really going straight on the gas pedal yet. Don't want to hit 100 too fast.
Yeah, a couple other teams here in Group B that we got to see how they perform in match number 3. You got a team, obviously Energy, you want to see how they continue to perform. We got Penta, who I know you had some hype for as well. In addition to teams like Cooler, we'll see how Cooler can perform, and if they can break that threshold. Sentinels, will they continue their dominance as well? But break down the Penta squad for me. You had them listed as a dark horse in this tournament, I believe.
Yeah, definitely one of the dark horse teams in this entire tournament for me, because a lot of people, might not be familiar with Wacko and Roxay. But for me, particularly, when I was looking at the roster, it was Nesh that I was looking at, because he was a player that, I followed pretty closely in Overwatch. He had 2 World Cup yeah, he ended up being in the World Cup for Team Germany. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Twice as a representative for them. And he was just a really good, DPS player, especially in the hit scan. And in these games, even though there is bullet travel, right, he still has the aim and he has that deadliness. And so being able to pair a DPS player with some BR kind of pros who have that kind of history and being able to wrangle that in and kind of focus in that DPS, it does work out well.
It certainly does, and I think you have to understand too, being a competitor of just any game and having a breadth of knowledge in multiple titles you've competed in gives you a relative advantage in competing in a BR, especially because it can be so straightforward sometimes. But when you add things like you're just tactically positioning, working with other teammates in a bit of more of a squad formation, some of that prep is going to help them. And I think Penta are showing that they are experienced. They're a team to look out for. I'd actually expect them to make. Really surprised that the Sonics didn't get a little bit more action. They died 18th and they died 17th. And this is a highly interesting team. And I think you look at Wicked and you look at Synced, these are guys that I would have been expecting to perform a little more. So I'm looking more for them in round 3.
Yep, that's for sure. So many teams in this Group B. Group A, Group B, a little bit lighter in the heavy competition. We're still waiting for the likes of TSM, Space Station, etc. to compete. A lot of people saying Group C and Group D are our groups of death. Well, they'll be matched up in winners bracket round 2. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, though, by any means, because Group B is still underway. The action is at a peak. 7-8-9 undoubtedly securing themselves the number 1 spot right now. Can they continue their dominance? Group B stream coming up next in just a bit.
And welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, back to the secondary stream here. We'll be, of course, concluding Group B after an incredible first couple of games coming out from Team 7, 8, 9. Dan Gaskin, unprecedented, really, the start to this tournament for them.
48 points across 2 games, as the desk on the main stream we're alluding to, is an incredible points difference. They are already guaranteed through to winners bracket round 2, so they can pretty much do whatever they like going into this 3rd and final match of this round.
Now, I've seen you've been scribbling away. You've been doing the maths. You got your abacus out over there. Talk to us about how the lay of the land as we see some of the MVP guys. I mean, apparently that's how you get good at Apex. Maybe don't try that one at home, but talk to us about how the lay of the land is right now. We've got 20 teams in this group. The top 10 will move into that winners bracket. Who is in that top 10 right now?
So, of course, 7-8-9 at the top on 48. We then see Penta and MVP in 2nd and 3rd. Maestro, Sentinels find themselves in 4th and 5th, tied on 17 points. EBC and NRG tied on 6th and 7th on 16 points. Then Herbania and Ringers are in 8th and 9th, tied on 11th. And then in that 10th spot, we see Cooler and Quasar Blue. They're currently tied on 8 points as well. So very small amount of points actually on that threshold, on that top 10 placement. And then under that, we have Clash, Navi, Secret, Forehead, AEQ, Isurus, Dream, Samsung, and Sonics. Dream, Samsung, and Sonics yet to pick up any points after the first 2 matches.
And that is a surprise, to be honest with you, especially that name, the Sonics, really struggling for whatever reason at the moment. Just can't get any momentum. And now you've got to wonder, they have to play aggro. They have to get kills on the board. They have to get a placement. They need to have the kind of game that 7, 8, 9 have had in their first couple of games to find themselves in that winners bracket.
Yeah, you need to get yourself into at least a top 10 placement, if not really top 5, plus finding a decent amount of kills if you want to jump up from that kind of 15th to 20th place into that top 10. Otherwise, you are going to be finding yourself in that lower bracket later on in the competition. But it looks like match 3 is almost ready. Team 7, 8, 9 really have been the story of Group B. Their positioning has been phenomenal. Their aim has been incredible. Everything about their movement has been on point. Can they make it 3 out of 3 here on Kings Canyon?
We'll have to see, and we're going to have to see where they drop as well. We're going to be watching 7, 8, 9, and I think last time they did drop towards the water treatment. I think that's exactly what they're going to be doing again. Why would you change your formula, which has been so devastatingly successful so far? I think you'd have to be crazy to do such a thing.
And it looks like at the moment there might be a couple of teams also heading that way, but they quite quickly drift off. If you look to your left and then you maybe realize, oh yeah, 7, 8, 9, they were taking water treatment, you don't want to take that fight. If you need to survive, if you need points, you're not going to be looking to try and take on the #1 team who have been dominating the kill scoreboard.
Now, one team that I do want to kind of focus on, to be honest with you, is NRG in this particular game. Haven't had the most fantastic of starts in the first 2 games. However, they have had some fairly consistent finishes as far as that end game that we saw in that second game that we just finished. Some kills on the board, a decent placement, but first game didn't quite go their way. So I want to see how their consistency works as they move across this game.
Yeah, I wonder whether NRG are going to play pretty passive in this game and just look for a placement to try and solidify themselves in the top 10 going into winners bracket round 2, because they're on 16 points at the moment and they have an 8-point lead over 10th place. That puts them in a pretty nice spot. If they can secure maybe around 5 points, they should be able to secure their spot in that last 10. However, if they do get pushed, if there's some aggression coming from the other teams, they do have to be very careful and make a very quick decision of, can we win this fight? Do we have to retreat from this fight? Or can one of us survive just to go for a placement whilst the other two try and approach something? As AEQ under some early aggression here is Zanma. He's going to fall and get knocked. And actually, it's MVP back at their familiar grounds of the cage, and they're the ones who are providing the aggression.
Yeah, absolutely love this from MVP as well. Changing up their drop spot and some easy shots there to finish off the kill, and that's going to be early points on the board here for MVP. You have to say that they've been living up to the hype so far, Dan.
They definitely have. Okay, they've not been as aggressive, but you have to look at how the final circle worked out for them when they were dropping relay. It literally finished where they dropped to the pinpoint, so they didn't have to move. They were able to just wait and play the safe game so they could play passive. Now they've had that passive game. Now they've got enough points that they're probably going to be in the top 10, if not definitely. They can get a little bit aggressive now. They can enjoy themselves. Unfortunately, it's at the expense of AEQ here. They've lost 2 members. It's down to Mr. Elcat. They're already in the bottom 10. They only have 2 points after the first 2 matches. So it's not looking good for them. I'd say they're very likely to finish in the bottom 10 and go into that lower bracket unless we see something miraculous.
Yeah, it's going to have to be something magical. Certainly going to have to get a couple of players back in on the respawn, to be honest with you. He's not going to be able to get enough points on the board there to close a top 10 placement out and put them into that winners bracket. However, as we know here, with the format that we're playing here in Poland and Krakow, is the fact that it is a double elimination format, so no one will be going home at the end of the day. You do get that second chance as we jump on board with Isurus Gaming, another team that need a decent placement here now.
Yeah, and you might find yourself, when you are in that lower bracket as well, going up against teams maybe, I don't want to say of your skill level, but also teams that have been struggling in the early stages of this competition as well, and you might be able to build a little bit of confidence back up if you had lost it. As Penta now just kind of hiding around Skulltown here, but actually there's another team on top of the bone, so an early engagement for them.
I was going to say you might get a little bit of PTSD there if you're a Penta with what happened in that first game, and didn't manage to quite have things go their way when they seem to have the advantages that you would want. But one thing that I did notice as far as the weaponry was concerned there is the gold alternator in the hands. Means that he's going to be able to absolutely rip shields if someone decides to get up close and personal with them.
I think if you do have a player who has the disruptor rounds on the alternator, you can kind of use him as the aggressor to try and get rid of those shields and then send everyone else in to rip through the health as well. But look at this early fight for Sonics. Sonics, who currently have 0 points, they need to be winning these early fights. They need to be getting the kills, and Wicked gets 2 downs here, so the rest of the team can now march on through to look for that final and third elimination.
Yeah, and it's going to be the last player here from Isurus Gaming, who's desperately trying to get away, using that maneuverability of the Pathfinder to stay alive and fight another day, but not the start they would have wanted. Sonics, though, they needed a big game here, and that's the perfect start for them in round number 3.
Yeah, at least that gives them a little bit of hope. It gives them a little little bit of momentum going into the rest of this game. And once I see the map and actually see where this circle's heading towards, we can get an idea of who had the most favorable drop. It does look like the initial circle is kind of on the edge of Skull Town, so it's kind of more in the central area of the map, so it's very difficult to predict. So that's why you're going to have to use Pathfinder now and use his passive to get a better idea. But I think because of this match being the final match, we're naturally going to see more aggression and more early fights. So it's going to be more difficult to actually rotate deep and get those early potential positions that you might be looking for just for placements.
Looking at that circle, there's a possibility of it ending around the bunker kind of area, maybe similar to a ring that we saw in our first game of the day over in Group A. So we'll have to keep an eye on exactly how that develops. Forehead now coming under all sorts of pressure, shields being stripped, and they're caught between a couple of teams here. They just need to try and stay alive, but the shots are raining in through the windows. They just can't buy a break right now.
Yeah, and you can see on that Forehead roster as well, one of the players being a controller player, one of the few controller players at this tournament. There's a lot of conversation around that of, do you have an advantage, do you have a disadvantage as a controller player? Well, we've seen some incredible controller players, but we also see the hindrance that controller players have as well, and especially when it comes to looting. But you saw Isrus there actually opting to go back for banners, so maybe they can manage to get at least one of those members back up so that they can get a better fight later on, and maybe opt to actually take some later game fights and try and find some points on the board that they so desperately need.
Now, Na'Vi, one of those teams who are kind of on the threshold at the moment. I think they're in around 12th or 13th place, so a decent game here from Na'Vi, and they can continue their run here into a winner's bracket position into that top 10, and some nice shots here with the longbow here from PKMK. They're going to drop some shields, but unfortunately they're just not in a position to secure those kills at the moment. As you see, everyone starting to take a little bit of real estate just outside of the bunker here in the town.
One of the things I've been really wondering about this particular tournament and Apex Legends tournaments in general is how in the know are players with their current position, and more importantly, other teams' current position. Do Na'Vi know they're chasing the likes of Cooler and Quasar Blue? Because if they do, if they see that possibility of an engagement to take them out, they should be going for it. They should be trying to win that fight rather than avoiding it. And then, of course, they'll be avoiding the likes of 789, who have been taking so many aggressive fights, who are going to have no fear whatsoever.
And I absolutely love this from MVP. You can see that Pathfinder zipline going up to the top, highest part of the area at the moment to really maybe put themselves in an aggressive position to catch any teams who are rotating. And now you're going to see them wait, maybe try and ping a shield before they try and get that elevation on the map.
And you saw them ping 2 buildings just in kind of Bunker Town, which was the circle we saw on the mainstream earlier, where they are probably thinking this could be finishing. Again, a lot of the circle finishes, they are under patterns that a lot of these players have seen, and there are only a certain amount of final circles that can possibly finish on Apex Legends, so a lot of these players will certainly have memorized those to their best ability. Although, at this tournament, we have seen a couple of differences. I wonder whether Respawn are throwing a couple of spanners in the works there to try and make it a little bit more unpredictable for these players. But either way, this is a nice early rotation from MVP to secure one of these really good buildings to hold if this is going to be a final circle at Bunker Town.
Again, it's such a clean rotation from them as well. When you can see that blue armor just sitting down, Rat's going to pick that up quite happily and have that to his inventory, and they just seem to do everything and execute so effectively, MVP. That's been one of the things which has really impressed me so far. We saw that zipline being sent out, maybe a little bit of a decoy, to be honest with you, to draw the attention away of some of the other teams who are surrounding, and then using that Wraith porthole to get themselves into a position where they can essentially lock down, much like they did at the start of the last game, that relay building, and then just look for those placement points and put themselves in the winners bracket.
And I think this early, because Pathfinder's ult recharges so quickly as well, you can just kind of pop them up just as a second option, as now Banterstorm is going to be laying down some fire with the longbow. Does have the Skull Piercer as well, so he's going to be so deadly from this height on top of the bones, but it looks like the team he was raining down on were actually able to escape, and that's what it's going to be for a lot of these teams in this game, is escaping those engagements, but trying to capitalize on maybe third-partying. I think we're going to see more third-party fights in this game than we've seen in the previous matches.
Yeah, those sound cues are going to be vital. As soon as you hear some fighting, you might be able to put your head on a swivel, readjust your reticle to be involved in those fights and try and pick up some kills, as there's a few weak players with broken shields you might be able to take down and take those kills away and put some points on the board. But now we'll see Quasar Generation Blue, another team who are on the threshold at the moment. They're either just inside, I think they might be in 10th place at the moment, just holding things down as they decide to kind of tickle each other up here.
They're in joint 10th place. They have to outplace Cooler and hope that the teams below them don't outplace them if they want to ensure themselves in the top 10. So still a little bit for them to do, but as I predicted, those teams that are on the threshold are just looking to play for that placement. They are going to be playing very conservative. They are going to be playing safe. But speaking of teams that don't play safe, that have been playing aggressive and playing amazing, 789 have found themselves quite centrally in this circle as well. On the other side, not in Bunker Town, but more towards High Desert.
And that's going to be EBC picking up some limbs along the way as well. A couple of players being dropped down, a couple of players are bleeding out. And now you can see 7, 8, and 9 again just repositioning. And it's actually going to be XNT here. He's looking to peek, and look at the focus fire there. Getting that knock, and the elimination will come into boot. Another kill going into the hands of 7, 8, 9.
Not good news for Secret, only on 3 points after those first 2 matches as well. So they really would have been hoping that they were able to get a little bit further. Unfortunately for them, though, it looks like the losers bracket is likely if they were the squad that was eliminated, because one has actually gone down now, just 19 teams left. Not looking good for Team Secret.
And I'm pretty sure that was 3 more kills on the board there for the guys from 789. So what a start it has been to their tournament here in Krakow, Poland. They really couldn't have asked for more. MVP, of course, still involved in the battle. 19 squads remaining now, as we see that ring once again collapsing towards that 3rd ring.
You can almost see the communication because Apex has the ability where you can ping locations and you can communicate without words. It means we get an insight as to what the actual thought process is behind a lot of these teams, and you can see them pinging kind of the edge of Bunker and also the opposite side of Bunker and saying, right, this is where the circle could potentially be finishing. Do we need to work towards this side or the other? And those are going to be the decisions that the in-game leader will make, but also it's going to be that communication between the team to ensure everyone is happy with it. And as well as other teams just pushing through the red here, because, you know, you're not going to be taking that much damage. You can afford to take a little bit of chunk, use those health packs that you've been able to pick up earlier, and maybe just ensure that you have full health later on. Because to be fair, when you get into those late game fights, it's very rare that you're actually having the time to use health. Usually it's just shield batteries and shield cells you're actually possibly able to use.
789 once again in a phenomenal position as we approach the circle closing in around a minute's time. What are the odds, do you reckon, that you could have got at the start of this day for 789 to win every single game in their group?
Well, I mean, judging by what Jameson said, they seem to have been performing very well in scrims, so I'm sure whilst they might not have been on the radar of some, they were certainly on the radar of a lot of the community. As you can see now, who is still alive in the game? Still 19 squads left and still some very full and healthy teams. No one taken down off a lot of these teams that are left. They've been doing very well to revive a lot of those players that have maybe been knocked down.
Only 30
We'll head
seconds
again
left
here.
on the clock. The ring.
Finding themselves in a position where they don't have the greatest of armor. They're trying to rotate late towards the circle again, and they haven't managed to pick up kills. It's kind of been the story for them, to be honest with you, so far in the first 2 games that we've seen. And they are one of those teams who do need a big performance here, so they're going to have to get involved with some engagements as we get a little bit closer towards that endgame. We jump on board with Quasar Generation Blue, just outside of the circle here. Maybe just looking to pick up a couple of players who are looking to rotate in late towards that circle, gatekeeping the edge of the circle. Some nice height on their sides, on their side as well. Excuse me.
You can see the nervousness in the gameplay from QGB as well. They don't know whether to be pushing towards the circle or try to gatekeep, because they are the team with a target on their back. They currently reside in that 10th place, and now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They're being pushed by several different teams here, so they need to be very, very careful.
Armor being replenished slowly and surely by Watson's ult there. And now we're going to see Na'Vi again, still trying to find some kills themselves. 18 squads will be still left in this particular game. And Payne picks up a kill there, or down I should say, for Forehead. So at least they've got something on the board here. Na'Vi's still with 3 players alive as well on the longbow in hand.
Na'Vi have done so well to take the entirety of the bunker as well. They've got Watson fences on both sides of the bunker entrances. If this finishes on bunker, they are in prime position. It finishes on one side of the bunker. Okay, it's going to be the west side, but that means they can now adjust their position and quickly turtle up on that west side of bunker to try and ensure that they get a decent finish here, because they need it. I'd say they need minimum top 4+ kills to get into the top 10.
And if you look at the lay of the circle at the moment, where it's about to to move. There's only about 2 or 3 choke points potentially for teams to move through here towards that next circle. So look for those rotations to be coming in from the east side of the map, potentially through bunker, potentially Na'Vi might be challenged. And that's exactly what's happening right now, Dan. They're taken down to low shields. They have to retreat.
I wonder whether it was maybe too much aggression from Na'Vi to actually have one of their players taken down. They might be able to get away with a revive here, though. You can see that there was just a little bit of communication there to say, don't worry, I've been able to get away. He probably overpeaked with the longbow or whatever weapon he's using to try and get some shots off. He was punished for it, but at least he's been able to survive. And now Na'Vi are in prime position, which also means they're in a good spot to actually get some kills as well.
Yeah, and Herbania, who are in a pretty good position as far as making it into that winner's bracket is concerned, are also in a good position as far as the map is concerned. They're trying to take this building at the moment with 52 seconds left until that circle will be collapsing, forcing the movement from the players. And now they're coming under quite a lot of pressure, trying to chase down this player. There comes the grapple over the top, misses the shot though, but hits the second to get the chunk, and that's going to be the down.
And to be honest, I'd have to disagree with you, Mark. Even though that positionally right now they look okay, they have to either go over bridge or they have to go through bunker or try and rotate around the entirety of the map if they want to get into this circle. Yes, they were in a great place for the initial circle, but now this next one, they are going to really struggle to get through. They have to push into one of these choke points and they have to win the fight.
The NRG now on the other side of the bunker at the moment, just by the Oasis, so they're going to be set up pretty nicely here. You can see shield-wise looking pretty good. And as far as that alternate is concerned, apart from a barrel, they're looking pretty stacked as far as a weapon for close-range combat is concerned. Now we're going to see that circle moving pretty soon down. NRG will have to make that move towards the bunker.
I love how NRG just put their Watson fences up on the bridge as well, despite the fact they were holding towards Oasis, almost to warn people off that choke point, but no one actually holding it at the moment, so maybe that is good news for Herbania. They might be able to rotate cleanly through.
Sentinels now, beautiful shots coming in here from Zoms as well. Drops that player's shield, hit 2 wingman shots on him. Sentinels, of course, who took down a lot of players on their way to a second place finish in our first game of the day, looking to repeat the dosage here as we're seeing kills dropping across the board as everyone's flying in now. NRG are in a little bit of trouble here, Dan. It's up to Dizzy to make a play.
Look how quickly we went down from 16 squads to about 9 as well. 7 teams just going down, pushing through that circle. We knew the possibility was there because there were so many choke points to push through. Massive kill for Ace.
Ace is looking for another one as well. The rates in problems. Can he finish off this kill? Has to queue. And the pressure now is on Ace with 1 HP to make a play here for NRG.
He doesn't know whether to shield or whether to look for the fight, but at the other side, there's full purple armor now for Herbania, and this is going to be really tough for Ace to make it work. Both his teammates have gone down. They have got top 10. He has got some kills, but can he win this engagement?
A smart play to eliminate those players as well, and he will be taken down. Big plays coming in from Swagloke there to clean up the kills, take down Ace. NRG fall out of contention.
I'd like to think that that's enough, though, from NRG to move through because they did have decent amount of kills. They did get a decent position as well to secure some points, but elsewhere now, Forehead are under a little bit of pressure as another team falls as we're down to 6, and I think that's going to be all she wrote for Forehead if they can't get out of this position right now.
Oh, he doesn't get the chance to relocate that Peacekeeper onto the head of the player who was punching him. His punch comes in, it misses, and another team will drop here, and it's going to be, I believe, Forehead who are dropping like flies as we jump on board here with EBC. What a performance this has been from them. This could propel them through potentially, Dan.
And it'd be great if we could just get a flick around of which teams are still alive. So 7, 8, 9 are still alive again into that top 4. EBC still alive. They are in the top 10 as well, so they'll be securing themselves in that winner's bracket. But there's still 2 other squads that are going to be competing against these two. 7, 8, 9 have to get in towards. We know Na'Vi are in the central. They're holding bunker, so this is an amazing position for Na'Vi. They should be able to project themselves into that top 10.
Yeah, big performance here from Na'Vi, under pressure as well. They've picked up kills along the way. Sentinels still in play as well. We're down to our final 4 squads here as we're closing in on some of those final circles, and here comes the push from Sentinels. Ratsy's getting aggressive.
Yeah, he's just trying to inch his way into the circle. The red is going to start eating away at Sentinels now, but they're in such a bad spot. They're being shot by several different people, but the shots they're laying down with these SMGs are incredible. Na'Vi come out to fight as well. Na'Vi need the kills, and they managed to get a couple. 7, 8, 9 Adusu falls. So there's now just going to be 3 squads left.
And here comes the push here from EBC as well. I think they're hearing the fact that the fighting's going on. They're going to come in, pick up some comfortably easy kills. Another player in front of them. The team fire comes in. Na'Vi doing everything they can to survive in this situation, but EBC too strong, and they will take home game number 3.
And EBC, who were in 6th place, will be definitely moving through with a victory. But what a performance from Na'Vi, positioning themselves perfectly in bunker early, predicting that circle, picking up some kills as well. It should be enough to move them into that top 10 placement. However, that's going to mean danger for the likes of Cooler, the likes of Quasar Blue. Even Ringers might be a little bit vulnerable here of dropping out of that top 10. It was 11 kills for EBC as well as that victory. So we really are seeing teams that are actually getting that top spot also with a dominating amount of kills.
Yeah, 23 points on the board there for EBC will guarantee them going through from their position after round number 2. And at the finale here of Group B, I mean, the story, to be honest with you, Dan, is the fact that 7, 8, 9 are certainly a team to be watching. First place in the first game, first place in the first game, first place in the second game, going back-to-back, and then a top 5 finish, I believe it was, in that third game there. Didn't quite catch their final position. But EBC as well, showing with some of the big names that we talked about in this group, Dan, it's kind of been the surprise packages which have been the most impressive.
Yeah, we'll try and get you confirmation of who actually finished in that top 10 as soon as we can. But at the moment, I've seen some incredible stuff from these teams.
It has been absolutely incredible, the action that we have seen so far. It's been beautiful from every single player and every single team that's been involved. But for now, I think we need to go over to the guys on the desk because Group B, well, we're done and dusted.
To the main stage, as we said, some top talent here in this game. We've talked a little bit about this group, Dread. We got TSM here. We've got Team Liquid Blue, T1, of course, Misfits as well.
Gen G, a lot of big names here coming across the board at T1, Space Station Gaming. This is a very stacked group, and we got to figure out who are going to be the 10 that move on to take on the winners of Group C later on.
Maybe you see Echo Fox coming in here and going to go ahead and start to move around. Looks like not too much action for them. We talked earlier about teams being comfortable about their drops. One great thing I heard from Fnatic NA last night as I was talking to Spirit is he was saying, you know what, we know containment so well that if anyone else were to drop, we don't mind because of how well we know that drop. But I also want to find out exactly what's going on across the rest of the map. Now over to Blaze and Nate for that breakdown.
Nate? So guys, we're looking here at the command center. So we just got our initial drops. Nate, anything over there? Because I know you got Team Kurt and you got TSM over there on your side.
Yeah, so we have the cage drop over for TSM coming down. And I got to say, one of the things that did catch me off guard a little bit, one of these teams, I think it might have been Gen G, actually went for a Bangalore in their
comp. So we did get a Bangalore.
I think we do finally have a team that is not entirely Wraith, Watson, and Pathfinder. Okay. That kind of just caught me off guard. Anything crazy on your side?
Yeah, so, and also I want to say, yeah, so we got Team Kurt. They're going to be over there at Containment. Now over here, we're going to be having Game Arena. These guys coming over there towards, they're going to be up top at Repulsor, and now coming over here down low. Everything's looking good so far. We're going to have one team over here at Farm. That's going to be Singularity, but so far nobody's messing with each other. Nobody's fighting early on. This is these guys' first game, so they want to play it safe. We usually don't see these teams get any interactions till around the third circle. That's what we saw in match number 1. We'll see if it happens in this series as well.
Thanks so much, guys. Back here now taking a look at Fnatic EU. This EU side, you got a nice mix of players here, both from the UK and Sweden.
Yeah, I think it's very important to note that competitive Apex for Fnatic EU, that's not the roster that for things like the X Games and things like that were representative. So when you're like, I've loved, Fnatic within competitive Apex, just understand that this is kind of the breakout moment here for the North American roster, and we'll see what they, the European rosters. We'll see what they do here as they are residing towards the labs. And can we just bring it back a skosh here, really quick, Bravo?
Let's do it.
Bangalore is on Kings Canyon.
That's what we're hearing. We're wondering, we're going to check in with Gen G later. We're hearing, if I had to guess, could be Grim Reality. We do have a note that he has a few different mains, both one being Bang, one being Watson, one being Wraith. So we will check in here with Gen G.
I would love to see Grim Reality's perspective individually, just because actually we struggle to identify if the Bangalore is actually going to be a part of this comp here yet.
Let's go this way.
But if so, this is, as we said, it's not like it's out of nowhere. Yeah, actually, it's going to be Silk Thread.
All right, so not even. Interestingly, in the notes here, Silk Thread listed his mains as a path and a lifeline, but instead he is going to be here, and I think the Bangaloreans are going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be able to see this deviation and the fact that it's at a lack of a Watson. So let's talk about some of the advantages or maybe disadvantages that Gen G now face. Straight up, you cannot post up in the late game circles nearly as successfully with a Bangalore as you could with the Watson. But you can aggress to mid and early game skirmishes and probably deter mid to early game skirmishes far better with this composition from Gen G.
Also, keep in mind, loot is now going to be a big focus for them because they will have the pressure of needing cells and bats because they do not have the ability to heal in late game. Also, of course, not running a lifeline, so no ultimates are coming down there as well. So their loot scenario could get interesting if they don't find the right stuff on the map.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a great point that you bring up there. And my goodness, Flanker setting up the tone for Liquid here as they take themselves a crossroad quarrel. Really pretty there. But I think this is going to be really exciting. And the digital threat element for the Bangalorean team is going to be exciting here. Also, Nocturnal for that roster needs to find a way to upgrade a Skosh there onto his armor. And here, for Akihabara, only have Sapoten alive.
Yeah, Akihabara here. Sapoten, he's their Wraith, of course. In between a rock and a hard place, and that's some early limbs there.
Talk about a very centered circle, too. Just got a quick glance there coming out from him, but the reason I raise that as a concern point is just basically for the closer it gets to the center, the less hiding points there are, and more importantly, more angles you can get flanked from. If you're a Lone Ranger, the last thing you want is a center circle, so bit of a grim tale here for him as well.
I did want to ask you, as we're still early days here, your thoughts just on general where this is heading in terms of, we've seen a few drops, we don't have all of that information, but just in terms of what we can expect, at least for these next few rotations for these teams.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, I need to get a closer look on exactly where within our center circle, but I think it's pretty fair to say that it's going to be residing somewhere near the hillside or destroyed cascades as circle, which has some of the more interesting skirmish approaches, mainly when considering that left western versus eastern approach, which is something we talked about within our group number 8 skirmishes.
Oh, shots coming in here. Looks like could have an opportunity. Oh, and the knock actually comes down there. That's going to be Nocturnal.
This battery. This needs to get off, and actually will end up going off there. Here we see the other side, though, trying to pressure, getting it at 2 different angles. Nocturnal falling very, very low. Tries to get a third for an armor swap. That Thermite is actually going to hit him, setting him low. He needs the armor. He needs the heal, and he will be denied each and every one of those wishes.
We talk about the ability to, in the early game, choosing those battles, the ability to disengage, and it feels like that was a whole lot of effort for a terrible result at that stage in the game with where they caught themselves.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing that I would highlight is just the desperation that the Thermite put it under. Remove the Thermite from that moment, and Nocturnal's not in nearly as bad of a spot. Right. That Thermite really, truly made it go, okay, I need to be able to find this kill, maybe to look to take this trade, but definitely ambitious for Nocturnal over that, again, that initiation here. So we do get a bit better glance, though, at the final circle, and I still think it's fair to say, based on what we get there, that it is going to be likely dead-centered a little bit to the northern end, and again, the destroyed cascades.
Absolutely. Now, here towards this hillside outpost, it's going to be posting up here as we check in with this Misfit. So I got a chance to talk to Lucido last night as well, and also, as I said, talking to Spirit. Spirit thinking this group is probably the most volatile one here, and certainly a difficult one. So we'll have to see how this nets out. Like we said, a lot of great talent here. We haven't checked in with TSM, but you know that if we can take any past results as an indication, there's a good chance we're going to see them in the late game quite a few times.
Yeah, and the Misfits, you know, one of the longest standing rosters that exists actually at the entirety of this tournament. And, you know, on the note of Lucido, definitely one of the more talkative and, you know, just approachable players. I can't help but feel like guy's very friendly. He's just, you know, I ran into him at breakfast, he's just like, what's up? I will tell you anything and everything of my opinions about Apex Legends, and I very much appreciated that there. Brightly young lad, but glancing over now here is going to be Virtus Pro. Look at the armor circumstance here, looking nice and purple.
Absolutely. Now here on the HRO side, 3 American players here.
Great positioning. They have themselves a really nice high ground advantage here. This is near unapproachable outside of a Pathfinder from the southern left-hand side there, where Overpowered is coming from, or where Hill is now glancing.
Also going to be pretty happy with how that 301 is sitting. Also Peacekeeper in the back pocket too. Wingman is going to give them a bit of range, no scope on that, but right now, like you said, in terms of positioning and the fact that they're fenced up, they're going to be calling this place home for a little bit.
Well, it's very important to note here that the Alternator doesn't have the Disruptor rounds and the Wingman doesn't have an extended mag. So this is actually a pretty bad loadout. And normally when you see this, you go, that's all right. But with those parameters being met, with an extended mag or a Disruptor round. So I would actually say, at least here, just for RNK's perspective, he definitely needs to find a way to get a knock and loot up on some of those bodies.
Checking in back with Fnatic EU here. Going to go ahead and find a jump tower to move around the map. And we also see now on the one above all side, like we said, their bottom here, Hillside Outpost, and they're going to have ability to move, and like we said, not in a rush to do so.
Meanwhile, Fnatic here, taking a glance towards that Sacred Forest. Where did all that little dust come from? My goodness, was that a slide by? Watson fence up, ping's going across the board. I think it's fair to assume somebody there here. Glancing at Misfits though, take a couple of trades, swaps back over that 301. Not enough to connect to get the knock, but definitely pressured that player.
Yep, Moose, the in-game leader there. You see him, unsurprisingly, also the first to land those shots.
Notice the turbocharger. Gonna really help out on this Havoc. The lack of bullet drop and energy actually makes this a very reasonable opportunity there for the Havoc player.
We do see Hub all the way kind of extending over to get a different angle as well, but decides to just circle back with the team. And a little bit slower pace from what we saw in our Group A, Dread.
It is a bit here, but the fact actually that we've watched 2 whole squads get removed is actually pretty surprising, I feel like. Though we did see less, I feel like, killing across the board, or excuse me, more killing across the board. The fact that the 2 whole squads have been eliminated, so more, I would say, clumped rotations here. We got Zerg with a really nice perspective and view over top of those members towards containment.
Yeah, right now you see him. He can check bunker, he can check Hillside Outpost, he can check River Center.
Yeah.
Lots of angles for him, of course. These guys here, Team Kurt, the artist formerly known as T1, competing under the Team Kurt banner. And I think if we look at their performance at X Games, right, I think there was a lot of hopes for them. And I think, they have to look at that tournament as this now an opportunity to once again, like we said before the series, cement themselves as the conversation of who are the top teams here, right? In this tournament, we have 80.
Yeah.
And at the end of the weekend, right, that conversation about who is the top is going to be a lot clearer than the results we had coming out of X Games.
Depending on how dominant it is, honestly, I think most people would look at that and say, there's going to be a couple of names. We go from 80 down to maybe 5, but if you do really perform well enough, I could argue maybe that's just as big as one, especially if it's that of TSM.
Yeah, now taking a look here. Here is Kick Esports Club, and just raining bullets down across the river. And as you see, not sure exactly which team that's trapped down there, but in a tough place, breaking some shields again.
Not able to shoot through that left-hand window.
We do bring up a good point, though, of course. Especially if there's some rooftop gameplay, there's a lot of ways to pick at people in those shacks. If you have someone, for example, on the roof with the Peacekeeper, usually not a good day for you.
Notice how TSM is very controlling of this chokehold. I've seen this before, once from TSM and Albro lately in this exact same situation. And last time, the circle was a bit more advantageous for them, but they absolutely adore the control over this area of the map. And now, out of the bounds, full scout. This is why Albro lately is one of the best, if not the best, Pathfinder in the world.
Just in case you wanted to have any idea of what was going on at any point in the map, Aberlele has found that. Note, though, they're running all whites here. So they're going to have, there's a reason they're playing this choke the way they are. They don't have an option to really get out and have the kind of luck on their side.
No, we need a bit more context on where this whole story has looked like for TSM, but I can't help but say that I'm a little concerned. It seems like they were willing to go with the high ground center focus and just get as much information as possible, focusing on the placements. That is the thought process for a majority of the teams here, but I would argue that they're a top roster that's skilled enough that they should be wanting to set the tone, much like we got out of some of our teams there in Group A.
Now looking at Sugobert, we did see a Havoc in play as well. Now they're going to start to make the move, but we're back up over TSM here. Shots coming through, and they're in a world of trouble.
Albralele in a really bad spot, able to find the grapple on the way out. We see the shots on the downside, trying to get the cover. Imperial How did break the blue armor. Going to be able to shield up thanks to that Watson generation. Albralele dropped the Phoenix kit, 9 seconds out from that. So TSM, at least hold on here after the start of that skirmish. The wingmen chipping away out from reps.
And now it looks like, a little bit of a quick settings change there for Aberlele as well. Now back to Hal, and like we said, they've got a lot of time here. They just need to play very careful on how they got out of this choke. We don't have intel on exactly who it is that's pinching them, but they need to play this carefully. And if there's one team that can play a situation like this in the early game carefully, it's probably TSM.
And if there's one guy who can make this his jungle gym, it's Albralele. And to be honest, that is the biggest reason that whoever's pushing this, I would say think twice, because that man may be enough to be able to outplay you all by himself with those grapples.
Yeah, but go ahead now, take a look at Team Selector. Like you said, we've seen Albralele just a few moments there, really able to find any grapple, both to scout and then also to disengage and now to re-scout. We've seen him he knows his way around that part of the map in that central choke.
You basically have to count down 15 seconds. Every time he grapples, if you don't count that, that is your window to deal with Albralele. If you do not, you can just go ahead and count out the next one there. Big trade coming through, loss of armor onto Hal, and you can see a bit concerned, even forcing out this iframe.
Yeah, like you said, not necessarily, didn't look like he was maybe in that much of trouble, but really can't be too safe. And you could even say that little moments like that are so indicative of TSM's playstyle. They don't, sure, a lot of teams might not have taken that risk and just try to get back, but the fact that he does, I think, says a lot about their team and their success.
And I would also argue it plays to their foresight. Hal drops the iframe in that situation because it removes any damage onto his HP. If he doesn't lose any HP, that's more syringes for the late game. They know they're on an econ game. It's a war of attrition for TSM, and they understand that. The question is, can they execute well enough to make this limited resources actually beneficial for them?
Going to heal up once again, and there's a lot of the same, just continuing to watch those same sightlines here. We do see a few knocks in the kill feed, so we'll keep an eye on those as well. Now back over here to Sinister Esports.
Taking a big trade there, finds the first knock, but pressure from up above. The grapple comes through, finds himself on a 1-versus-1, but the Peacekeeper damage comes through. Easy cleanup shot there coming out from, I would believe it was going to be, Seg there.
It is, again, Sinister is the one that falls. That'll be our third team eliminated so far. Now back over to the Fnatic EU team. They found themselves with a battle, and they're going to go ahead and try to get out. That's going to be Dids trying to stay alive. No, he will fall, and that is also Fnatic EU out of this match as well.
And here we see Gen G. Wow, already Silk Thread on that Bangalore. Tries to skirt by it, not far enough away to be able to get out of that pressure. Grim Reality, though, is able to heal up in the downtime, and Misfits on the backside. Cleaning up shop there, and I believe close it out as that is going to be Silk Thread finish.
They do. That's a full wipe for Misfits, and a lot of composure as they do that as well. You see going to be an opportunity to maybe grab some more goods, but they're also finding some more pressure that's going down towards the south-southwest, and they're going to go ahead and chase that as that raid's going to queue out.
Wow, talk about a nice hit there with those double wingman on that slide through.
Now trying to find exactly, of course, charging in here. Easier said than done. Yep. And there it is. Look at that. Cool, calm, and collected from Help. Knew that the player was likely playing a little bit of door games there. Not going to stand for that. Thermite goes out. Easy a limb there.
Yeah, he pretty much just looked at any classic and said, let me show you how it's done. A Thermite grenade, if well placed, can do the exact same thing there. I mean, that was just pretty. Best way to put it there. Nice opener from Albralele, gets the slide through, finds himself the first knock, but he has no HP. He peeks in the downtime, knowing that they're willing to reload. A moment of confidence, but maybe too much. Imperial Hal ends up going down.
It's just going to be Albralele here. Last player alive for TSM, as we talked about. One of the best teams here in the tournament, your X Games winner, and they are in a tough spot. But look at Storm in here. He starts the Phoenix kit, but going to wait. What's going to happen here?
Oh, no! No! Still ends up finding a third party, but now Albralele. Wait. Albralele knows he ended up going down. He's going to push for the res. And questionably, the bigger question here is the other target willing to push within this window. Do they even know? Oh my goodness. Because that was the final kill, they're not understanding that there was more within this crevice and actually decide against pushing. TSM is given a near miracle here in the center of the map.
It looked like it was the end of the road for TSM in their first game on the main stage in this tournament, but they will live potentially here to the late game as more shots coming in here from Misfits, and Moose and company going to need to get ready to move a little more central as this ring starts to close in.
Help, though, needs to be able to hit a lot of these shots if they're going to close this out, and he's taking too much there, forcing now his iframe. We look over towards Moose, full HP. Holds his own here for a little bit.
Those shots come through, and now 12 squads left, and there's a whole, Storm not taking too hard as they're going to fly in, but there's not a lot of cover towards these final hill strip.
No, it's going to be very, very difficult there, and taking that one tick, we'll see if it comes at a cost. Arcstar will be able to help out with some breathing room, maybe an opportunity to get some shields. Moose still pressuring in, throwing as much as he possibly can, ends up grappling back, but he needs to be able to shield up here, slides down, takes the pressure up from above, knows the backside of the rock's the only place that he can hide. He ends up getting knocked here. Help needs exactly that as he's struggling a bit. Lucido, the only one really with any composure and taking shots from down below. The G7 Scout, the one dishing him out.
We see not able to hit those shots on Lucido, and now he hits several, but does not get the knock just yet. The Virtus Pro side here trying to see if they can squeak those knocks out on these angles.
Great opener.
Reloading.
Now back over to the TSM side, and they are looking a lot healthier than the last time we checked in with them.
Better armor as well. Resources completely shifted in their favor after getting those kills. Or more so, maybe those kills handed to them.
Yes, leave it to TSM to fight out of the circumstances that we saw them in. And like you said, likely a misjudgment from the other side to not push in on that choke. Definitely a lack of information there helps them out in the end, and they will see top 10 here. What a surprise it would have been if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, absolutely devastating for their expectations and a lot of those fans at home. Reps, though, actually struggling here in this skirmish and one above all. And keep in mind that they are, well, above that of TSM. The high ground advantage very much in their favor. We've got ourselves 10 seconds out until round 5 closes, and TSM has to find a way to make a push in some way, shape, or form here, and you know they're going to be sharking right from above.
This is the HRO going to be the one that takes down Sigelbert there on your screen, and they're getting ready to push in as well. Now here comes Hal. Going to be flying right in here and go right away into a center structure here in this very small shack at River Center. Some great shots from him as well. Back over to Aberlele.
Man, I can't believe TSM made it with almost no damage coming through. Aberlele now moving, joining up here onto the high ground. Shots go out, but that target is able to survive. No crack coming through. Cell dropped.
And look at how central they are. The fact that they are not taking damage here indicates how many battles are happening around them.
Yeah, they're very, very controlled, keeping as much cover as they can from both angles. Arcstar trying to stop the iframe coming out from now on that Wraith in the river. There, Arcstar connects. The pings go down. Do they push? Aberlele wastes no time.
You know he's going to fly in there, gets a nice Peacekeeper kill, grapples right back up, and he's right back with the squad in the shack. Doesn't catch that grapple, but still going to be quite central. But here it is. Take a look at one above all still being a pain in TSM's backside.
Yeah, the Fireman really lighting a fire under TSM. They need to find a way to get control over this. The shielding and Phoenix is coming through, but now pressure, the flank coming out from the other side. Brands ends up going down. BNS is going down. Fireman ends up going down, and the oxygen here now removed from that squad, but TSM still thriving on top of their hut here.
And look at this. They know how much cover they have and also how much they don't have. The lack thereof, they know they need to play these angles on these roofs so well.
Look at the resource trade as well. They know that they need to get that spread across the board. Reps ends up struggling. Virtus Pro is looking so very good. They are ready to try and push this with the 5 squads remaining, but they cannot bite off more than they can chew. Otherwise, they will struggle versus the remaining 3. As we see the shots go through, it seems like TSM is now no longer with us as Virtus Pro clean up house.
And there they go. TSM looks like they will get a top 5, but that will be the end. Now back on board with Virtus Pro and setting up in, really, you don't think of this as the best place to have a little Watson ult in a late game, but they're going to have to call it home right now. They do have also that zip to a little more central and to that shack, which is going to be an option for them, not only for a little bit of zip dancing, but also just to get more central.
Yeah, and it should be noted here as we glance at Petty Boss that that is only a one-man representative of one of our squads here, and now Misfits, full 3 versus Virtus Pro. We've got the one representative. Where is squad 4? You know we will find out here as round 6 comes to a close.
Here we go now. Back on board Virtus Pro. All rolling purples, and they're going to be feeling good about that. But as we know, they're now going to fly in here, and they're going to get a little more central, and now maybe drop down. But shots coming from the back. I think that's the 14.
Yeah, sitting inside the house somewhere. And that's a lot of shots under Virtus Pro. Actually, enough to drop down Pei out of his armor. The Arcstar ends up connecting. Wraith ends up dropping. Misfits is clutching this out as they advance onward into the middle of the house. Swap out to the alternator. Not enough to confirm the knock, but Help struggling heavily here. Drops the battery. I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to be able to get that off, but Lucido buys himself a bit of time. Help gets the heal, and now 3 squads remain.
Yeah, that's going to be Moose finishing off Game Arena as well. Still, all the focus here on the roof of this shack. Look at that. There's going to be Team Kurt that falls now. 2 squads remaining.
Misfits, it's in such a good position. If they can get to the high ground, they've got the 2-man knock. They need the kill to push onto the Peacekeeper. It gets enough to get the 1 knock here. A 2 versus 2. Lucido and Help with the Peacekeeper battle. They're doing their best. They focus it in, and Misfits clutch it out.
Talk about composure to close out that game. It's not the biggest shack in the river, let me tell you.
It was by the end of it. It felt like every single member of the top 6 teams at some point knocked on that door.
I'm going to say that if those walls could tell tales, we'd hear from a lot of the top teams at this tournament. In the end, only 1 team remains. That's going to be Misfits. They close it out, like you said, Dread, in that 2v2. Lots of Peacekeepers in that battle, and that's what you expect to be brought to not only a late game, but especially a late game like that.
One thing I got to say after the end of that, Bravo, is that one roster very heavily stood out that has not had a very public performance before that point, and that is that of Virtus Pro.
Yep.
They looked clean with some of the decisions making. They looked phenomenal when it came to their shots. They were on point, the macro, the teamwork and coordination with the push onto the top of that house. Yes, it may not have been flawless and did not net them a win, but you can be confident that if they keep up that pace, there is no way they do not make themselves into our winner bracket.
Lucido and crew have to be feeling good about that. As I said, got a chance to talk to him last night, and he was relaxed, just talking about we're ready to play our game, and that's exactly what we saw them do in game number 1. A fantastic performance from them. Group D kicks off with quite a bang as well. Excited to hear what our analysts have to say. John, take it away for a review of game number 1.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back again with Jamerson and Glitter here. A great game 1 across the board. A few teams that we talked about, a few teams we kind of forgot to talk about, slipped under the rug there. Of course, it was Virtus Pro with a second place finish, but ultimately Misfits comes out on top.
I mean, you know, I said it. I called them out, and I guess they heard me because they had a performance there. You know, Glitter's over here just punching me every single time that Moose and Help and Lucido are just doing anything. I'm like, ow, I bruise easy.
I'm so excited for them. I wanted them to do well. This is exactly what they needed to do, coming out strong in the first match. And I'm hyped.
I mean, that's exactly what I talked about, right? I said that they need to take their early advantage, right? If they get an uncontested drop the way that they did in the past, they need to be able to press this. And they had great positioning there,
really
especially in the mid and late game.
Yeah, of course. How can you not be excited? How can you not? I mean, maybe you can avoid punching him. Maybe avoid that.
I don't recall doing that. I don't think that's true.
She blacked out, honestly. She blacked out. That's how good the game was. But Misfits coming out on top. I know TSM with the top 4 finish as well. You can't obviously not talk about TSM based on where they're at right now and as it stands with their dominance. But all Misfits all day. Virtus Pro in second place. Team Kurt, though, in third place. Formerly T1. There were some words there. But yeah, Team Kurt playing well as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, making it to the top 3 for sure is going to help them out here in Group D. Group D very heavily contested, as we can see right now. A lot of teams coming out from the woodwork. VP had a great ending there. Pija also like really performing for the team.
Yeah, I think Team Kurt actually had a lot to prove coming out of X Games as well. I think they went into X Games with a lot of the other teams, themselves included, having really high expectations and then maybe not necessarily meeting them, and they just proved what they can do here.
Yeah, when you see Misfits and their individual plays, obviously incredible plays throughout. Really, the entire game was a story of Misfits. A great start, great middle, and even better finish as they came out with the win here. Peacekeeper action, great movement as well as they clean dominated. There's the hype. Finally, I'm seeing some hype from some of these players. They're all so calm and collected.
I mean, at some point I thought, honestly, that TSM was in a lot of trouble. Remember when they were over at the respawn beacon inside the valley where 2 of them were down, Alberlele was the only one up, and you were wondering why Misfits weren't pushing them. There was an opportunity for Misfits to finish that off, but I think, you know, they let them get the res and they should be able to get the kills, but they weren't actually. Somehow TSM survived longer than they should have. That was some pretty good Apex.
Yeah, I think that's why I was like, well, there was an opportunity there. It would have been very aggressive to go for that opportunity, and that doesn't necessarily fit in with Misfits' general playstyle. So I totally understand why they didn't go for it. I think it was just me being greedy and wanting more kills. But it paid off in the long run, right?
It definitely did, because you saw that when they were trying to gatekeep TSM, that they were actually still getting fired upon someone else from the low ground from Broken Cascades, and so that was the right choice for them. If they had overstepped their bounds, if they had tried to push into that valley, that might have been their death sentence. That might have not been the win for them.
Exactly.
Misfits getting off to a great start here. We actually have the standings updated and ready for you all as well. Misfits a team that has always played well, but not great. They haven't had a stellar performance yet, a top 2, top 1 finish that we're expecting out of them. So we'll take a look at the standings and show you guys how the action's breaking down in a moment as Misfits, who placed 6th place, I believe it was, at X Games, off to a great start here in first.
And this is the performance that they needed. This is the performance that I was expecting out of them at X Games. And so to come out right out of the gates here in the first match of Group D, this is boding fantastically well for them. I mean, they had a lot of eliminations, and we've seen what happens with teams that, you know, have a great first game.
Sorry, wait, hold on.
What?
Excuse me, what? Is that accurate?
Missed that
entirely? Is that true? There's no way.
That is the highest kill performance from any team so far,
wow.
I believe. We know that Wyvern got 16, Team 789 got 14, 20 kills. They completely lockstep them. And wow, an amazing 32-point performance for Misfits.
I think that just clearly sends them into the next round here.
They can sleep if they want.
But I don't think you do. I think you have to make a statement at this point.
Agreed.
You keep this up. You keep up this pace.
Yeah, but look at the other teams in the bottom half there. Of course, TSM top 4. They're going to a little bit low on the kill count with 4. How can you get kills when Misfits took all of them with 20? That, by the way, that's a third of the lobby.
I'm dumbfounded. I literally, I don't even know what to say at this point. I just keep staring at the number.
In a high-level competitive Apex match too, Glitter. That's insane. But you can look here from 11 through 20. Space Station repeating that 20th place purse that they perhaps have. I'm not trying to throw any shade. I got a lot of love for Space Station, but not the best drop, not the best start for them. We'll see if they can bounce back.
I'm trying to remember exactly who took them out. I did mention, or when I was watching the game in the back, that I saw exactly when they got taken out, but I don't remember by whom.
Yeah, it was early.
But yeah, I mean, it happens.
It does. But you
got 2 more games. You got 2 more games,
Exactly.
so we'll see if they can bounce back from that. But honestly, I want to go back to Misfits at this point. Like, Misfits are doing like 32 points after the first round. That is not something that we have seen quite yet. And that's kind of absurd that they are able to do that. And they have the safety to play game number 2 and game number 3 a lot slower if they want to, but I don't think you do. I mean, if you're this hot right now, I think you have to keep it up.
Absolutely, because like I said, this is going back to what happened with Wyvern. They have a golden opportunity to try something that may be a little bit atypical for them with literally zero worry about where they currently are standing-wise.
Yeah, and honestly, like with the fact that, Misfits is one of those teams that do drop a bit more central also, this is a performance that they can repeat over and over again, similar to like what TSM would do because they drop cages, dropped really central here.
Yeah, well, let's see how they did it. 20 kills, a third of the lobby. Misfits, who again has not had that stellar, outstanding performance yet. One of the longest signed teams, that Misfits organization getting involved early. But look at this, Team Liquid Blue with some beautiful, beautiful snipe shots there. Ultimately, Team Liquid Blue did get taken out, picked up a few. They're trying to repeat the success that their counterparts in Team Liquid White had in Group A, who I believe got top 4 within their group. Team Liquid Blue got taken out a little bit earlier, but after this, it was really all Misfits all day. Chances are they're actually fighting Misfits in this clip.
Yeah, Nocturnal right here, just trying his best to get the first so that he could get the armor swap off.
Yep.
Wasn't able to do it quite fast enough. That knockdown shield just allowing him to survive long enough. Singularity coming in.
You see the woo from the player, the Singularity. I love it.
know what I'm doing.
Meanwhile,
another team we can talk about. Yeah,
younger player.
When this fight is you getting like a shit ton of damage. I dropped.
On this, hold this.
Fnatic EU, a squad that we've talked about quite often. Fnatic North America with a great performance. They got 5th place in Group A. They placed top 4 at the X Games. Not able to finish and get a medal at X Games, but they still played incredibly well in that tournament, repeating their success. Let's see if the brothers in Fnatic EU can do the same. Not the best game one from them, though.
I mean, that was kind of dirty, though. If you saw what happened there, they had them wrangled up in a room by themselves. They had the door blocked, and they throw in thermites. That's how Space Station went down. But this was a lot of fighting going on. This is where I think Misfits pick up a bulk of their kills, where they're able to pick off Gen G, they're able to pick off Fnatic. They get one more kill over off by the respawn beat.
And let's listen to these comms real quick. Great communication from Misfits. It really was a Misfits show after that. Of course, TSM, the winningest team and the current Kings, with a 4th place finish. I think they were taken out by Misfits as well towards that endgame.
I think 2 of their players went down, and then down to Misfits, and then the last one went down to VP, I believe. Yeah.
You love to hear the comms, though, and the perspective of the players. The communication that goes into playing at this level is honestly almost as important as the individual skill and the individual plays. If you can't communicate at a top level, that's something you don't really see in traditional sports that you see in esports. Look at the crouching. Look at the movement that comes in here. Unfortunately, Virtus Pro Taylor ended up getting taken out by Misfits, and the reaction, of course, the hype as Misfits coming out incredibly strong with a 20-kill game, a 32-point game. That's a record. It's a record so far.
I honestly don't know if anybody can beat that this weekend.
You think
I'll
so?
throw the challenge out to the rest of our
Group
players.
C is going on right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see if anybody can put up a higher number than that.
Yeah, it was a great performance, undoubtedly. And there was a lot of plays that were made, obviously, to hit that 20-kill point. But let's actually throw it over to our boys. We got Blaze and Nathanius with the action over at the command center. Gentlemen, what'd you see there?
Man, what's up, John? Nate, we saw in game number 1, Wyvern come out, drop 25 points, 13 kills to start this one off, and we said, hey, that is a great start. Nobody can beat it. And you get Misfits, they beat it by 7 kills. And I'm just going to say that they had a lot of help, okay? And that's what we're going to kick this one off with. Misfits, help from Misfits. He's going to start this clip off with 7 kills. So, Nate, take this one away.
It gets crazy. I mean, you're talking about crazy endgame circles, but the thing is, the players are all working together, playing around the sides. You got multiple teams coming at the end. Even in this final phase, not only are you still dealing with Team Kurt, but you've got Team VP up on the top side, making it rain down here. And really just the calmness coming out, help maintain a really good position. And you can't even try and push this inside zone because you know there's probably someone hiding in there, but you're not walking into that room. That's the reason why Watson's a big part of all these compositions. All you can do is try to play around the outside. But a big part of this comes down to landing the shots, but also the fact that the players are all kind of keeping this just enough separation from each other that they can cover each other at all times. And when you're able to force VP to drop down in this final fight, you get that 2v1 situation, and that's what's going to be able to give you all the space that you need. He can't deal with everybody getting in his face all at once, and that's how you pick up the dub. Really just maintaining their composure in an environment of chaos. You have one building. You can't go in the middle of it.
Really,
all
you
can
can't.
do
and
is
inside
dance
is all
around.
locked down by Watson traps as well.
You don't want to step inside that building.
You do not want to do that
That's bad news.
whatsoever. All right, guys, at the desk, take it back away.
Thanks so much, Blaze. And yeah, you want to avoid Watson traps. I think that's a general tip to win there. Of course, my man Nathanius, the brains of Apex, breaking it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, Watson traps, even though she has received that nerf, right? In the most recent patch, she has the low profile nerf, but also the nerf to her ultimate, where she can only have one interception pylon down at a time. And that is very valuable to have that down and be able to quickly put up fences, and you get to see how tightly teams are able to control it. But we also saw from Amber Laley's perspective that there's also the second level of that building that you can also try and control, and so that's also a thing that you have to kind of look out for.
Yeah, and what's interesting is despite that nerf to Watson, they still has the opportunity to pop an ultimate accelerant and get their ultimate back right away and replace that pylon. So you're still seeing Watson being used consistently at the top level in competitive play. Almost every team has to run that support Watson. But, of course, we saw some great plays from a variety of players and teams here in match number 1 of Group D. Group C, of course, is underway on the side stream. If you're missing that, make sure to keep both streams open and stay up to speed there. It's been good action. Yeah, that's for sure. Group B, if you guys did not hear, was domination. I mean, absolute domination for Team 789. Let's take a look at the player kills from the last match. Wow. Of course, top 3, all misfits all day, as you see on screen. Help, Moose, and Lucido all picking up 9, 6, and 5 kills respectively. Wow, what a performance.
And if you look at that, they're actually pretty even. So there wasn't one player who was doing the heavy lifting. That is just true teamwork.
No hard carry, necessarily. No hard carry. Everyone's
they don't need one. Yeah. They're all the hard carry.
That's pretty dangerous when you have 3 hard carries in one team, I'll tell you that much. Any game, any title. Anything stand out to you in particular here, Jamerson, in terms of the player cards here?
I mean, honestly, when you have stats like that where a team has a third of the lobby's kills, that's what stands out the most, and that's why you're seeing such low kill numbers coming out from everyone else. But honestly, it was just great positioning coming out from Misfits, where they were able to really take advantage of the fact that they were able to third party and gatekeep just along that northeast side of the ring.
Yeah, and look at the damage done as well. Zerg sneaking into the top 3 there with 1,600 points of damage done. But I'll tell you right now, very rarely will I play a game where all 3 players will be out over 1,500 points. Right there, all 3 players doing absolute work, a total of about 5,000 points of damage just for one team. I mean, a complete dominant performance for Misfits.
Yeah, I mean, most of my games, whenever I'm playing, it's going to be like, I have 2K damage, but my teammate has 12
sure
kills.
You do.
Just like, what happened there? How do you have 12 kills with 500 damage? But, hey,
you're putting them to work. Speaking of hard carries here, Jamerson, I like that. I respect it. Who are you maining, by the way?
Pathfinder. Since day one. Day one.
I love it.
Actually, day one was a lot of Gibraltar before.
Gibraltar, okay.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Bangalore, I was like,
tank main.
I'm secretly hoping that somebody pulls out a Gibraltar.
I've been hearing little whispers about Group C. Maybe there's going to be a Gibraltar.
Everyone likes to say Gibraltar is one baby nerf or baby buff away from being very OP and very strong. We'll see if Gibraltar gets that buff. But haven't seen a Gibraltar yet. Not yet. Watson has been the consistent. Haven't seen many Bangalores either. Obviously, a lot of Pathfinder being used.
Yeah, what I'm surprised about is that we're not seeing a lot of Lifeline.
Yeah.
Lifeline. We saw a lot of double support compositions coming out. T1 was one running that throughout, I believe, the majority of X games, and they're not doing it here. And so
I think it's probably because it's not the best comp for the type of setup that we have here at this event. People, even if they're playing conservatively, they still generally have to have a comp that will allow them to be more aggressive when they need to be aggressive due to how few games they have to play.
But having that flex is super important, yeah.
That's a great point. Honestly, three matches, 3 opportunities to rack up your points, and of course the importance of kills in this format. There's no cap to the amount of kills that you can secure to earn points for your team, so you'll typically see teams run a little bit more of an aggressive style, and Lifeline obviously doesn't necessarily fit that mold. I like that breakdown there. But of course you see Pathfinder use, I like the quote earlier, knowledge is power when it comes to Battle Royale, and that knowledge has definitely been taken advantage of with Pathfinder's passive.
And one of the things is, after X Games, after everyone was using Pathfinder and we were really seeing a lot of the tight roping, jumping across the zip lines in the end game, it looks like a lot more teams are more aware of it now. We got to see it in that G2 game where we finished off at Slums, where G2 position, they see the Pathfinder zip line, they're instantly going to focus that down first because they don't want to leave that team to be able to get the win for free, right? And so a lot more teams are being cognizant of it now and making sure that they're aware and doing something about it.
But the only difference is that in X Games, nobody looked up.
Yeah.
And he had a good chunk of time up there by himself.
Yeah, that is for sure. We're looking like match number 2 is about to get underway here. Misfits with a great performance. A team we haven't talked much about is Succubus. I know you mentioned they have an opportunity to go big here. Didn't see a lot of them in match 1. You think we'll bounce back here in match number 2?
I mean, Succubus definitely turned heads, especially at Twitch Rivals where they were able to take first. And this is a team, a Spanish team, I believe, for the most part, with Crip and Matey and Star Wraith coming in that we didn't really get to talk about, but we do have to talk about them because, well, they're here at Poland. They're going to be at TwitchCon.
So the only difference, though, is that while they were successful for Twitch Rivals, it's a different point system, right? So maybe that catered to their playstyle a little bit better, and maybe this is throwing them for a loop. Who knows?
Yep, who knows indeed. But we could talk about it all day long. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the action as match number 2 is ready. That's it for myself, Glitter, and Jamerson here at the desk. Bravo and Dreadnought. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thanks so much, Fallout, and also, of course, Jamerson and Glitter for all the insight. We look at what we just saw from Misfits. They have 32 points on the board. The next closest in the group is 13.
Yeah, you could say it's pretty good. And so I'm going to put that into a scope of like, well, let's argue that right now Group D had to take on everybody else with the performance Misfits had in Game 1. Yeah. If that was a true statement, even the top of every other group, they're doing twice as good right now if they play that in every single game. Right. It is ridiculous, the bar that Misfits just set in that game.
All right, I think we saw Group B end in the 50s for first place. This was 32 points on the board after the first game.
Group A finished with peaking 30s, and they did it in 1.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Misfits showing they have what it takes here for game number 1. See if they do in game 2.
Yes, indeed. Match 2 of 3 for this Group D. About to jump into the gameplay right now, and that's going to apply a lot of pressure to the other teams in that race, essentially for second place if Misfits can have any sort of similar performances for these next 2.
Yeah, but that is the most important part about it, is if they can keep that up, because Misfits, in the past, when they have performed, they have been known to be a lethal squad. They have been known to be controlled, but we don't always get necessarily the same performance out from them every single game. So I think this is going to be a very big note for them and the success, and also where we get recovery elsewhere from some of our more expected teams.
Absolutely, and a bunker drop here for Misfits. Let's take a look to see exactly what they're able to find as a node. This is their stomping ground. We did see in scrim results that Misfits did like to head bunker, typically maybe on the other side as well, but this is kind of their ground. They look to be safe here, so I want to know from the command center what we see across the rest of the map.
That's right, we're taking a look at all of the other jobs. Of course, as you guys just pointed out, we did get to see Misfits go to my home to visit in the bunker. Good times. Sadly, no gas traps. But looking at everybody else, we had TSM hitting up the cage again, as well as Team Kurt starting things off at Thunderdome. What's happening over
so
your
I got
side?
Space Station Gaming over here at the Hill Outpost, and then we got Singularity at Airbase. Now, Space Station Gaming, they didn't have a good start. I want to say they were first team out on the last match. We'll see if landing down here will be able to help them out just a little bit more. Everybody's playing it safe. Misfits, they have set the bar, and now the rest of these teams know that they need to perform going into game number 3. So everybody playing it safe thus far. Guys, take it back away.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nate, as we go here back to TSM, and also in a familiar place for them. Of course, we saw them drop Cage, and certainly their most consistent drop through X Games, scrims, and now also here in Poland.
Virtus Pro, though, here with the Thunderdome, it very much impressed me. I already said that once before, but I'm excited to see what they have for game 2. They already have pretty good loot sitting across the board. Maybe weaponry has something to be desired, but in terms of the armor, which is probably the biggest first focus for a majority of this squad, they are satisfied. Golden sitting onto 1 with, I believe, it's going to be purple. Only got that upgrade for 1 more party.
Now, taking a look here. Virtus Pros, they're going to be scoping out, seeing where they can get. As we talk about some of the other teams in this group, of course, we talked about Team Kurt, still looking to see exactly what they can do. Of course, we know that they were part of the conversation in a big way at X Games.
Yeah, very much so. Kurt, I mean, the whole T1 roster was very impressive on their ability to recover, much like we talked about when we talked about TSM.
Absolutely. Now also Team Liquid Blue, team we're looking out here. Lots of BR experience across this team. We also know Nocturnal is that shot caller. Expect him to be really calling the shots here. When we talked to them, they were saying that really, a lot of teams have a hybrid shot caller role. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the success of that, given your experience with so many titles and also as a shot caller yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, when a team tells me it's kind of both of us, maybe this guy a little bit too, I'm a little bit less confident than when I talk to a Team Liquid Blue and they are like, yeah, Nocturnal's our shot caller, IGL, no doubt.
Multiple sources of information is an absolute must, but there has to be an all-in caller. Somebody who says this is the call call in this moment that leads to a, if it is failed to be followed, that is considered a misplay, right? Considering whether or not the call is good or bad, that's for the VOD. That's later to figure out. But definitely making sure that rotations and some of the focus fire are done onto the right target. More importantly, pressure at the exact same moment is literally make or break for a majority of these teams here. So I would like to see, for any of those teams that do say maybe the comms are a bit muddled, I would argue probably their success will bear that same fate.
So now, over here to Space Station Gaming, a team we did see at the X Games, but of course, disappointing finish for them. They did finish in last place in this tournament, so an opportunity here for redemption at the Preseason Invitational, and maybe some action here that they're finding down here at Swamps.
All of them quickly taking the portal out, not wanting to deal with whatever may sit on the other side of that.
And you and I have talked a lot about getting out of Swamps, and that the fact that it is, sometimes you can kind of waltz right out, but if there's any sort of resistance in that central part of the map, if you're trying to head dead west, can be very difficult. Oftentimes you need to take a more north or south path out of this area of the map.
Yeah, but based on the actions alone, we haven't seen the map in a long while. It seems like the circle would be indicating in their favor.
Yep.
You would not be posting up with a Watson this soon into the game if you didn't have confidence that the final circle will in fact be here. If that is going to be the case, one thing I will want to bring up early is pre-prepping your zip line to get as many as possible, because of has so many trees and kind of cheeky plays you can have around that, as TSM have found their way over towards the Swamps. I think it's fair to assess if TSM decided to make the rotation, this is where she's probably going to be.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we think about how early we are in this game, the fact that we are already seeing so much conversion and flying down here to lock down this area of the map, like we said, we've seen a lot of late game Swamp plays, right? It's divided into these, you get some very difficult battles, divided into these separate shacks with teams just looking for any advantage they can find. But what an interesting early game to see teams already setting up all the way here. And of course, you can't blame them. You look at where this ring is, very good chance it's going to fall right onto the Swamps.
Yeah, I got a small glimpse of one of the maps, and I think it's very, it's enough to say this is going to be on the Swamps area. As we see, it's a little bit south of the glance that we get from Kick Esports Club, but they're pressuring up here. Find themselves a Watson generation, but this team is going to be no longer with us there, as GTS is going to be our first squad out of game number 2.
19 teams remaining, back onto the side of Misfits. Your game 1 winners, if you're just joining us, a huge game from Misfits in game number 1 of Group D. 32 points on the board. Next closest was 13, so in the table, they're sitting pretty, but you can bet they're not going to let the foot off the gas. They have a little bit of a cushion, going to give them even more comfort here.
Yeah, there are 2 Swamp circles that actually have an ending here. Actually, there might even be a third in total, but Misfits is positioning over one of those. It's one that we actually saw at the X Games. It was the Fnatic victory through a zipline, was this exact same positioning that we get here from the Misfits. And so basically what I'm trying to highlight is some of that pre-prepping, again, of that zip, I think could be the make or break, but also how much foresight, again, we get out of the roster who had the most dominant opening here so far at the Preseason Invitational.
Interesting situation here for Singularity. You saw them trapped, not sure if they wanted to go into labs, and now also taking some shots from the back. They thought about zipping out, and this is probably why, because there's a team top nesting grounds trying to land those shots.
Oh my.
Ooh. Will that nade hit?
It will, but I don't think that came out from Kurt. I think that came out from somebody else. BCJ is actually the one dishing out those shots.
And we'll get the knock there. We'll see if they go ahead and push. Quite a high ground advantage, and they'd have to move down low if they do want to get full wipe here. Taking a look at,
are you thirsty?
Survivors so far.
Team Kurt is.
I'm pretty thirsty.
I can tell you that much, man. They're ready. Vessel's open. Time to go ahead and get yourself a drink. Get that thing quenched. It seems like Zerk was looking to confirm it. They do have a lot of damage onto the target because he dropped down below, questioning if he made his transition towards labs, but that would have been a pretty slow crawl, and now actually Zerk backs out.
Back on board here with Kick. Distant shots coming in.
Not able to connect any there, but it's not too problematic yet. Everybody trying to make their transition here in towards that Swamps.
Ooh, broken there at 104 with that long bow, but it looks like the team will scurry away. However, they're under pressure as well. It's actually going to be the excellent side.
Yeah, beautiful.
Looks like they have more than one opponent to worry about.
Yeah, and Dodge has a lot more than just about anything to worry about there. Only 1 HP remains as he slides back. A couple of cells dropped in a syringe as well. He did end up canceling his first med kit attempt. That is not going to be a problem, but it very much could have been based on where some of those shots trickled in over from the Swamp. Kick's perspective now transitioning. They're trying to see if they can find anybody. Again, we did see that team move and advance onward in front of them for some time, and you can see another here on the side of that Swamp circle.
Kick, by the way, one of the teams on the bubble after game 1, but so few points on the board for anyone else, to be honest. Everyone but 3 teams is in single digits in the standings right now. So if we've said that this is, of course, anyone's series after that, simply the delta between first and second makes that so clear that it's almost a wipe. And now this is all about games 2 and 3 for the rest of the table.
Nice finding any amount of loot that's actually profitable this late into the game, considering the rotations. How many players have actually made their transition through this exact same avenue? Seems like they sniffed a bit out there, a little bit more towards that southwestern end. A couple of pings going out, but Game Arena well established here in a swamp home. Are you Shrek if you buy a house on the swamp? Like, is that what you call yourself? You're just Team Shrek?
I would say we have several Team Shreks if that's the case.
Yeah.
And they also got in early when the real estate was pretty cheap.
Can I be Fiona? That's all I want to know.
You could be my Fiona any day, Dread.
Thank you there, Bravo.
Back over here to the Game Arena side, and what we said, going to be a lot of window gameplay here, and as we see these swamp rings ending so commonly, it's really about trying to get that damage, and then eventually these teams will not leave until they absolutely have to, whether through ring damage or someone else trying to claim that real estate, which is pretty darn valuable, and it's only going to get more valuable.
Yeah, the increase of the real estate here on the swamp ends is going to definitely escalate as we move farther and farther down the rounds. Misfits choosing one of the early homes over the swamps with control over what is a very popular end circle opportunity. I will say, based on what we saw, again, from glimpses at the map, I'm not confident that they are on the absolute end, but definitely very, very close.
Still 19 squads left in this, and Misfits, one of the teams that has set up here for some of that early real estate.
All right, so we have everybody in the houses. We know that this is going to be a problem, but the question is going to be when. Clearly, that's only once we get the force past the major wall to choke everybody in a little bit closer towards these corridors. The one actual problem, if this doesn't end on the swamp side and actually kisses a bit over, is there's a high ground area. If you look on the minimap, that little ledge sitting next to each of these members on the left-hand side, that has a high ground walkway through it. That can dictate every post-swamp team transition back from this if it does not end exactly in one of these homes.
Right. We also haven't checked into TSM in a while. We know that they were also posted up quite early. They made sure to get in and join the party as fast as they could.
There is the high ground I'm talking about right here. Yep. This is the transition coming out from Sinisters, and they can now control so much of the transitions if they keep maneuvering onward. There's about 2 to 3 different chokes. There's a longer stretch sitting a little bit there, about 240 onto the compass there. If you're really wanting to figure out how to up your game, definitely a place you want to be if you're in swamps.
Of course, expect them to Watson up here, and they're going to have, of course, a zip opportunity, and they're going to need to choose that rooftop pretty carefully, but expect them to sit tight here, Watson up, maybe get a few picks as people come in, and they'll zip when they need to.
As we see TSM maybe choosing the superior selection compared to that of the early rotating teams, as they definitely still have it. Misfits has lost their home with this last round circle. It's not too concerning quite yet, but we'll see if it becomes a problem whenever we get our timer moving down. I'm very concerned, though, about that high ground positioning. Anybody who's able to maintain a lot of that threat is going to stop teams like that from the Hydra Dam transition. It's very crippling for this roster here with Segelbert, excuse me, if anybody maintains that ground.
Absolutely. Coming in from the south here in this Hydra Dam area is going to be very difficult, like you said. They're going to have to more so choose these kind of routes. They're going to have to come in to the southern point of swamps and make that a swamps battle, avoid that high ground as best as possible.
Yeah, like in a dream scenario, you can just like launch out past the swamps and like ride a Leviathan around, because otherwise you're going to have to run through so many people that it's the end of the road here.
And back over to Labs, we actually still see Team Kurt posting up in a spot we haven't really seen held on the main stage so far, and also with quite a few sight lines all the way across. But going to sit tight until they need to move. Actually, maybe not, as that ping goes down. You could see Team Kurt moving on. We'll keep an eye on them. But now back to Echo Fox with some shots coming in, and we're starting to see for the first time in a while the houses are actually exchanging some bullets here.
Nobody gaining a massive upper hand here.
Yeah,
notice how Stormin and Nitra both not using any of those cells, just capitalizing on the Watson ultimate.
So Segelbert actually opts to go low here. They don't go straight to swamps. They just drop just to the right of Hydra Dam, and now going to go ahead and use a portal to get in, but it might not be the best result for him.
And it's actually not going to be able to break around that line of sight, so if that target was actually shooting of them, each one is going to be in their scope. The longbow could hit now if it's going to around that rock grapple to be able to disengage from that, and sure, no damage comes through. Nitra did eat one shot, but it's not too problematic considering how, you know, they ended up opting into the low road, but it didn't look too good.
Yeah, and a surprising buyer's market there for them on Western Swamps, as they're able to just get right in a fully furnished home.
Nice arc star attempt. They should be able to push it. That ends up connecting. They land one over to the right side, which is why you see the scan there. Another thermite going to stop the advance outside of this home. R99 opens up, gets the break. Silk Thread still has the armor.
Yep, still here. Silk Thread out of Bangalore. We were talking about last game. Not a great result for them in the last one, but flies in with the Peacekeeper as well. Will get that knock.
He needs to
trying to finish here.
He has to armor swap. The shot's coming through that door. He needs to be able to get on top of it. He peeks over top of it. Peacekeeper has to line up, but he had the reload animation.
Unlucky there. We thought we were going to see quite a miracle. Like you said, armor swap not coming in. And in the end, will go down. 18 squads left. And all that excitement, it's only one that drops. Now taking a look at Echo Fox here. Once again towards the southern side.
Echo Fox looks like they're in a good position, but Stormman has already received some pressure from the backside of things, looking on the northern end of the swamps. But more importantly, they are not in the circle in that squad that we just witnessed, that fight in there. They have no major way to get an immediate push or find what I'm going to call an advantage over that transition in.
Now we're back on board with the Team Kurt side, and they actually have not left this top labs area, really taking their time. And essentially it looks like at this point, trying to pick up some knocks and some limbs here on the way over, and a great shot there. Coming out of Zerg, he's able to get the limb as well. Sitting up here on the high ground.
My day is what Zerg said as he looked at that poster, and my goodness, was it made here. It's not over though, the action still continuing to unfold here in the Swamp's house. Fireman sitting with almost no HP, Brands goes down. Fireman, the last man to stand, no HP, can he heal up?
Let's see if he can get outside right now. Probably going to try to sit on the outside of this wall and start popping some heals. But now on the Sinister Esports side, he's looking to try to get this finished, gets that limb, and now certainly that heal has come in.
Oh my gosh, the EVA shot's being able to chip away, and as well, Fireman actually not even the one who gets the knock. It's very important to note that Fireman has a target to his left-hand side that actually, I believe, confirmed that. Unless he ended up getting the kill, I don't think that was the case, but nobody threatening him whatsoever. Doesn't matter. All right, all the loot in the world.
An easy road for him, maybe not one he expected, as he had, as players would call, 1 HP and very low shields. Now so go ahead back over here to the 90 side on kick.
Yeah, very, very struggling opener here. Watson ultimate got to be thrown down to be able to help out here. They do have the zone a little bit into their... No, I lied. Looking at the minimap, they don't even have the opportunity to positionally have an advantage. Oh my, Kurt getting knocked. The Thermite actually going to be brought back. Reloads instead. Worried about that Watson generator. Good call there. Thermite comes through, but it comes at the cost of 90 there, getting knocked by a beautiful longbow shot by BCJ. BCJ's pushing.
Look at this, and they're going to get it as well. That's going to be Zerg down.
BCJ pushed. He ended up getting the Peacekeeper knocked. Now it's a one-on-one between him and Matrix. He takes the trade. It's not enough to be able to break the armor. He could swap there as he gets the thirst through, but we know there is a Pathfinder waiting with a Pathfinder, or excuse me, with a Peacekeeper, I believe. There it is. Great job by the cleanup coming out from Matrix.
Look at that. You can see the excitement, the intensity on his face. He's going to be happy about that 1v1. That will be Team Kurt that falls now back over to the Echo Fox side. We see Clem here in that Peacekeeper battle. I'm going to try to win this here. He's got some help as well.
Yeah, they do have the... Oh, man, this is a very concerning spot, especially with those disruptors if they end up shooting through here. They do not have the circle onto the side, but they've got a bit here that they can hold off. As we hear a grenade go off, confirming one of the last remainers, the last of the remaining rosters, 13 in total in this lobby, as this circle gets smaller and smaller.
We did see some trouble there for TSM in the kill feed as well. We'll keep an eye on exactly what they're up to. But like you said, team's going to have to slowly come in from that west. And, you know, when we looked at that route that Team Kurt had, like, they took a lot of time at labs, and in the end found themselves in a battle and a choke that they probably did not want to get into.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Getting shot at.
Look at this angle.
No way. Nice use there. Yeah, 2 opportunities to be able to escape. And this is why that wall I was talking about I was so concerned with, because there's 2 directions they can move around. They're basically just protecting both entrance and exit. Oh, but I say that kick actually getting pressured now, has to nope out very, very quick. Uses the Phoenix kit and even tap heals it. Ooh, Thermite's gonna finish him before it goes off. What a great grenade!
And now look, Naji's gonna fly in. He's the only one alive here for his team. Also going to go for this revive, maybe a double revive as he is applying some good pressure there. Now over to Team Liquid Blue as they'll take down Excellence. 12 squads remain.
Just going to transition to the middle of the swamps. Ends up using this on the zip line. One of the better opportunities to use that just so you don't get the free shot over if there's a sniper waiting. Down in the low ground though, Casper trying to take his own route. He realizes that may be a mistake, tries to grapple up. People inside the house though, Cell canceled the first time. Gets it off here. It doesn't seem like inside the house is going to pressure him too soon, but he moves on the other side into the line of sight, and it costs him his life.
And this is a dangerous place, of course. Everyone's checking every single window in Swamps as Nocturnal tries to finish it. No, that will be Team Liquid Blue eliminated there. Now 8 squads remaining as we switch over to Echo Fox. Only Zeki and Storm alive.
And Echo Fox has made it out of the house into the low ground and still find themselves alive. It is actually insane how long they've been able to hold on. The grenade comes through. It's not going to be able to close out the lifespan of Clem. A res opportunity may be available only after this battery goes off. I don't think he has the opportunity to stick this right then, right there. And VP with the high ground.
I was going to say, during the break, you called it out. You said Virtus Pro is a team that you expect to place top 5 in this group after seeing what they did in game number 1.
Yeah, they were very, very clean, and I think that they are going to continue on an upward trend through the rest of this tournament here. Nice couple of openers there. P2020 maybe able to finish the job. Sapaten going to go down. Noth already doing it for them.
It's going to be the Akihabara side on the receiving end of that knock there. 6 squads still left, and this is going to get pretty crazy pretty fast, Red.
So I think the biggest thing I want to highlight before it hits that moment here, Bravo, is that the high ground advantage sitting in favor of Virtus Pro. Nothing really going against them. The biggest thing to also look at is the zipline opportunities. There are a lot at this circle to be able to use for a zipline cheese opportunity.
Right.
So be keeping track and making sure you're looking up.
Absolutely now. Of course, that zip is up, so opportunity to get wherever they need to here in a moment. Back on board with PJ.
T-minus 10 seconds and counting for round 6 to close in, and likely at least 2 of our squads going to struggle. Virtus Pro just winging all the shots out, and honestly, it's very important to note that Taylor actually has 55 ammo in the magazine.
Yep, and that is Hal that goes down there as we see 5 squads left. And now back over to the Storm side here for Echo Fox. Take some time to heal, and there's going to be a lot of fighting from the low ground here with 4 squads left.
And that's Misfits actually getting cleaned up there from that last Peacekeeper shot. Lucido is out here. Fox, the 2-man band with Stormin healing up. We know Virtus Pro has a high ground, but we actually don't know where the other squads are so far here. Clem turns around the corner, finds himself at Space Station Gaming. There's got to be one other alive, as that is not a knockdown shield.
Let's see if they can find it here. Might actually be up top now, roaming around with the Peacekeeper now still. As we see, Stormin does go down, so now it's all about Clem. Little armor swap.
He could look for an armor pull if he would like to in that type of situation, but he's going to opt out of it. Maybe cost him in a bit here. Virtus Pro still looking very, very profitable on this upper hand here, just checking each crevice within that roof to make sure nobody getting any free shots.
Just like you said, looking for that team shot, and look at that. There's a little bit of elimination there, and now we're back on the Succubus side. We haven't been on board with them in quite a while, but they are sitting pretty.
They're sitting right below Virtus Pro. So now we know that Fox is already going to be struggling onto the low ground down to man. This is basically how do we get Succubus to kind of enchant Virtus Pro down from that top floor. Take a nice trade opportunity there, but if they get one like that, they need to make sure they all in it if they make this choice. And even then, it feels like it's very, very risky.
And it's also a tough route up those. You know, every single edge of this rooftop is Watson fence, so to come up there, we saw some great disruptor shots there from down low, but they're going to need to make sure that they have a route up, and just getting that knock is not going to win the game for them.
And look how beautifully placed that zip line actually is within the circle. It goes nearly perfectly 90 degrees upward. The thing is absolutely ridiculous, which what that means is just basically the longest time to be able to exist on it without taking too much damage in that final circle. Basically at this point, again, it feels like it has come down to who can stop the members of Virtus Pro on that high ground.
And we do have Space Station here as a solo, as we saw. It's going to be logically with all that pressure. On the other side, though, Succubus all running blues.
It's very important to note that Succubus can't get too distracted to where they actually place 3rd over 2nd. That's enough points that you would be pretty upset to let a 1-man band actually place in that 2nd placement position. We'll see if they do so here.
Great shots there from Taylor from that disruptor alternator now over to Noth. You see PJ now dropping a medkit. It looks like they're getting ready for this push as they do fly in here. Ring is coming in and they go in. Now frag grenade out for Noth as well. Thermite is out as well into the queue. We'll see if they can stay alive here. Now Succubus 1 does fall. That's Crypt back through the portal, up through the zip. Now 2 squads left here in the 1v1. Yes, indeed. And it's going to be Noth of Virtus Pro who closes it out for the win.
That was a Beautiful finish from Virtus Pro. Each member had their own mission on that final circle to make sure there was no way you lose. One, go up through the zip. The other is going to be the Wraith, who drops down to make sure she wins the trade in the HP as beneficially as possible through the grenade and then dropping the iframe. The rest of the targets making sure they clean up and survive if they can, and the whole while you know you've got yourself a high ground guy juggling up on the zip.
It is a fantastic finish and one full of composure. In the break, like I said, Dredd, you called it. Virtus Pro is the team you're watching, and they win the next game. I don't know what you know that I don't, but you called it.
Virtus Pro does things that make a lot of sense, is the best way to put it. And normally when you got a team that does a lot of things that make a lot of sense, shots don't line up. But Virtus Pro is this just culmination of two moments of greatness between those elements.
Yes, and also I think you pointed out perfectly, that was no clearer than in that late game. A lot more composure than we even saw from a lot of final rings at X Games. You need to make sure that each player is worrying about something different, not simply flying into the ring, which is what we saw even in the final rings at X Games. Another fantastic game 2 here for this group. Let's go ahead and head over to the studio. Over to you, Fallout, to break out that last one.
A lot to talk about, that's for sure. What a finish right there. And usually we talk about team performances. Usually we talk about team finishes. But in my eyes, Noth from Virtus Pro with hero plays, looking near perfect, dropping from top roof, getting great shots in and great damage in, immediately jumps, takes out the thermite, lands the thermite center circle. I mean, beautiful plays from Noth.
And that's why you want to have that high ground position, right? Because you have that option. We saw that VP, honestly, having that high ground, it worked out for them because they didn't have to worry about what their exit strategy was. They can jump out from the high ground from any position.
And that's what we were talking about while we were watching that game right there in the end. You and I had some back and forth about it. It was perfect where they were. They let all of the solos down below kind of take those fights. It wasn't anything they had to worry about, and then they could just clean up everything there right at the end.
Yeah, another team that performed, Space Station Gaming, who you see on screen, a great Game 2 performance after calling them out for 20th place in match number 1. Boy, they responded. You see Logically surviving there. He was on screen kind of coaching up the teams. So you like to see some leadership out of the 17-year-old.
And we got to see that, because of that Swamps ending there, that there were a lot of third parties, a lot of people just sniping from long lines, sight lines. So we'll get to see what the final kill tally is, but that is going to be a huge difference maker. This could propel them from 20th up to, in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely needed a good performance there. At least top 3. You need to put up some kills to be back in that top 10 fringe, especially after a 0-point game in game number 1. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the action here. This was the play we referenced. And let's check into the team comms here. I want to hear how it goes down for them. People are speaking a different language, though, so maybe not. I think they're from Sweden. I believe Noth was the one who made huge plays. The drop reference, and look at the damage done here. At least 150 damage right there. Immediately switches from frags to thermite, by the way. Didn't even recognize that nuance. Pops his Q, and then next thing you know, great plays from Noth staying alive.
Honestly, that play from Noth, that's specifically why we're seeing that, during the X Games, that Wraith had a 100% pick rate. She is too strong in the late game to not pick up because of something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I've seen Wraith played throughout the entirety of this tournament as well. Any surprises here in team comps that you haven't seen so far? Pretty standard for Wraith, for Watson, etc.
Didn't one team not take Wraith?
I heard Tale of Bangalore, but I don't think it lasted too long.
Yeah, I think people were trying to change it up a little bit and then maybe decided it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, of course, the Wraith combo is too strong, working too well. And let's see what every team that played Wraith ended up as, which is every single team for the most part. Of course, Virtus Pro. Wow. Oh my gosh. By the way, they got second and then they got first. So 2 great placements from them. They get 12th in the last game, first in the last game, 12 points, 13 kills, a 25-point game alone in match number 2. This isn't the overall standings, by the way. This is just the previous match, as we see Succubus with a good performance as well. Space Station, despite getting, it's showing 7th there. I thought they were top 3. But 2 kills to Space Station's aim, so 9 points total. They're bouncing back as well.
Yeah, they got the 3rd place finish, so they got the 7
points.
Okay, there. But I mean, it's what a reversal of fortunes, right? Because we had the 32-point game coming out beforehand from Misfits, and now they didn't even break double digits on this one. And honestly, still, because of that first game, they are still sitting pretty.
They're in a great spot.
I mean, they also still finished top 10. They came in at 6th. TSM still came in at 7th. I think we're seeing a massive reversal of what we had originally thought was going to go down in this group.
Yeah, that's true. Virtus Pro being the team that's looked the best so far overall, if you had to say between the two games. Misfits, another team looking great. TSM, you'd put them in maybe the top 5, top 6 fringe of how they're performing right now. Would you say you expected that coming in, or thoughts on TSM's performance?
I think honestly, it just came down to these rings. Having this swamp ending here makes it very difficult for any team, and it becomes a huge gamble at that point, right? Swamps, it can go to anybody at all, and that's what we got to see. A lot of teams were able to make that rotate in, but we're seeing the very heavy funnel coming out. We saw a lot of fights there at the north side where I believe Gen G went down there. Space Station lost like 2 of their members over there. Like, it was a huge scramble to try and make it through that choke point, and not too many teams did.
And it's always kind of, a little bit of a crapshoot there when you're kind of like, I don't know which team's going to take it down. But we did see Echo Fox kind of pick up their gameplay after that first game. They really struggled in the first game, and then they ended up in 3rd place in that final ring with everybody else. So
and that's going to propel them to 7th place overall. Yeah, well said there. Space Station sneaking into the top 8 after being in 20th place after the first match. So a great bounce-back performance from them. Of course, Misfits still leading the way, but look at that. We're tied for 1st place here. Of course, these guys are competitive. They want to end up number 1. Misfits winning with the tiebreaker thanks to the sheer amount of kills that they have. But a team that you talked about, you actually highlighted as a dark horse, Succubus in 3rd.
Yeah, Succubus, I mean, it was definitely a team that we had to look out for. They had a good performance at Twitch Rivals that are going to be making their way to TwitchCon EU. But this is also a team that, once they started competing together, they were really grinding out in the scrims. And so they weren't taking anything lightly at all. And they are full bore on this train for Apex Competitive.
Yeah, of course. They're looking very, very strong. 2 teams I saw on the 2nd page there, 10th through 20th. Team Liquid.
I knew you were going to say it. I knew you were going to do it.
And Fnatic EU, both on the fringe right now. So not even close to over yet, but we got to see great performances from them in match 3 if they want to make it to winners bracket round 2.
I'm a little bit bummed that that's where they are on the standings right now, but we still have one more game. For anybody has the same opportunity to pull out a game like Misfits and Wyvern have so far. So one massive game like that can easily propel one of the French teams up into the top 10.
I mean, this is definitely do or die territory, but because of how concentrated that the elimination points were amongst the 2 top teams in Misfits and Virtus Pro, that actually leaves our middle of the pack anywhere between 5th and 10th open up to be able to just be overtaken by anyone in this lobby right now. I mean, we saw SSG with about 9 points propel themselves into the top 8.
That's a great point, actually. So that almost like 5th through 15th means they're all going to be pretty evenly distributed thanks to how many points that we saw from Virtus Pro and Misfits to start. So a great point here. That leaves us up and sets us up for a wild match number 3 opportunity here. Space Station might be feeling okay, top 7 right now, but they got to perform. Meanwhile, the door's wide open for Team Liquid Blue and Fnatic EU.
I'd be super happy if they can kind of bring it out in the final game and get themselves back up in that top 10.
Oh, that'd be great. We're setting ourselves up for a great story here. We saw Zerg with the triple take putting in work. Awesome to see a sniper use that is not the longbow here at the Preseason Invitational. We've seen some G7 Scout use. We've seen a decent amount of triple take right there. But Zerg as an individual is one of the points leaders, at least top 5 in points, I believe, as he's been, damage done, as he's been really, really putting in work. So big shout out to Zerg.
He's just a phenomenal young talent, right? It's a reason why that at 14 years of age, he was actually scouted out for Overwatch contenders. And if age weren't a restriction, he might have seen a lot more play. But, back then he was 14 years old. He's 16 years old now, just, old enough to be able to compete here.
Yeah, Zerg, what a story that he's had since 13, being kind of scouted. And you love to see young talent coming up. It's reasons that older people like us do not fare very well in esports anymore.
Whoa, don't
you
let
still
me
do.
in.
I can't throw you in there.
Me in with you
are
old
one of us now. I'm sorry. We're going to bed soon, by the way.
Yeah. I've been calling Grandpa Jamerson all weekend, by the way, because he didn't know how to retweet on Instagram, which you can't do, by the way.
Oh, well, this is a true story.
A gram,
How do you re-gram on Instagram?
I've got the lingo down, though, right? They're called grams? No.
Definitely not. But Succubus right there, one that we just saw is very, very interesting, and we'll see if the command center will break it down here in just a moment. But a couple missed shots from the wingman right there, so I want to go ahead. We'll see if they're going to break down that play or others. Let's go ahead and throw it over to my man guy Blaze and Nathanius over at the command center. What's up, guys?
Thank you, Fallout. Yeah, man, that was a crazy game. Once we kind of saw that where that hill was going to end in swamps, it really was like Shrek's village, and it was a bunch of duplexes. You had teams fortified inside with Watson. You had teams on top of the buildings as well, so it got really chaotic. So we saw a few key plays, and Nate's going to be able to break one down for you guys on above all, breaking into this building and winning this engagement.
Yeah, we had quite a bit of chaos, over in the swamp, and we'll definitely get to the finale at Shrek's house in a second. But just some really great stuff. Wanted to point out Brands. These guys got into a big fight over at this house, and just the control, the gameplay, coming around, just great job. Goes with the double arc star, waits the opportunity, sees the tag, and he's going to be able to jump on top of this, which sets his team up in a really nice spot. As they're going to be able to clean up, and then of course we see the next two enemies, of course, are going to be coming in, but now it's in that 2 versus 3 situation.
Yep.
So Brands is going to be up here to take the brunt of that force, and he's going to get knocked real quick, but what he does is he creates the opportunity for Fireman and his teammate BNS to be able to get the cleanup on top of this. It's a big trade out. There's a whole lot of and houses in this area where all the action is going down, but he's going to at the very least be able to push that team forward just a little bit more. He's going to be able to come out, get the loot, and keep the game going.
And look, it's 18 teams remaining, and we're getting these engagements happening at the swamps. Now,
very late. This wasn't early, by the way.
Now, let's hop on over to the last clip so we can kind of replay those last and final moments for you guys, because we talked about early on about Space Station Gaming, where they were last in the first game, and now they managed to make it to top 3. Logically, actually was under this house. He ended up putting some Watson traps around that Wraith portal, and he pre-tossed the incinerator, he pre-tossed the thermite, and I almost thought that he was going to actually be able to get both those teams as soon as they came out of that portal.
Yeah.
But as we're going to see, Virtus Pro comes out on top.
It just gets absolutely nuts because you're playing around with the roof of this building in a late game situation, of course, being able to take advantage. This right here, this is what makes a pro a pro. You're looking for these opportunities. You say, okay, well, just because we're a floor above you doesn't mean that there's not a way for us to still shoot down. And getting the initial engage here for VP as that final circle is going to squeeze everybody together. You can either try to do the weird thing, go for the out heel or shoot through the cracks, or you can jump down, get crazy aggressive in your face, throw that grenade, use the void run to keep yourself, get every little bit of an advantage that you possibly can. And I mean, great plays like that are why we're seeing VP crush it today.
Exactly, and as you see, the boys come out on top with the victory. Now I'm going to toss it over back to you guys at the desk, and we're going to see going into match number 3, which are going to be our final 10 teams to move on.
Blaze, Nathanius, thank you so much, guys. Great breakdown there. Finally, we see some use of the targets, the pause, the slow-mo, awesome stuff over at the command center with the telestrator. Greatness as always. And I actually missed that shot that we saw from Taylor through the cracks on the roof. I mean, the amount of damage that they were able to do early to Succubus, which set them up for late game, end game success to close it out, really made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why they had to bail out of that house so quickly anyhow, because the ring was coming in, and taking 1 tick of damage was basically death at that point.
No, once it's that far into the game, it's not worth that 1 tick of damage, because that could be one shot. If you can maybe save yourself from having to take it and just get out a little bit faster and be able to put more damage into your enemy, it might be your saving grace.
Yeah, we were joking. Pathfinder walking out that door looking like a bot. The bot that he is actually getting completely destroyed by Noth. Not much you can do there, though, as you guys said. 1 exit. They know where you are. They're putting shots on you from above. So to Succubus's defense, I know we saw the replay. There's a couple missed shots with the wingman, but ultimately really well played by Virtus Pro. The question is, game number 3 is about to be underway. Do you guys think we're going to see continued success from VP?
Oh, I definitely think so at this point. I mean, they have not done anything that makes us question it at this point.
That's fair. They're also kind of riding on a high, so as far as like the mental side of things goes, they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, we all know confidence is key. We all know momentum is key in esports, especially in a game like Apex. So when you have that much momentum right now, I can't see them being stopped or even close to it. At this point, teams are fighting for who did the best within their group. We know that Team 789 came out of nowhere, the Russian sensations, with a phenomenal performance, which, by the way, we talked about the championship final and the format for the championship finals. If you're just tuning in, first off, welcome. But in the championship final, something we've never seen before, you have to reach a 50-point threshold. Once you reach that 50-point threshold, you're eligible to win the game and win the tournament, actually, win the championship, if you win the next game. If you don't win that next game, the championship continues. So we could see a 15-match sprint marathon. But I bring that up because Team 789 in Group B got 50 points in 3 games.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, I've watched a lot of like Titanfall 2 speed running. I didn't know that you could actually speed run here in Apex Legends, but I mean, they're taking that whole entire like Octane motto here, and they're just going full board. This is fantastic.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, I can't wait to see how the action is going to break down in round number 2 of the Winners Bracket, which, by the way, we're live with Winners Bracket round 2 tonight as well, so don't go anywhere. Get your popcorn, especially if you're in the States on the East Coast. You got all night ahead of you. However, we do have the match ready and underway. It's our 3rd match of this series. Group D has performed and put on a show, mostly Misfits and Virtus Pro. However, as my good friend here said, the door is wide open for any team here. Fnatic EU, will it be Team Liquid bouncing back, or can Space Station hold on to their spot? Bravo and Dreadnought are ready to call the action. Two of the best in the business. Take it away, boys.
Fallout, thanks so much here. And like you said, Misfits and Virtus Pro, they're sitting tied at 38. The rest of the table looks pretty different.
Yeah, it's very separated beyond that point. And, you know, as I was talking about earlier, because it's a point of there's only so many points available, and by earning some, you're already denying that of others. Yeah. There are a lot of teams that have an opportunity. Basically, looking at the numbers, anybody sitting from about 4th or 5th downward has the opportunity to find themselves still within our top 10 and maybe survive our winner's bracket.
That's right, everything to play for. Hint match number 3, we wouldn't have it any other way. 21-point delta between Misfits and Virtus Pro and the 3rd place Succubus. Jared, you and I are talking about these results now, certainly not necessarily as the points have fallen as we're dropping in here with Virtus Pro, once again, finding a comfortable place here at Thunderdome.
Yeah, this is where they were last time, right? This is the go-to for Virtus Pro, and I can't help but feel like if you're in the winners group C and D, if you want to find a way to cripple Virtus Pro momentum, Thunderdome might be the place to start building some noise.
Absolutely. Now, looks like they're going to be sitting pretty in terms of no company at the Thunderdome, but also want to check in with other teams across the board as well. Blaze and Nathanius, what are you guys seeing?
Hey, thanks, Brav. So now we know the standard meta, Pathfinder, Wraith, Watson, but now we got 3 new characters in this game. We're going to have a Lifeline on the side of Selector. We're going to be having an Octane for Excellence, and we're going to be having that Bangalore brought back out for Gen G as well. And so we'll see how they get used in this in competitive play, but I'm happy we get to see some more characters. Now, Nate, what about some of our other teams? Where we're going to see Kurt and TSM landing?
All right, well, we got Kurt. They're dropping a bit towards the containment, so not exactly the same spots, but TSM, they've gone back over towards Cage. Not a huge surprise to see that. Misfits, they've been liking those bunker drops a lot, hitting up Bunker Town. So as far as trying to keep track of our top teams in this game, they haven't changed it up too much here. Great.
Exactly, and I think we're going to see Virtus Pro over there at Thunderdome as well. So that's going to be it for us. Guys, take it away and get us back into the action.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nathanius. One thing we both heard there, Dread, was that there's an Octane in play. I think we both have the same question.
I don't believe it until I see it, number 1. And the question is, who did you drop in replacement of the Octane? Do you risk, you don't risk Wraith. That is out of the question considering these final circles and win condition opportunities. So you go with the Watson, which is a majority of the bunker. I would argue it's likely the Pathfinder to have the gap closing and lethality, but I still feel like that is optimistic here.
Yeah, and it was the Excellent side that does have that Octane. We'll check in with them in a moment, but they are currently sitting in 18th with 3 points. So obviously looking for a Hail Mary, fly in, super aggro, but I think you're right. The addition of the Octane is much less questionable than the omission of whichever legend they've gone with.
Yeah, and also with the Lifeline composition too, having the Lifeline and Watson together is actually very, very useful towards those later stages. You lose a little bit when it comes to some of the mobility, obviously some of the utility, but generally speaking, the Lifeline replacement is something that I wouldn't be surprised if we see trickle in a little bit more as the preseason invitational kind of matures throughout this weekend.
Absolutely. Now the Selector side you see on screen here, they're going to be sitting in 19th place with only 2 points on the board. But now back over to Excellence here, who at High Desert has found some interesting battles so early on. And Jarl's going to fall now back over to 0 here.
He's got to find a way to hit some miracle shots on that wingman. Dodge actually has no armor available and is chipping away onto the side. Dodge is the Octane here, and that was the Pathfinder, is in fact the target that was replaced. Moves to join the ranks here of 0.
Potential opportunity here. Does have some help from 0, as you said, and they will get that knock. That does come in, so now moving a little bit further here, west-southwest, over towards Gauntlet.
Has the opportunity for this jump pad, maybe pressure in. We see his teammate get the cheeky opener there. Nice cleanup.
Yep.
And they actually survive the situation. More importantly, they do not lose themselves the Watson in between. No thirst available. And Excellence hold up here in game 3.
Yep, and then Octane giving him a moment to breathe as well. Not really using that ult in that engagement. A few shots did miss with the wing, but in the end, they do stay cool and get that. That's going to be 19 squads remaining here as we check in with Gen G. And let's see exactly where Gen G is sitting on the table right now. As we take a look, they're in 14th with 5. And you'll hear us say it throughout the game. Essentially, as you alluded to, Dread, anyone below that 4th place spot has a fighting chance to see themselves through to the winner's bracket. But checking in now with Gen G at treatment.
White armor across the board. Positioning would argue that they think this is a water treatment circle already. Yep. They're already so low on a majority of the resources that they should be at least questioning if they want to venture out to some of those baby towns on the outskirts of it, some of those compounds, and look for a bit more loot. But we'll see if it comes back to bite Gen G. Oh yeah, we take a glance at our very first look here, at least for us, onto the circle, and it very much is going to be that water treatment.
And we have seen some fantastic treatment final rings. Keep in mind also, Game 12 X Games, treatment final battle, and of course that's going to be one that generally is going to be real elevation heavy, lots of rooftop play involved. We're going to be keeping an eye on that, and if this is anything like the last game, but just because of the certainty of that final ring, we could see teams getting to treatment a lot earlier than, say, other rings in the game.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because, yeah, everything about this circle is very little deviation, and even if, let's say, by a wild hair you got it wrong, you were only off by, at most, like, I would say 50 meters. Right. It's not that devastating. The only part that it could come back to haunt you is, like, if you put so much investment into some of the door manipulation, mainly about things like Watson or a, lack thereof Caustic, but those are some of those characters that you very much could maybe question if that guessing wrong would be too problematic.
Here with the Space Station Gaming side, they're in 8th place with 9 points. Certainly an opportunity to advance here, but not at all secured, as keep in mind only 2 points away from being in 14th place. Now going back over here,
nice headshot.
Getting a chance with Akihabara.
Really great
going to have to pull back.
Use of that thermite too, but he's actually going to eat some of that damage himself. He's not the only one, as Watson ends up getting knocked. The iframe will keep him up a bit longer, but well, it looked like a very close to profitable initiation here. Turns real sour real quick as Kurt finds himself the thirst.
Now back on here, you see they did lose Zerg. Really, we didn't have a visual on exactly how he went down, but like we talked about early game, lots of opportunities to bring him back here as they're going to go ahead and swing over to this vantage point over the river.
Some of the loot coming out from one above all, Fireman. He's all right when it comes to some of the loadout. Maybe a little, well, now that I say that, that's a golden alternator, I believe, there. We didn't get to see the full name, but, and if that is a true statement, yeah, that's a big victory here for one above all, one of the best golden you can probably find in the game.
Taking a look here, of course, Watchtower South. A lot of action there that's going to be happening as teams do make their way down to treatment. And we haven't seen yet, Dread, that more than one team is starting to set up at treatment. We did see Gen G already up top treatment, but we don't yet know if the likes of Misfits Virtus Pro have made their way there yet.
Well, let's go ahead and ask ourselves a little bit of why, right? Like, let's just say I, right now, am this team we're taking a glance at, or basically any other one, and you're like, let's approach water treatment. Ask yourself how much distance you have to travel where Gen G is just going to be free-raining shots. Right. It's impossible. The elevation deviation is too limited over that area to really be able to traverse it. So what you do is you try and establish on those outer compounds I was kind of highlighting a little bit before. Yeah. I also think that there is an opportunity to, like, the only concern is just the high ground there for Gen G, because there's opportunities to be able to take on that outskirt compound and then still push in for that final circle.
Now jump over Misfits here, and they're actually going to fly away from market towns all the way up to some top bones, get comfortable there, and this is, like you said, this is probably a better place for them to sit for the time being. Great vantage points, great sight lines, try to get a few picks. 99 with the longbow there, trying to knock this team here off of that bit of Skull Town.
Wow, that Octane is tempting with so much idea. The reason why that's so risky is because whenever you grab your hands into the pop-up, the animation, once you force that animation, there is no way to change your trajectory, much like a zip line unless you jump off of it. So basically you're asking, would you like a free headshot? And luckily, the answer was no here today.
Now back with Virtus Pro, we're finding out exactly where they are, and this is the settlement town we talked about. Dread, you and I kind of called this like water treatment extended here. This is kind of a compound that you can't really think of water treatment without also talking about this little compound.
Yeah, because if you're ever in water treatment and you're doing anything on the western side of the map, you walk through this. And it's, again, because this has such a weird kind of layout through water treatment, again, through such open area with that weird, like I'm going to call it acid water that kind of exists there. It looks like Caustic's bathtub, I guess.
Not a good thought. Yeah.
No, yeah, especially put some clothes on Caustic. That's a bad imagery there. But, anyways, it's so hard to be able to deal with so much around the water treatment that you need to be able to control this kind of outer compound.
Yeah, and Kick Esports, you saw that a little bit hesitant as they went down bottom bones, wanted to make sure that no one was still posted up at Thunderdome, as they're now once again going to start to head even further east, and looks like they are going to be safe in doing so. I didn't see any action at Thunderhound, but now also checking out, here we see now one above all at Watchtower. They're going to have to make their move very soon.
This is like a run to the hills Hail Mary moment here for this squad because they have so many people looking at them that I just don't see. Yeah.
Shock sitting there with a longbow, but not a lot here. Of course, lots of foliage.
I don't know what else to say other than good luck because you have so many people pressuring you at so many different angles, and you decided to be the first one to make the move. Succubus just unleashing shots from above.
See, looks like none of those nades hitting just yet, but like you said, that is not a good situation down low. 17 squads left here. Still on board with Succubus now, and Crip up here. Like we said, player hailing from Spain. Watched a fair bit of his stream. Very vocal in-game leader here.
I'm honestly a little bit surprised Succubus didn't decide to push, but I can't help but feel like that's because they're concerned some of those shots coming over from treatment. It's only a round 2 circle, so they can stay out in the circle without it being too crippling quite yet. By no means is that target on the outside, if they do end up surviving, if they go a different route, completely out of the game as long as those healing resources are there.
Now checking back in with Gen G. And it's a very similar situation. All running all whites. They haven't left. They're still sitting top treatment, which we know, if you don't get the loot to go your way, it's a common strategy, and they're already at treatment, so not surprised that they've done it.
But I do want to raise the point that they only have 5 points. They're in 15th. Gen G, if they want to win this, they have to have an amazing placement because they're playing so passively, but BCJ unpassive there with the grapple back. Kurt actually having a really bad time there on the low ground. BCJ is not successful either. Drops with a triple take, and he's going to need a quadruple because that was a big old whiff, and it comes at the cost of the lives here of Team Kurt.
Team Kurt, they go down. They were in 6th with 12, so really they're going to have to sit back now and try to see what happens, though. But first, we got to go into the action here with Sinister Esports as they're trying to stay alive here at Bottom River as well.
Great grapple there and the easy cleanup knock. Space Station Gaming losing themselves to Slick. The door jam, punch 1, punch 2, finish him off.
Should come in there as we're now back on boards with Lucido. Let's see exactly now that portal's going to help them get back to the ring, and yes, indeed, the knock comes in right away.
Doesn't end up going for the thirst there, ends up reloading the 301. 2-time bruiser on this. Good distance and initiation opportunity. Clean up from the rest of Misfits here. Questioning if there's any good loot. Not going to find too much. Nice scope, though, at least, maybe for that Peacekeeper. Seems like the rest of the team ended up picking it up. And back here with Gen G, still focusing on the top of this water treatment. So look at the circle, though, Bravo. What was a very foretold decision is not accurate. It's the compound on the outskirts that I was talking about. And normally, I wouldn't say that's too problematic, except for the fact that their positioning is so low on the scoreboard. There's so many kills that have already been given up at this point, and now they have a very risky rotation. The only thing they have going for them, high ground.
Yes, with white armor as well. They're going to have to make that push. And it is going to be a very particular and special set of plays that will get them into the top 10 here. As we see the survivors on your screen, we got Virtus Pro, TSM, Team Liquid Blue. As you see, still so many teams remaining, 14 squads in total. You see 2 down for Akihabara. And now moving over back to Virtus Pro.
I like the rotation opportunity for 1 above all. It'll be very different compared to everybody else that we saw, and actually so much so that if nobody really shows too much interest into them right now, I say that as the Watson Traps hit, so probably going to show a bit more interest as it goes forward, but they actually have a pretty tricky transition that if everybody else is so worried about water treatment and water treatment village that nobody's really going to be taking a glance at where they are approaching. But we'll figure out if that's going to be the case. Sinister, though, also making a bit of a different approach here towards more Golden Sand-esque.
Taking their time, and like you said, there's a reason that these teams have taken so long to get to treatment. It's even going to be a little bit of a different route as they're not going to central treatment. They're going to have to traverse that area and go towards that market town. That time is coming soon, but we haven't seen teams pushing just yet. And actually, it's going to be TSM who's also up top treatment.
Gen G, we got some friends here to join the party. Albrelele.
This is the white armor party is what it is.
Yeah, it truly is. TSM must have been in, like, I'm guessing below them. Look at that Arc Star coming out from Hal. Forces the iframe. This is going to be a more cautious one. Likely not going to see a reinitiation, at least out of Hal, until that comes back up. Albrelele, though, now going to join the rest of the team. Gen G huddled up here on the backside of this pillar.
Medkit goes in there for dummy. Also going to pop a cell here.
So now watch where this next servo moves, Bravo, because it's actually very crippling to everybody on the outwards. This high ground is going to be between two of these major pillars. Gen G is posted around one, the other sitting above where TSM is. The broken glass, though, has pressure from people down below. Yep. So Gen G sits good for now, but I can't help but feel like TSM is going to all-in push them and then just absolutely dictate the back half of these circles.
And Fnatic EU has joined the treatment party as well, as they will portal in now and occupying the space. Oh! As we go over here, that's going to be a nice shot there from Moose of the Misfits side, and they are set up here. And like we said, they don't want to make their way across this open ground. What they don't know is that there's such a battle happening at treatment that, to be honest, this ground is maybe a bit more open than you'd expect, but with 13 squads remaining, you can't assume that at this point.
And because the unorthodox rotations out of Sinister and one above all, they actually are very accurate to not have that confidence. It's a moment where I think it'd be fair to assume Water Treatment is probably going to be a problem. Yeah. But on this backside of here with these rotations through, I don't think that's as confident. Now Fnatic joining the rest of the ranks here of TSM and that of Gen G.
Here's the question. They brought some blue armor to a white armor party.
I mean, hello? We could have called each other at least first. Yeah. Fnatic, that's rude.
First of all, how dare you? Second of all, they are sitting pretty here. They're going to shield up a bit, but if we still see TSM and Gen G with that white armor, they should be able to make a pretty strong move here as we check back in with HRO for a moment. And also Kick still on the way outside of Water Treatment. They're not too far from that compound. We'll have to see if any pressure comes there. Otherwise, they may be able to time a push in pretty well on this back cliff. Matrix will follow, and it looks like that could be trouble for the Kick side. Yes, indeed, Kick will go down. 13 squads left, but more pressure coming from the west as well.
I mean, it's like lemmings at that point. If you decide to take that rotation out there and you are staring down the barrel of HRO, there is no opportunity out of there. You can appreciate the attempt, but good understanding of the map here and some of the cheekier plays. HRO shuts it down and sets themselves here almost to our top 10 teams.
And Sinister Esports now has claimed one of the buildings on this northwest compound of treatment. Lots of shots, of course, coming in as you'd expect. And once again, just like Fnatic and A of old, they are relying on very small generators for cover up on the top of this roof.
You see them peeking over to the right, questioning for HRO. Back to Fnatic.
The new kings of the castle.
Yeah, it turns out if you bring the different color armor, you actually just take over. If I bring purple, it's now mine. Who has purple?
It's true. You're not welcome, but you will get control of it, and that's exactly what they've done. We will check in once again now back on board with the Virtus Pro, though. Peacekeeper out here for Taylor. He will get the knock right there on Nowser. Not coming around. Great shots with the 99 as well. We'll see what PJ can do here. Going to pop a bat. Now back over to Taylor here. Does get that elim, and that will be Sinister Gaming. They will go down as well. Virtus Pro still looking strong here, Dread.
Yeah, very big win. Look at the kit on that sniper, the longbow available now for Virtus Pro. Why that's important is look at how many people are sitting on the high ground. If they're going to approach this, they need longbow chip shots. They have to find a way to wheel it down. Look at HRO taking it all in. They are ready to try and get the push, but now they're taking the longbow shots from Virtus Pro. They're going to be met with Fnatic. 69 gets a good old crack there. And amazingly, HRO survive that push.
Yes, indeed. Now taking a look as they do join the treatment party with purple armor, just as you had asked for. Now take a look at that. It's going to be Fnatic EU is eliminated. They will go down at the bottom western side of treatment. Now 8 squads left, and now back on board with TSM and Abraleli, still rolling all white, but still in the game.
No longer are they rolling with the white party here. After that, reaping the rewards. Reps finds himself with a nice purple. How though, still sitting onto the white, takes his first initiation. Watson posted up everywhere, and look at this, all in the name of TSM. Arcstar will be able to help them just zone off for a bit. Abraleli gets the Phoenix, and things look great here for TSM.
That's a digital threat disruptor ult as well that House busting out. That's going to help if the team is pushing in. Look at that push together. They're going to get that knock. Reps will get the finish. There's 2 more there, though. Look at this. Abraleli with the Peacekeeper. Finishes 1, and it's also going to be Hal who gets that finish as well. Reps with the triple take from the hip, and now here back over to the, as we'll take a look exactly whose POV we're going to jump to next. Take a look at that death screen there. Good. And now back over to Gen G, who's found themselves a gold armor, but otherwise still white armor, still up top treatment, and amazing series of events here to once again claim this high ground to the western side.
But TSM has traded up. If you look back at the armor problem, what was white is now purple. This is their kingdom. They have the entire lower ground very heavily controlled. And Gen G, if they don't have the resources, they have to clutch so much out here. The only thing going for them is, in fact, that high ground. As we see 5 squads remain, a couple down below. Nice triple take shots here. This is going to be easy work. See if he gets the forward. Nice armor swap there is actually going to make this very difficult to rid of that Watson, but the generator, not long for this world.
Not at all. That does get taken down. Nades are going to go out as well, and Gen G, despite their start here in terms of loot, still up top. Like you said, they've got some problems below, but right now they've made it here into the top 5, which is important for them because, as a reminder, they were sitting in 14th with 5 points.
So let's highlight the fact that we have Virtus Pro into the high ground, TSM to the mid, and Virtus Pro here on the outskirts. If Virtus Pro is going to win this game, they have to all in Gen G up above and then consider TSM below without TSM showing interest. The biggest thing is Virtus Pro has to be quick and succinct with their decision-making from this point on, and more importantly, lethal and fast with those kills. Otherwise, they are going to suffer, and I can't help but feel like the high ground, as you see them make the rotation, is the only way to make it happen.
And Gen G not focusing on that player on the half-height cover there, and they do let them squirrel away into bottom treatment. Some more resistance, though, from the west as well. This is the type of angle that's so difficult for the team on the low ground, but because of how much pressure there also is, and like you said, third-party opportunities, these battles are a lot less straightforward.
Yeah, I wonder, I would like to see them get some trying to kind of transition with the Wraith portal, and then one person take it as a bait, the other two go the opposite direction, because I don't think if they move as a 3-man caravan that they're going to have very good odds on their side. 15 seconds until they are going to be forced to move and clash with the Titans of TSM sitting in this water treatment.
Yeah, but you can bet
oh, Taylor already taking enough shots, not knocked though, he survives.
And this thermite could cause trouble. We'll see if that hits. No ticks though. So this is trouble here for VP. We'll have to see if there's going to be movement within this treatment facility itself, but this is definitely Virtus Pro needing to move in now. And take a look at this here, as we do see a drop from VP as they have now made their way into treatment, like you said, with a portal.
And he actually dodges the grenade, taking this portal out, but it's going to take a lot of damage. You see him taking as much as he can. Takes the zip up.
Does he get up?
Is not available. He gets into the circle, though, and he's actually going to not be knocked. Battery ends up getting popped up, but he still needs to heal. Keep in mind, 5 teams remain, and only 1 person here of VP, but they all are so distracted with one another, as we see Segelbert here, considering where TSM is still going to be.
And Noah Lim's there during that entire engagement there. We do see Aberlele with a knock as well on Nitra.
Virtus Pro still has that 1-man Lone Ranger up above. We know that TSM sharking here above Segelbert. Nice shot there. He breaks the armor. That's enough to be able to push if you would like to do so, but he didn't take the stairs right away, so he cannot move.
Look at this TSM now on the 2nd level. Watsoning up. Now still no eliminations from that battle. And like we said, this was going to be the elevation battle that we expected here at Treatment. Once again, a 3-level battle and teams separated in both the inside and the outside of this building.
Segelbert no longer in this game here. Dummy unable to pick up any armor though quite yet. You know he wants to see if he could drop down, pick up an armor, grapple right back up, cost his team nothing. See if he gets a little bit too hasty here or maybe eager towards some of those loot boxes, because boy do they look pretty.
Trying to exchange some shots, and you can bet that, and really this is going to come down to these teams needing to move in about 40 seconds.
Again, we still have 1 member of Virtus Pro hiding on the backside of Gen G on this top roofs. And the fact that Gen G has not been more curious is actually a big setback, because that would be a very easy, not only 1 kill point, but also 1 for your advancement up into that 4th place position. You see the self-tracing here. Everybody understands that we have 20 seconds until this game is going to come to a close. The question is do everybody get so distracted that somehow just 1 Lone Ranger survives?
We'll have to see here. As that, of course, going to run that all the way on that self-trace. 100% is down. That's going to be a long and wild tunnel. Waiting here for it to tick down. And shots are starting to be exchanged. And now back on board with TSM, still in this 2nd level. Of course, any team challenging from the top is aware that they could be on the receiving end of a team shot. And here we go with the close.
Yeah, already we see VP North actually taken out, so 4 squads remain. The Arcstar's going down into the center circles. Everybody taking the high ground there. They're doing their best to try and keep themselves alive. Grim Reality with the iframe can take the portal back here as he is going to zone right in. Dummy is alive and actually controlling his own. Can he make his way back to the portal? He took the wrong side. He survives with 1 HP. 3 squads remain. He takes the 1 versus 1 with the wingman. He has to reload, but the melee knocks him out, and it's actually enough to keep him up. Now 2 people left. Keep in mind that knockdown shield, I believe. Oh no, yes, there it is.
There
Coming
it is,
from
yes!
above is it. And TSM end up clutching it there. Imperial Hal holding his own.
Yes, indeed, holding it down there in the end with the EVA 8 and able to lock that down. Like we said, that was going to be anything but a straightforward ending in terms of how that went. Surprising, to be honest, given the size of that ring and the final events with 5 teams remaining, that we even went down to a 1v1, but it was largely just because of that self-res.
Yeah, I think the best way to look at it is when self-reses get involved on those final circles and it's only a 1 versus 1, basically it's like you can try and stall out on the outside, but it's how much chance do you really have to win there? And I think that's why you see the target dropping and you're like, oh, it's just a self-res shield, no opportunity. Right. Clean play there for TSM, and more importantly, how understanding that. You saw zero fear. He was like, no, it's good. We got this.
Absolutely holding that ground there. And as we look, TSM, they were already sitting in 4th with 14 points, but going to be very happy there, as that will set them, of course, not just further into the winner's bracket, but also in terms of points and even team morale, they'll be feeling pretty good.
On the notes of points, though, and something that I would love, I'm sure we'll hear from the analyst desk a little bit later on, is the story of Gen G. For their positioning, not when I say that, I do not mean in terms of the actual water treatment, but on the leaderboards, then considering that sort of play, it just felt like it was risking so much here for their possibility to stay in our winner's bracket.
The big question, of course, is where Gen G will finish. You have to think in terms of placing and the few kills that did come in for them, that they could be sitting pretty. As a reminder, Gen G was in 14th with 5, but it was so close towards the bottom of the table. So we'll get that update later, of course. Not just standings, but plenty more winners bracket action to come this evening. But we got to break down that whole series. I want to throw it over to Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter on the desk.
Bravo, thank you so much. Absolutely, we have to break down that whole series because, man, especially in that Game 3, a lot to talk about. And I'm glad that Dreadnought brought it up. He read my mind. I mean, Gen G right there prayed to the Apex gods and got their prayers answered as they drop water treatment. Ring ends up closing it. You called it, Jamerson, off the rip that the circle was going to end up at water treatment, and it did. They remained high ground, and you thought it was really their game to lose, and they lost.
I mean, Dreadnought also mentioned that there was an opportunity for the ring to start going a bit more towards the northwest, which is why we saw VP take their positioning in that town to northwest of water treatment. But luckily, somehow, it's still hugged towards the east side, and we got to see that, Gen G's patience worked out for them, especially with this finish.
Look at that. TSM, first place. 12 points for that placement, 17 kills, which is close to that Misfits record. I believe they're in second place now for kill records per game here. Anything stand out in particular to you, Glitter?
No, but this is the type of game that I think people were expecting out of TSM. They had a little bit of a rocky start there with match 1 and 2, but this is the type of level of play that they are more than capable of not only having for one match, but being consistent across the board.
And this is their comfort zone. For every team that has been scrimming for these matches and for the months leading up to this is one of those finishes that you just absolutely have to know how to play. When you get a water treatment ending like that, you know that you have to control the building. One of the smartest things that TSM did was that they gave up the roof. They gave up the roof, and they allowed Gen G to stay up there. Fnatic EU decided that was their power position. They took it, and Fnatic EU ended up getting punched off of that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Not only that, but they were able to pick up so many kills on rotations because they gave up roof. They settled for second floor. So many windows, so many opportunities to get good shots in. You saw Albert Ludley do exactly that. He's not going to miss when he has a sniper in his hands. And they're able to pick up, I think, at least half of their kills towards that end game.
Absolutely. And it gave them the perfect cover to do so. They weren't even worried. They were just running around the inside of the building, picking off the teams as they were rotating off of the outside edge of the circle. And it just made it so much easier for them.
There you have it. As a result of the 3-match series, it is Virtus Pro, of course, in first. TSM sneaks into second, continuing their dominance. But look at the lower half. Team Kurt barely skirts by. HRO right behind them, but Space Station Gaming, they do it. Wow, what a performance here.
Take a look at the discrepancy between the 3rd and 4th place between Misfits and Succubus. 41 points to 17. That's a 24-point discrepancy between the top 3 and the top, rest.
And that's exactly what I was just going to point out as well, but that also shows how close teams can within, even just a 3-game span, because you were talking about what happened in Group B as well. All of those teams are well within that 50-point threshold.
13th for 13 points for Team Liquid there, or I think it might be Game Arena, and that put them basically on the bubble. I believe our 10th place team got into 10th place with 14 points.
Yeah, crazy. They're right there, so close yet so far. So Team Liquid not able to match their counterparts, Team Liquid White, who did place top 4 and made it to winners bracket round 2. They'll be going to the losers bracket. I was on the edge of my seat waiting for those standings because, as you called out last time, Jamerson, we knew that first, second, and third, TSM was pretty much locked in. A lot of those teams were, but after that top 3, top 2, it was a wide open territory, and we really saw a lot of crazy, crazy jumps from some teams. And speaking of jumping, let's go ahead and throw it over to my man Jump on the main stage. He's locked and loaded for an interview.
Thank Thanks a lot, Fallout. I am joined here by Reps. Of course, we had an opportunity to talk quite a bit at the X Games, and I want to start with that. You were able to acquire yourselves a gold medal and have been heralded as the #1 team in the world because of the experience that you have. Do you feel that that's added pressure to you coming into a tournament now with $500,000 on the line?
I think it does add a bit of pressure because everybody's expecting us, to do really well every single game, and clearly the first 2 games we struggled. We got caught out. We had bad positioning in general in the first 2 games, and the third game really it came back together a little bit better. But yeah.
Now, talking about those first 2 games, something that we have seen from you guys is some of those slow starts, but the strategy, the mentality, something that Hal told me at the X Games was the entire strategy of TSM revolves around adapt or die. And that adaptation over the 3 games has had it. What are these communications like when you find yourselves not having as stellar of a game and you want to improve coming into the next one?
So every time we mess up, we always we try to figure out what went wrong. We figure out what went wrong, and then we figure out what we need to do to fix it. And a lot of the time, like, you'll hear in our streams that we're arguing, and people think like, oh, we hate each other, we're yelling at each other, but we need to get our point across to each other, and sometimes it takes some tough love,
Now, you guys, with that win and the 17 kills, have put you second in the group, which means that now you will be advancing into the next stage of the winner's bracket. I asked this question earlier to Mimu, and I kind of want to express the same one here. You've seen 19 teams. There's a whole nother slew that you're going to see in the next set. Do you feel that your strategy is going to change because you have new teams that you're going up against?
I don't think our strategy is going to change. I mean, of course, we're going to adapt where we're going in the game. If we see like certain teams that we know land certain places, we're going to, try to play around that. But other than that, we're still going to focus on getting prime positioning and, yeah.
Final question revolves around some of your opponents. Everyone comes in this and sees the TSM logo and immediately they want to find a way to one-up you because of the experience and the success that you had at X Games. Is there a team here that you feel is your biggest threat that you're going to make sure to have to try to outdo as this tournament progresses?
We're not really trying to single any teams out. We're really just trying to focus on ourselves right now and play the best we can. And if we can play like we played in that 3rd game tomorrow and the finals or whatever, if we make it there, we're gonna do really well. Hopefully we can iron out the mistakes we had in the first 2 games.
All right, well, you heard it here first. None other than TSM Reps, as well as his teammates Albert Lely and Imperial Howe. I think they have what it takes. It was a #2 finish in the groups, but now more games are yet to be played. But to break things down and to get us set up for where we're headed next, back to the analyst desk.
Thanks so much, Jump. And wow, I got to say, a great interview, and there's a lot to dissect from that. Jump did a great job getting information out of him. But Reps, very well spoken, very composed on the main stage. And obviously, clearly, he's doing some reps in the gym as well because my man's looking brawling. But a couple of the things that he said out there that I found fascinating. I mean, they placed second. They played incredibly well, but he almost just took that interview like they got 9th place and barely snuck by. I mean, the level and the standard that he holds himself and his team to is something I really haven't seen a lot of in esports.
I mean, when you're already being held at that standard, you kind of have to hold it above yourself at that point, right? You have to make sure that you're on top of it. You cannot let yourselves rest on your laurels, and I love that they're not.
I mean, to be fair, that's also kind of just part of their personality. Even if they hadn't done well at X Games, they would be trying that much harder to make sure that they're doing well here in Poland. So I'm not surprised that that's how he's handling the situation. They also know that there are still a lot of games that they have to get through in order to make it to the finals. So it's not like they won. This is just the first step of many, and I think that they're mentally preparing themselves for that.
Yeah, not like they won, and he's acting like they didn't win. Stays humble as well. If we make it there, he says, to the grand finals, well, if they perform the way they have, something tells me they will make it there. Very great interview and well-spoken from Reps. Gained a lot of respect. If you like humility in esports, you're a fan of Reps, because let me tell you, was one of the most humble interviews I think I've seen. But taking a look at some replays from our series, 3 matches, of course, and that's why he talks about the importance of performing. He was disappointed with game 1 and 2 and his performance there, because really 3 matches is not a ton. You can't slip up in more than 1 match, and TSM obviously didn't slip up in any of those matches, but in his eyes they did.
But really, it comes down to when they get that kind of comfort end zone, where it's like it's their home. They've played it so many times in scrims. If you have a water treatment ending, you basically have to bet on TSM at that point. We saw them take, I believe, 2nd up against Fnatic the last time there was a water treatment ending at X Games. I believe it was Game 12, the final game of that tournament.
Here you see here the TSM doing such a great job rotating as a team. You brought it up earlier, Jamerson, how they were okay giving away high ground, holding mid ground. But look how good a job they dominated, not only the mid ground, but also low ground, immediately rotating, dropping as a team, getting right back up to 2nd level as soon as they wipe those kills. I mean, across the board, great gameplay here from TSM.
And touching on Gen G a little bit right there, we've got a couple clips from them coming in as well. They were most definitely on that bubble. If they didn't have this 3rd game be a good game for them, it was not guaranteed that they were making it into our top 10.
And I love that Grim was able to laugh at himself there, getting punched out of the ring by Imperial Hal, but he still took it lightly because he knew at that point they were secured in. And, it's great to see that Gen G are able to bounce back. They haven't had the greatest of performance across the last few tournaments.
Here's the clip from Imperial Hal's perspective, and again, a punch into the Storm and someone dies after that. That was a crazy finish there, of course. We saw Grim miss a couple wingman shots. That's probably why he's laughing at himself. He could have secured that against Imperial Hal. Instead, Imperial Hal, who is known to be one of the clutchest players in Apex, comes out on top. TSM leaps their way into 2nd place, really looking strong going into winners bracket round 2. And remember, it's Group D. Group D will play against Group C in winners bracket round 2, who is also known as a pool of death. So really, I was talking to some individuals who thought that really winners bracket round 2 is almost going to be as good as the championship final with how much talent is there. However, we're not going to get too far ahead of ourselves. We still got a lot of action to break down. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius at the command center.
Thank you so much, John. And we're going to wrap up that match number 3. Exciting games all day. And we're going to be progressing on to winners round 2. But let's officially put that stamp and wrap up that last match. Me and Nate's going to have one clip for you guys that we're about to start playing. And we're going to kind of highlight Virtus Pro a little bit. Then we're going to back up and we're going to watch the ending of that game and see how that unfolded as well. So, Nate, you can start this clip and tell us what we're watching.
Well, we just had some really good control of the zone and the circle coming in over here as we're going to be watching VP holding down from the building. We see one of the enemy teams coming by, but things are going to get a little bit awkward. They're going to see that Pathfinder trying to close the door on him, but immediately coming out the top, Taylor landing the air shot with the Peacekeeper, makes the quick slide to the side, and just wanted to call that out. Just the fast-paced momentum these guys have been able to bring, absolutely working beautifully together as a team. Really, I just wanted to pull that up so we could look at the beautiful shot that he made, because that was awesome.
All right, now on this one, we're going to start heading to the last minute of the game. And now we had Virtus Pro, TSM, Seg. They managed to make it towards the end game as well. It was a few stragglers around this building, but we're about to start to see the circle closing in. You're going to see Virtus Pro. They're on the roof. They're on the roof. They're hanging out up there, and they're sitting pretty. But now the circle's coming in, and we're about to see what happens.
Everybody has to come together. We see him coming down, and as you guys are watching, things got a little bit awkward because a bit of it came down to the reload in that final moment as he drops down, and we can see TSM looking up. But this is my favorite moment, right? Because he's coming in here, he gets the Peacekeeper shot.
And he's like, hold up, wait, what's happening? He's reloading. He's trying to get the melee, and he knocks him back to the Storm.
That is an unfortunate way to go down, Blaze. You're going for the reload. Instinctively, you're going to take a step back. But what actually ends up happening is you make a fool of yourself. And it's not
actually fat-fingered, and it kind of tapped the end and messed up the clip a little bit, but play it right there from your side so we can go back and let the fans see it one more time, because you're going to see the drop come down, more shots popping off.
And you've got such a small amount of space to work with in this situation, too.
Boom, knocked him back right there.
Beautiful.
And this is what I wanted to do, because this was definitely a facepalm moment there. You want to get those last shots in. You want to get the reload, but play it one more time, because here he was still on alert. He was like, all right, where's the last guy? Where is he at? Didn't know what was happening, looking all over for him, thinking somebody else is going to pounce on him, but then he just realizes that, hold up, wait a minute, that is game point, baby. And you're going to see Virtus Pro get it done once again for us.
Yeah, just absolutely just great chaos control. It's one of the big things about Apex. You have to keep your head on a swivel, especially with the way that these guys have been playing these circles. Everything gets so tight. Everything gets so close together at the end, and really great crisis management. You got people dropping down on the ceiling from you on the side of a large compound like that. You have such a small amount of space to work with. Things can fall apart really quickly.
It really shows who has the most composure in those late game situations, guys. But that's going to be it for me and Nate here at the Command Center. Back to you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And indeed, who has the most composure? We all know TSM is pretty much on top in that category, as you saw right there in that late game, and with that replay and with that face palm, it was all great.
Was it a face palm or a 5-finger slap to the face? I mean,
one of the two, man. Either way. Nathaniel wants to get on that telestrator is what I'm sensing. He's been itching to get over there, man. My analyst here, we need you on this desk, buddy. We definitely do. It's been a pleasure working alongside these two. Of course, Fallout here, joined with Jamerson and Glitter. TSM with a second place finish, a team that started really strong, but didn't really have a huge performance in matches 2 and 3, was Misfits. Talk to me about how Misfits performed here.
Well, we'll jump into it. However, generally, they did well. They were able to finish, top 10 again. They were, was it top 10?
Third total, yeah.
Overall they were third, yeah. But even in this game, they were still consistent. They got the placement points that they needed to ensure that they stayed in that top 3 position. There was an unfortunate occurrence, and I could be wrong, but I'm like 99% positive that I saw the kill feed pop up, and I think Lucido fell off the map. We didn't exactly get to see how it happened, but I'd kind of like a little bit more insight on that from him. I'm going to have to find him after this so I can see exactly how it went down.
I mean, there was a lot going on, right? They were fighting out on that outer ledge on the south side of the map. HRO was there, Misfits were there, a lot of people were there. And then there are some ledges where you just don't know if it's actually in or not, and like once you step down, you start slowly sliding off.
Let's be honest, we've all been there, all right? No one can judge because of the dominant performance they had in match number 1. We've all fallen off the map at one point, maybe not in the middle of a $500,000 tournament. Well, probably because we haven't had a chance to play in a $500,000 tournament, I'm just saying. But keep an eye at the top right of your screen so we can confirm or deny if he did fall off the map here. But still, Misfits, great performance. We talked about it. Their ability to go huge, little fist pump there, but their ability to go huge in Game 1 really propelled them. Question for Misfits is, can they have that miraculous finish? Can they keep up the consistency, which we saw from teams like Virtus Pro and TSM, but Misfits really was just a Game 1 dominating performance. You didn't see it as much in matches 2 and 3.
Yeah, super excited to see what happens once we get into the winners matches here. I mean, we're seeing a lot of highlights throughout the entirety of the match for Group D, and I believe this came from the second game, these highlights right now.
Yeah, this is heartbreaking for Fnatic EU. We got taken out in this game, and I believe ended up being on the fringe. They did not qualify or place top 10 if I remember correctly. So Fnatic EU missing the qualification to winners bracket round 2 just barely. But again, if you're just tuning in, one of my favorite things about this tournament, for the first time ever in Battle Royale, a double elimination bracket, the bottom 10 teams per group, and there's 4 groups of 20 teams, have a chance to bounce back in the losers bracket and work their way back to the championship final. It's brilliant.
And here we're seeing more TSM again. They had a slow start, right? It was a little bit slow for them, but they were able to close it out, and that's what we're expecting of champions. And so we'll see, going into the next games, will the circle favor their kinds of endings where they have been able to play it out hundreds of times before?
But isn't the mark of a true champion being able to kind of adapt to those circles you may be less familiar with and still coming out successful at the end of it all?
The mark of a champion is just winning when you can win. At this point, you take the wins where you can and then just move on to the next round.
Yeah, and that was a great finish right there. Virtus Pro coming out second as Misfits finished that out, but still, great performance from Noth, MVP. Of course, it was Game 2. You see it from Misfits' perspective. Look at the movement.
No, this is Game 1, actually.
This is Game 1.
Yeah, Game 1.
They bounced back, sorry. Game 1, and then Game 2, what I was going to reference was Misfits, of course, comes out on top. Look at the high five, the hype right here from Misfits in game number 1 as they felt good, and that, of course, secured them really a qualification early. Highest kill game we've had so far from any team is Misfits with 20.
Yeah, again, the bar getting set higher and higher, and it's only day 1. We're not even done with the day yet.
Yeah, we're just getting started, which is crazy to think about, basically how intense the match has been so far, how much fun it has been to watch, and this is day 1, this is Friday. Beautiful shots here. Good job leading shots. Oh my gosh, great shots. Is that Zergy? Nope, that was
BCJ, yeah.
BCJ. Beautiful shots. Loving the sniper use. We've seen a decently even distribution between Longbow, Scout, and Triple Take. Of course, Longbow in the lion's share of the 3, but great to see the sniper in play. A lot of Peacekeeper action. Alternator R99 been in use as well. you see right here with the ultimate. Oh, sorry, with the R99.
Yeah, with the amount of poking and like the distances that teams are fighting from, you absolutely have to have some sort of sniper and take a look at those triple take shots with the precision choke, and along with, of course, the buff that came in for the triple take, right? The projectile is now wider, so it's easier to hit.
I am a huge fan of the triple take.
Especially when you get that thing with full attachments, man, it could be dangerous sets for sure. You saw some great scout usage there, and of course, my favorite, Peacekeeper. One thing I've noticed a few times now with a few players leveraging the wingman. Right here's a perfect example. Oh my gosh, is take your time with your shots. You know, a mentor of mine in esports, his name was Castle Keep, told me once using a shotgun in a different game. Be stingy with your bullets. Use those bullets wisely and only shoot if you feel like you know you're going to connect. I feel like that couldn't be more true with the wingman. You take your time to line up the shot versus just spamming it. That could have made the difference in a couple of times right there. Succubus for one, as well as I believe it was Gen.G or whoever was in game number 3 against TSM.
Yeah, that was Grim, I believe.
Grim,
here.
Yep.
Excellent ending by Noth here from Virtus Pro. I mean, using that Wraith, once again, 100% pick rate you are not going to see here. She's going to be played in every single match just because her kit, it is strong in every single stage of the game.
I love hearing the team comms and the audio from these teams as they celebrate, because, man, you got to feel hype after coming on top of the win here on LAN for $500,000. It must be a great feeling. Now we're back into game number 3, where we saw the action heat up, and we saw really Gen.G's game to lose. And some way, somehow, TSM comes out on top. They itch their way out by maintaining mid-ground. We'll see that, of course, at the end of the game. But Gen.G dropped water treatment, maintained control. They knew the ring was going to end up there. They had a good feeling and was not able to finish it out.
I mean, once we saw Fnatic EU get up onto that high ground, we saw why having the high ground can sometimes be a liability.
Well, I mean, typically, someone's at least going to take it for water treatment. One team's going to be up there just because of the sheer visibility, right? And you're really safe. It's a lot harder for somebody to shoot up than it is for somebody to shoot down on you, right? So I wasn't surprised by the teams taking it. I think at first we didn't even realize TSM had rotated down. That was what the smart play was. They had set themselves up after that for victory from there on out.
Yeah, they had Gen.G on the other side of the roofs from them, and of course we saw HRO coming in with the zip line, and so it was going to be a contested area. And it's an area where, like you had mentioned, it is complete visibility, 360 vulnerability at that point. And so TSM dropping into the second story there was one of the biggest plays for them.
You see Grim reality, that wingman clip I referenced, missing a couple shots there. Of course, easier said than done.
And that was the bigger play, by the way.
Yep.
The haymaker right into the ring.
Haymaker. By the way, 2 times we've seen Melees connect for wins here at the tournament already, which is insane. Has to set some sort of record. And this is the perspective of Imperial Hal. Look at him just going off. I mean, takes out the Pathfinder, who's dipping and dodging and ducking through his shots, and then boom! Punch to the face here for the dub, and he comes out with the win. Nice job by TSM Imperial Hal there, as TSM does it again with a win. They end up in second place in this one, and let me tell you, a great performance from them. But don't go anywhere, because guess what? We have the B stream. Not want to miss.
Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen. Surprise, surprise. Here we are. We are live, and we are going to be closing out the day's action today. Mark Hatcher on set and Dan Gaskin going to be doing the job of driving you through the action. We've got one more group to round up Dan Gaskin. We've had 3 groups of action. It's been a fantastic day. But as I say, we've got one more group to close things out, and that is, of course, Group C.
Yeah, we are going to finish off the winners bracket round 1, and then later on we get winners bracket round 2 as well, which we've already seen the conclusion of 3 of these groups. This is going to be the 4th group concluded. And Group C has been a group that everyone's been talking about as one of those potential groups of death, because we have several teams, if not more, that competed at the X Games, that have had a lot of eyes on them, that do have a lot of expectations on their shoulders. But then we've also got a couple of these teams that have maybe reformed, that weren't able to have their full roster at X Games, and it's going to be how they actually are able to go down here. And I mean, just seeing these guys, I don't know what this is, but we've seen several teams doing this animation.
I think one of the things I'm looking forward to most is finally getting these teams underway and into game, because these teams, these 20 teams who have been waiting all day, they have been waiting all day, is my point. They've been waiting all day watching all of these other groups go down, seeing all these incredible plays, all these players popping off. Now it's their time, Dan. Let's talk about some of the teams that we have involved in Group C. Who are the standouts for you? Who have you got your eyes on?
I mean, let's start with FlyQuest then. And the reason why I want to start with FlyQuest is because Monsoon has recently joined them. He was a substitute for Tempo Storm way back at X Games, and he is one of the most individually skilled players that we have at this tournament, especially when it comes to sniping and using the longbow, etc., or the Kraber. I think that this is a fantastic chance for him to demonstrate what he's got with that FlyQuest team. However, there's a little bit of history with him and some of the boys on the Fire Squad as well. Urban and Burt, they used to team together, all three of them, and it was unclear of why they split, and they were a really solid roster. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of a grudge match here, a little bit of history there. Maybe they'll be searching for each other on Kings Canyon.
And of course, we have Tempo Storm in this group as well. So if you wanted a sort of three-way connection between some players and a little bit of history there, there is that history lesson for you. And some other teams that we had involved with X Games as well are in this group that maybe didn't have the finishes they would have particularly wanted.
Yeah, CLG in particular, I mean, I believe they finished around 17th place at X Games, and that's not what they would have been expecting as the death stare comes through on the camera. Just to go back to Tempo Storm, so yes, they had Monsoon because Decop wasn't able to attend the event. I believe he had some sort of visa issues. However, like a lot of other rosters, when their third was split from them, they opted not to go for the decision of keeping that roster from X Games to this Invitational. Instead, they went back to the original roster that they've had so much practice with, because actually quite a few teams in this group have been around since the very beginning of Apex Legends. Right from the release, they have been a solid three, and chemistry is absolutely everything in a game like this.
I have to agree with you. I think chemistry, we've seen it so many times already today in those clutch moments, in those team fights, in those final circles. You have to be on the same page as your teammates if you want to clutch up and take home those wins and pick up those points for eliminations as well. But one player that I want to talk about a little bit as well is the Apex Predator from X Games as well. Of course, we have Reciprocity being represented now in this group. Snipedown was that player, and I think they're going to be looking to implement a very similar playstyle that they had at X Games, even though this roster has had 2 changes in it.
Yeah, Reciprocity, they like to play close quarter combat. They like to utilize Snipedown's ability to perform very well with SMGs and with the Peacekeeper. Whether that's because he's a controller player or not, it doesn't matter. He's so good when he gets up in your face, so you really have to utilize that ability. And also, his history of FPS titles. He's so good at communicating with his team when he wants to push, when he wants to flank. So to have that IGL ability is going to be a massive thing from Reciprocity. But is he going to be able to perform as well as he did at X Games now that he has changed roster, now that he wasn't able to stick with the guys he teamed with over in X Games? So this is going to be a big ask for Reciprocity, whether they can actually see the same kind of achievements from the previous tournament.
Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on Frex and Grego as well, the 2 teammates on Reciprocity, and also the composition of their lineups. You know, today it's been very infrequent we've seen any deviation, away from that Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith combination of Legends in-game, but Reciprocity, they do like that Lifeline. They like having him as an option.
Yeah, we've seen them in scrims actually running Lifeline instead of Pathfinder, which is crazy, if you ask me, because Pathfinder is so good for traversing the map. However, they felt that with their early game engagements and with their task of just constantly chasing after kills, they like to have the utility of both Lifeline and Watson for getting up in the face and having both that health regeneration and shield generation available.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting into this final group today, Group C. We've been waiting for you all day, and it's an absolute pleasure to finally have you with us. We're going to start off, actually, from the point of view of another team who we did see at X Games, Atletico. Haven't talked about them yet, Dan, as we are loading into the game. They, again, had one of those finishes which was a little bit disappointing for many, but, again, an opportunity to bounce back like many teams that we've already seen so far today.
16th at X Games for Atletico.
Nicewig has just summed up what's happened, by the way.
You see the frustration from Nicewig, and I guess that's a perfect time for us to have a chat about CLG and Nicewig himself. I mean, one of the biggest streamers in Apex Legends, a very big personality. I think you're either a fan of him or you're not. You either watch his stream to love him or you watch his stream to hate him. And then he gets a lot of viewers, so I don't think he minds whether you love him or hate him. But I think CLG, they will be expected to do a lot better than they did at the X Games. They really struggled. They have changed their drop location from what I've seen in scrims, and I won't say it just yet, just in case any of these players are having a little listen. But
I mean, I've got to be honest, I couldn't hear Nicewig, and I can pretty much see him from where I'm sat at the moment, so you should be pretty safe. But
maybe we've got better headsets, though. That's something you've also got to take into consideration. His teammates, though, I mean, No Cocoa Puffs has been an in-game leader. He has been the shot caller for quite some time, as well as using the backup shot calling of Nicewigs. And I think we've really seen CLG progressed quite well since No Cocoa Puffs has taken that in-game leader role.
So we are, again, and just on a little bit of a delay here as we wait to get into the lobby. We were so close, Dan. We were so close to seeing Group C finally kick off here. But let's talk about what we've seen so far today, because there has been surprises, to be honest with you, as far as day one has been concerned. There's been some consistency, like we just saw in Group D as well. No surprise to see TSM at the top of the up near the top of the leaderboards. But talking about some of the earlier groups we saw, Dan, real surprises in some of the big performances that we saw coming in. For the example, the team 789. What a performance they put in the first group of the day. Back-to-back wins.
Team 789 with back-to-back wins, as well as an incredible amount of kills. 14 kills in their first match, 10 in their second match. And then we saw Misfits in that previous group as well, pulling out a 20-kill game in their first match. I mean, being able to do that on this stage with the caliber of players that are around is incredible. Whether you're going to be able to do it when we get to the later lobbies in the winners bracket finals and even that grand final, that's going to be something else. Because to be honest, if you can get that amount of kills in a grand final, you really should be winning this tournament.
I think we have seen a little bit of separation as well between the 10 teams who have been going into the winners bracket and the 10 teams who we have seen falling down to the lower side of the bracket at the moment. And one thing that's been consistent for me is not only the eliminations we've been able to see, but the rotations from some of these top 10 teams. They've been able to get into fantastic positions early on within the circle, and then they haven't had that pressure on them to move across open ground, to traverse, Kings Canyon, exposing themselves to some of those teams that are, set up and watsoned up inside some buildings. That early rotation has been so vital to those good placements and also the eliminations towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I've loved the variety we've had in finishing circles throughout all three groups so far, to be honest. We've had a couple of central circles, which are more difficult to predict, and you really have to use Pathfinder's passive to make sure that you actually know where that final circle is roughly going to be. And then we've seen some circles that have been leaning towards the edge of the map, and those are a little bit easier to predict. We even saw, for example, Team MVP, who were hotly talked about prior to this tournament as being one of the most aggressive teams. They dropped up in relay and the circle landed right on relay, so they just stayed put and they didn't go for kills, they didn't go for the aggression, they were very sensible. And I think that's very important, that even if you're known as one of the aggressive teams, you're still more than happy to play for that more passive and sensible style when it's presented to you.
And what were your thoughts on MVP today? Because they were one of the teams who were talked a lot about. We've sort of harped on today about their RPing game and how much they grind the game and how much expectation maybe not only was one upon them as a team from us as analysts and commentators, but also from some of the other pro teams and some of the other pro players who've been talking about them. What was your feeling on how they will be? How happy do you feel they would be with their first day's performance?
I think they'll be incredibly happy. They were expected to drop somewhere else, and I think in a lot of the pro lobbies that they were competing in, they were, I don't want to say trolling other teams, but they were almost dropping on other teams just to say, look guys, you're not going to always get these locations for free. We're more than happy to 50-50 contest you in these scrims, because actually we want some early engagements. We want to test out how good we are in these scenarios, and they didn't necessarily drop where some people were thinking they would until their third match, where they went for the cage and they actually took that early engagement and they won. Their rotations were good, their positioning was great, their utilization of ultimate abilities was perfect at the right times, but I'd be expecting that for the majority of teams here, to be honest. But I think MVP is a team we have to keep our eye on. They were able to progress as one of the top 10 teams from that group, so we will see them in winners bracket round 2. But I think they lived up to their expectations, maybe not the aggressive team we were expecting to see, but certainly a very decent performance.
And another team that I want to kind of quickly discuss just while we're again waiting for this lobby to get underway to bring you the final action from Group C of the day is a team that I kind of have some question marks about moving forward, and that is, of course, NRG. NRG kind of managed to find their way through into the winners bracket, but it wasn't a comfortable ride for them. And looking back at X Games, there was a few questions coming out of that tournament where they didn't perform to the high expectations that a lot of their fans were expecting, and a lot of the hype that was surrounding this roster was expecting. They've come in today, they've got the job done. However, they didn't seem to be as dominant with their performances as the likes of some of the teams that we were talking about just a moment ago.
Yeah, they didn't necessarily practice particularly successfully going into X Games. They almost just relied on their ability to stomp public lobbies and thought they would be able to approach the X Games in that way. It wasn't the case. They were being dropped on, they were being griefed, and it really didn't work out for them. They also streamed a lot, so people had a vague idea of where they were going to be dropping and how they would rotate, and I think they were punished because of that. However, coming into this tournament, they streamed a lot less. They practiced a lot harder. They were in a lot more pro lobbies, and I think it paid off. They didn't look dominant. They weren't getting tons of kills, but they were getting the job done. They were rotating well. They were positioning themselves for that final circle. They were playing for that placement, and they were picking up kills along the way. They progressed. They get into the winners bracket round 2, and I think that is job done from winners bracket round 1. You don't have to be at your best. As long as you can get into that top 10, that's all that matters. There's no advantage from finishing from 1st to 10th. Top 10, you're through.
And the one thing that we should talk about as well is we were kind of a lot of discussion between players, between talent, between everyone who's been involved in the competitive settings here is that 50-point threshold as we head towards that grand final. We've now seen that could be broken in just a couple of games, and we could be on match point before you know it. But speaking of matches, Dan, speaking of making a point, it's time to start making some points because it looks like the lobby is ready. It looks like the players are getting set, and it looks like we will get Group C finally underway.
I actually heard a cheer from all of the players that are sat out.
You're just as happy as I am. You're just as happy as I am.
Because they are finally going to get this game underway. It has been a little bit of time for this particular group. And that does play a lot on your mentality, in my personal opinion. As a competitor myself back in the day, I know that when I actually get into a game that I've been waiting so long for, that might change my aggressive stance, my passive stance. I might just want to get into fights. I might want to avoid fights. So we'll see if that does have any effect and takes its toll on any of the teams.
Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the lights have dimmed. The players are ready. And it is time for Group C to get underway. Again, we are going to start this one off with Atletico, one of those teams that we did get to watch the point of view of during the X Games. Not the greatest of finishes there. Let's see where they drop off and let's see how they get on.
Yeah, biggest question is, are you going to get the drop for free? The community in general, a lot of these pros, they like to have their own location. They like to loot freely and then get into battles a little bit later. But we have noticed some of these more unknown teams come in and they stir the pot a little bit. They say, hey, you're not going to have that location for free. Instead, we're going to contest you. We're more than happy to take the 50-50 because we'll be more heavily looted because of it and we'll get kills. And there are 2 teams heading straight towards market. Atletico are going to take that outside section, but there was a team who headed straight into market as well. So maybe an early engagement here.
Yeah, very, very interesting to see. It's actually going to be Lazarus who have managed to find their way inside of market. And as you said, Dan, Atletico will be taking the outside compound and moving just outside of that towards Crossroads potentially here. So we could see an early engagement between 2 teams here, which is always what we want to see. A little bit of a aggravation to kick things off here at Group C.
It's a big decision for Atletico is, do we try and take this fight? Do we approach market or do we just get away? It is match number 1 of our group. Should we just go for placement rather than try and take an aggressive stance here and potentially be punished for it? They may have no indication of which team it was that's dropped into market. If they do, and they realize there's a caustic in there for Lazarus, maybe this is a bad idea. You don't want to push into market when you know there's a caustic who's going to be laying down all of those gas traps, and you are not going to have fun trying to push in because of those.
It's going to be interesting to see how effective that caustic pick will be, and there's a lot of talk of the less caustics that are in a lobby, the more effective that caustic can become. So interesting to see that pick of Legend there coming in early, and it could work out for them. First game, try it out.
As well as Gibraltar featuring for the first time. The first time, I believe, in the tournament we're seeing Gibraltar as well. I mean, there are a lot of people who say that Gibraltar is a big, influential, aggressive legend, and it doesn't sound right because Gibraltar is typically a tanky kind of legend, but his shield allows you to push into situations that maybe you wouldn't be able to with your typical legend composition. So we'll see how they utilize that and whether they are going to go for aggressive standpoints.
It looks like Atletico here are looking to rotate pretty early, and we just saw just a glimpse there for a second of where that circle seems to be located. It is going to be in the northwest of Kings Canyon, so look towards maybe Runoff Air Base as being one of those potential final circles.
Yeah, and that could be good news for Tempo Storm if they have dropped Runoff. I know Tempo Storm during pro scrims have been known to drop there as well, and for a similar situation that we've seen, maybe they are going to be able to just hold down and Watson up and just wait for everyone to join them.
I mean, usually I love talking about technical things. I love getting into the real nuances, the hardcore elements of this, but can we just take 2 seconds here while the teams are kind of finding their way around the map to talk about Super Kicker's logo?
Wow, that's very...
Best logo, hands down, hands down. All right, I'm done now, carry on.
However, cropped very badly, might I add.
Makes it better.
There's just a little white section between the arm and the head that I'm not very impressed by. Well, aside from that, I love it. But they have also found themselves over here at runoff, which is where you want to be, because you can see that circle is heavily focused towards there. We are very much expecting that to favor that runoff area. But also, we've got FlyQuest over here as well. Here's the man that we were talking about, Monsoon. He is a monster when you put certain weapons in his hands.
I think he'll be able to get the job done with any weapon that you put in his hands. Certainly one of the most talented players as far as picking up kills and being aggressive and finishing off anyone that dares to challenge him on the map. And now you can see the rotation coming in from Atletico towards Oasis as well. So might be looking to either rotate here through the pit, but it seems like they're having a fairly easy time moving across the Oasis here to potentially get up to that little compound. It's such a tight little choke point that you have to go through to reach the Oasis there. So it's going to be interesting to see as that circle collapses on towards runoff here, if they'll be able to have that uncontested little stroll through the sands.
And here is Tempo Storm as well, and you can see, yep, they're situated pretty well for this final circle. The teams that realistically are going to struggle are those that landed southeast of the map. I know Reciprocity are known for dropping repulsor kind of area, so maybe they're going to have to rotate early. Maybe actually they'll get a decent amount of loot with those rotations, probably through cave. So we'll see if they can get over into a decent position to try and contest this early circle.
You can see there's a little bit of fire coming in from the skies here, and it's Rogue who are trying to be aggressive here and rotate again in towards runoff. So many teams at the moment are confined within this small space on the map, and oh my word, Sweet Dreams there was almost put to sleep from a shot as he tried to lay down that portal for his teammates to maybe get into a more aggressive position, on the map. And speaking of great positions on the map, Dan, this is a good place to be here for the guys on Tempo Storm. And that triple take is deadly from distance, especially now that it's got that slightly wider range on those projectiles. Much easier to tag opponents moving through those open grounds.
Yeah, you can grief so badly with the triple take, but you can see the position they've put themselves in now, where they are banking on that circle finishing around there. There's so much open space in front of them that they have free will to just snipe at everyone, grief at anyone, maybe pick up some kills. But if that circle does kind of differ elsewhere, if it goes west or east, then maybe they might have to move a little bit later, but I'm sure they will be prepared for that either way.
I think the one thing that they do have on their side as far as their positioning is concerned for that potential final circle now is everyone else is going to have to move through towards them. They're going to have that high ground unless the circle does move in slightly more towards runoff, maybe, you know, in towards the central area of that instead of the outside area. But they're in a great position if they can pick off a couple of 3Ps, maybe get some armor on their side. They really have positioned themselves well at the start of this game.
Yeah, now we take a look at Gamers Origin, who also have managed to worm their way through so many teams now, like all 20 still alive, and the majority of them have kind of set up shop in this place in runoff. So that's going to be pretty tricky for them to move anywhere else. It's kind of like you've banked on this position now and you have to Watson up and you have to hope the circle moves there, but you can stay put for quite some time. Round one hasn't even finished closing yet, so you have got to be very patient and you've got to have that ability to watch and wait, not get overly aggressive, and really utilize the weaponry that you found early on, because you might not have been able to loot as heavily as you would have liked.
Well, now we're going to see the guys on Halakline Gaming here trying to make some rotations themselves. Do have plenty of meds to work with, and with the ring only doing a slight bit of damage to that health, they're not going to have too many problems obviously rotating in. But the interesting thing for me is we always look at the composition of a lobby and how players and teams are choosing to play it. What I'm seeing so far is a lot of teams are looking to rotate early. And as those circles change down, I think we could see quite a lot of engagements as those teams come together.
Yeah, and as you learn where other teams are dropping as well and what their tendencies are for rotations, that's going to make you change how you rotate, because you might want to avoid certain teams or you might want to gatekeep certain teams. If you know, for example, a team is going to be pushing through caves constantly, you might want to hold it as our first team is taken out of the game, and it is going to be Fierce who actually are the ones who put them to the knife.
And what a way to start things off. Jazz there from Fierce has got a Mastiff in the back pocket as well, so anyone wants to get up close and personal with him, well, it's not going to be the most friendly of encounters that you ever come across.
And now just, here's the Click Boys. Paradox is going to be using this scout to try and grief as well. You can see they're on the outer edge of the circle, so you'd imagine that it's probably not going to close into their position, but for now they can try and just play for maybe a top 10 placement. But even so, we've seen maybe 16, 15 teams be in maybe round 5, even close to round 6 at times, depending on where that circle finishes and how much cover is available.
It's kind of a one way to compare it when we get down to those final rings. We get so many players in such tight contention with each other. Everyone's holding their breath, and it's a case of who's got the biggest lungs, who can hold on to that position for the longest before they have to get involved in those battles, and it's going to be interesting positioning here from Windstrike team as well, using that pipe in towards runoff to kind of Watson off, and all these entry points now, they can quite happily sit here for 5 or 10 minutes. If they get that Watson hole up, like I was going to say, anyone that sees them, throws those grenades in there, are going to have absolutely no success in flushing them out.
Yeah, the sewer rats at the moment just kind of hiding and waiting. Windstrike are a team that maybe have gone under a lot of people's radars despite their ability at the X Games where they finished 5th. They are a team that, sorry, they didn't play X Games, but they're a team who have been competing since the very start of Play Apex, ever since it was released. A Russian side who definitely will have that chemistry. My mistake, I was reading my notes, it was Tempo Storm who finished 5th.
And that's going to be Fierce, trying to put some pressure onto CLG here, and there is going to be players just caught off guard there. I think he was actually down, so this should be an easy elimination, and it does come in. Fierce putting the pain onto CLG, and just reminding them, maybe some flashbacks towards X Games here. They are not going to have it easy, CLG, if they want to get some top placements.
Yeah, Fierce just using the Wraith portal there, but it actually allows the other team to push and get aggressive on them. So you've got to be very careful now and watch this portal. Try and use that battery, try and stay alive, because when you know that your teammates are down, you just have to either go for the decision of, right, I'm staying alive and I'm going for placement.
And another thing is, of course, when you are using that Wraith portal to escape with so many teams in close proximity with each other, even this early on in the game, where, you know, we're only on ring number 2 right now, people are going to have eyes on that portal exit. So even though you might think, oh, I'm escaping to a safe area, in this kind of tight scenario, you're never going to be safe.
Well, Click do get away with 2 out of 3 of their roster, so it's not the end of the world, as well as all these other teams now that have managed to work their way across and find themselves in runoff, have all taken a building each, and it's going to come down to, are any of them going to be brave enough to try and take any sort of fight here, or are we just going to see an ultimate standoff and wait until the teams they're approaching from the edge of this circle, who start to get involved, who start to throw a couple of grenades perhaps?
Now you are going to see things start to slow down. Teams making their way towards that end circle. Now we're going to jump on board with Atletico here, and you can see they're positioned quite nicely at the moment. They're in the pit, and I think they're just waiting for that ring to close in before they can choose their exit route, essentially, towards runoff or towards Slum Lakes. Just waiting here. You can see as soon as that little circle clicks, they're going to have to make that decision. You can see now Slums is going to be pretty much out of the equation. It is going to be potentially a runoff finish here. So now they're going to have to either rotate to the front of runoff, or we've seen so many teams being posted up, or they could try a rotation here through Slums and, you know, try and attack this from a different angle. But you can see here, there's already a team here, Halo Client Gaming. It looks like they've taken up a little bit of real estate themselves.
You can see the in-game communication from them as well, just pinging different areas on the map as to say, right, we could go here, there's high ground here, maybe we need to rotate through, maybe we can stay. And these are all the decisions that the in-game leader is going to have to be considering. It's a great shot there coming out from Taxi, and it is going to be onto the side of SK there, and there's just plenty of room for movement around this particular area, but you've just got to be very careful, because if you push willy-nilly in Slums, you are going to be caught out by a team potentially hiding around a corner.
And the difficulty here for all of the teams who are involved in this battle for rotation, essentially, is they've got 1 minute 19, and that clock is ticking until they're going to be forced out of these positions then by that ring closing in on them. So it looks like they're all trying to engage in a battle, try and clear their way through. But that means we will see some teams potentially dropping.
I'm excited to see Gibraltar in the end game as well, actually. I mean, yes, you're going to be a big target because he has a big hitbox, but you've got to remember there is the damage difference. He takes 15% less damage than the other legends who are neutral. So maybe that might come into hand, especially with his little shield as well, if he's being shot from the front. So I personally think Gibraltar could be a great addition to the meta of Apex Legends. He just needs a slight tweak, and we might see him used a little bit more, because I think his ultimate ability and his shield are just such huge impacts to the late game.
Now we're going to see some Click Esports here in a little bit of a tough spot. Kanga here kind of just holding on with his teammate. Both with no shields, very, very low health as well. Pittsburgh Knights, a team that we didn't talk too much about in the build-up to this, Dan. Certainly a team to watch as these matches progress as well through Group C. They seem to be positioned quite nicely. You can see already inside that next ring as well. And they don't have to do too much in this situation. You can hear a lot of shots going off in the surrounding areas, and they're just kind of just looking for peaks here, as it is going to be Bryn who is going to be taken down. Kanga's going to be the last man who's trying to survive at the moment for the guys on Click Esports, but in this kind of scenario, you're kind of hoping that the attention gets drawn away from you. Maybe you can just play for those placements.
And look how much open space he has to traverse through here as well. It's just every single team has spotted him and they're trying to get that knock, trying to get that elimination, because as a reminder, each elimination does secure you 1 point, as well as the placements as well. And now you can see the advantage of positioning yourselves in one of these buildings and be able to watch on as all of these players start to try and desperately get into the circle.
You can see a grenade's going to be going in there. It's going to force Six to back down here for the Pittsburgh Knight, but him and his teammate with some beautiful long-range shots there to pick up the elimination as that player was trying to scarper his way across the open land to get towards that circle. And it is going to be Gamers Origin here trying to kind of peek in, and Fierce as well, trying to peek into the circle, see what kind of openings there are in front of them to maybe try and get a little bit of real estate themselves. Still 19 squads left, somehow or other, and you've just seen that circle move. That is going to make things very interesting.
Yeah, it's not going to be 19 for very long, because that is a horrible ending circle. So much of the circle is just actually enclosed on by that giant hillside there, but now we actually get an engagement here. Sora able to pick up a kill over onto PK, and now the Kick guys, they're going to have to try and do something about it. But Pittsburgh Knights, you can see, just trying to survive. It is going to be turns. And I think when you're in that situation where you know you have to survive, it's always going to be slightly nerve-wracking.
You can see this little rotation as well, but let's go smart use of the Wraith portal here to avoid the damage, to scarp around the outside and hopefully find themselves in position to rotate late in towards that circle. This could be a huge rotation here from Atletico.
Unfortunately, as soon as they went through that portal, they were shot and they were greeted on the other side. So they quickly changed their mind and they say, okay, we can't go that way. We're going to have to exit. So even though the pit setup was very good in the previous circle, now they're going to be watched on both exits. So they're going to have to take a fight on one of the sides. And it looks like they're going to try and take it out towards High Desert rather than going round for that full rotation they tried previously with the Wraith portal.
Shuffleboard with a team that we haven't seen too much of so far, and that is going to be Alistar. The X here with that wingman in hand. His teammate with the Pathfinder as well is going to have that gold armor as well, so in a good position here towards the end of the game. The only problem is they have to make a play towards a building here to try and find some cover, and you can see the distance they have to cover here down with just 17 seconds left.
And you can see how many teams as well have been reduced to maybe 2, even 1 players in their roster, so just having 3 at the moment is going to be absolutely vital as this round 4 circle starts to enclose on everyone else. And really, if you've positioned yourself already in one of those buildings, there's only one building that is ever so slightly in this circle, and whoever is in there is going to be in a fantastic chance just to rain down fire here and pick up some big kills.
Yeah, this is where you got to look at the inventory of the players as well, what guns they've got in their possession, because things are going to get tight and things are going to get tasty as we see another battle going down here. This time it's inside runoff, where so many of these teams have been contained for the majority of this game. Here comes FlyQuest now, Zach moving in. He's got the Eva 8 as well, landing those shots but can't quite finish those players below him.
Yeah, this is the building that I was talking about that is in the circle. It was Reciprocity. They got taken down in around 16th place as well, so we didn't see much of them in the game, but actually they're not placing maybe as high as we might have expected as we move over to Saw, who now they're getting aggressive, utilizing this R99 and Wingman. They want to pick up these kills. They want to get inside this building.
We went from 19 squads down to 13 in the click of a finger. Look at the shots now falling from above. It's FlyQuest who seem to have that high ground and the ability to rain down the pain onto their opponents, and they're doing a great job at it so far.
Yeah, FlyQuest have been there since the very start of the game as well, so they've been waiting for this engagement. They will still have, you'd think, a couple of grenades to use as well, and maybe they're saving them for that final kill, and you can see just trying to take out that ultimate ability from Watson as well to try and stop any shields being recharged. And of course, if you can take out that ult, you can then use grenades, because the ult does block any sort of ordnance from raining down.
Atletico have managed to rotate late in this game, but they've stayed within the game. That's the important thing for them. Even with low armor, even with not the greatest loadouts, I mean, you got the RE45 here, we've got the G7 Scout in their hands. Not exactly what you put on your Christmas list. However, they are staying in the game here, and they have managed to secure a top 10 placement already.
And still top 10 places currently, 10 squads residing in this circle, and the circle is getting smaller and smaller. You're really going to have to now start using your brain. Your IGL is going to need to communicate with your Pathfinder, with with your Wraith. Where do we need to portal? Are we saving our portal for the end game? Do we need to use the portal now just to get into the top 5? Can we get any high ground here, or is there anywhere we can hold? Because looking at that final circle, there's so much open space.
There's so much open space, and high ground is going to be the name of the game here. You can see at the moment, Helicline Gaming and the Wraith are trying to formulate a way to get anywhere near that circle. Unfortunately, they're just really struggling at the moment. Shots are going down all around them. Brent Royale now with the wingman trying to take a few players down. And his teammates are doing a great job trying to grapple in himself, and all of a sudden, it's become the Royal Rumble here. Who's going to be thrown over the top rope?
This is what Battle Royales are made for. Just this massive contestant right at the end of the game. And you've got low ground, you've got high ground, but you've got such little objects you can hide behind, and you have to utilize them, because otherwise you're going to find yourself in a very sticky situation.
Rogue are in a fantastic position here. They seem to have the ultimate high ground in this particular situation. They have plenty of shield cells to work with as well, and now they're going to be getting aggressive. Now they're going to be looking for eliminations, as we now have only 4 squads left.
Look how they just pinched him as well. They sussed out, they sniffed out there was going to be one player just like a weasel trying to worm his way and trying to escape, but they ensured they managed to get that extra placement and get an extra kill as well. But now as we get to these late stages, knockdown shields are going to be important. Do you have that golden knockdown shield? Do you have that golden backpack maybe for a quick shield battery recharge? Or are you just going to have to take every single fight that you come across at this point?
2 purple armors, 1 blue armor in the hands of Rogue here. Digital threat. He's going to be able to see through the fire and the flames that do potentially pop up towards the end of this game. 3 squads remaining here. Rogue is one of those squads, and they are in a prime position here as they have the complete and utter heart of the circle, and they have everything they could possibly want.
Yeah, they definitely have another team who's on the other side of this wall, and it's going to be Gamers Origin as well, and you can see they're portaling up just so they can try and get underneath them for when this final circle comes in, and there's still another team somewhere. I'm thinking it's probably going to be a solo player who's maybe just lurking around and hiding. There he is. It's Zach from FlyQuest.
Oh,
actually,
3 of them.
it's the entirety of FlyQuest somehow are down in this pit, in between the 2 teams, and they still haven't been spotted.
Rogue now, all with purple armor. There's a couple on the floor as well, so they could potentially swap out those shields and make those exchanges for those elongated fights should these 2 teams push in. But here, now comes the push from FlyQuest. They're going to be taken down, gets caught in the ring. Lou goes up, flying through the air with the grapple, tries to land some no-scopes. Not going to happen. 3 squads remaining. Rogue still in control.
Rogue are just laying down fire. They had all the high ground, and they get the victory because of it. They had purple shields, they had gold knockdown shields, they had everything, as well as the ammo, as well as the aim. And the boys who have been a team for so long, throughout several iterations of any Battle Royale, show that they are here to play at this Invitational.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff there from Rogue. Huskers dropped, and sweet dreams. That is a sweet way to close out the first game here of Group C. 12 kills to go to boot as well. And when you're in that final circle, when you have that high ground, oh boy, is it a good feeling.
I mean, they positioned themselves so successfully throughout the entirety of that game. And really, when you see that tiny circle on the map, you have to look for every possible advantage as you can. These players will have memorized the map down to every detail. They will know where every single stone is, every single rock, every grain of sand that they could potentially hide behind to get an advantage. And Rogue did just that, really utilizing the wall to hide behind it. Very impressed by how FlyQuest managed to survive so long down in that ditch between 2 teams and get a 3rd place there.
Yeah, they were forced to make that move towards the end, but as you say, placement points, they'll be quite happy with that. Picked up some kills along the way as well to add to that points tally, but I mean, Rogue, we barely mentioned them for some reason. I'm thinking about that right now in the build-up to this group, but certainly one of the favorites coming into this tournament, a lot of hype behind them, and, you know, X Games had a fairly decent performance as well, but that, for me, is the kind of convincing performance you want to put in a Game 1 to just remind everybody, not only in your own lobby, and all of the other groups that we've seen so far today, that you are here to compete and you are here to call yourself a champion.
Yeah, as I said, Rogue, they've been in a squad for quite some time now. One of the longest standing squads that we've seen in Battle Royales, actually. And 7th at X Games, I believe. They won TwitchCon Europe as well, but they did struggle since then. As a team, they have this weird dynamic as well. I don't know if it still stands, but for a while, they kind of had a 50-50 shot calling ability between Sweet and Dropped, and it was just like, who is actually going to be making those calls? And are you going to be in a situation where 2 players are trying to call circle, is that going to be detrimental to how you approach the late game? Because if you're not on the same page, then you are going to find yourself in a tricky situation at times.
Well, if you are joining us from Stream A, unfortunately, it's time for us to say goodbye. We're going to continue, of course, with Group C here, but we'll say goodbye right now as we leave you, and we love you, as there will be some more games continuing on the A stream. But, I mean, Dan, let's take a second now to talk about B. Let's talk about Group C, excuse me, as we do now say goodbye, so I should say, to our viewers from Stream A. Let's talk about that first game, because we had a lot of interesting rotations, in my opinion. We had a lot of early rotations, but we also had a lot of interesting routes being taken, particularly by Atletico, to find their way into that late game, into a top 10 placement where, sometimes your loot isn't the best, but you can make those situations work for you.
Again, it's what happens when you get a very heavily one-sided circle in a corner of the map where teams can predict where that finish is going to be, where you are forced. Well, you're not forced to take an early rotation, but you're given the opportunity because you have more accuracy in your predictions, as we can now see the standings from that first game as well. Rogue with 24 points, 12 kills, and of course 12 points from the placement as well. Gamers Origin picking up a big second place with 9 kills as well, might I add, which finds them on 18 points, and then FlyQuest, as we saw, just surviving in that ditch. Only the 3 kills, but a big placement for them. And someone that we should talk about, Fierce, as well. I mean, Fierce getting 7 kills, despite the fact only getting 1 placement point, shows how being aggressive can pay off.
Oh, absolutely, and just to round out our top 10 here, you can see Alistar in 6th place, Kamikaze holding down number 7, Atletico. We'll talk about the rotations. They managed to creep their way into a top 10, which was rounded out by Nagano 1998 and Tempo Storm in 10th place. So top 10 there for Tempo Storm, one of the teams we were certainly watching after their 5th place finish at the X Games. Maybe not exactly what they would have wanted, but at least solid positional play from them.
I think it was a difficult situation for Tempo Storm when they dropped over at runoff, and where they saw the circle start to head towards runoff. They had to make an early prediction of, well, where do we think it's going to be? Where are we going to set up shop? They took the high ground because they had longbows, because they had the ability to shoot on anyone that was oncoming, but unfortunately the circle didn't quite go their way, and it meant they had to retreat from that high ground, and they were probably taken down because of that. A team that we didn't see on that top 10 list, and we didn't really see much of throughout the entirety of the game until they went down, was Reciprocity. And I'm not entirely surprised. It was a very bad circle for them if they were landing where we used to see them landing, around Repulsor. So now we're going to see where the next circle, either they change their drop for maybe something more central so that they have the ability to rotate a little bit quicker perhaps, or whether they just stick with it and they hope for a better circle for them.
All questions that we will have to, of course, find answers for as we move through the matches here. We still have 2 more to go before we close out Group C and we find our top 10 who will be moving on to that winners bracket group. Some of the replays, of course, from the game that we just saw, and I think a lot of teams are kind of betted on maybe not the circle ending up where it was. They were kind of hoping for a runoff circle, as we saw a lot of players setting up camp, should we say, in these buildings. And then this is where the action really did break down. As soon as that circle did move towards that northwesterly point in the map into this little sewer trench here, that's where things really started to get interesting. Those forced rotations from the team as that ring collapsed. And then we just saw this carnage. I think we had about 4 or 5 teams drop within about 30 seconds of each other.
And I think the best thing about the final circle being here is you really get to witness the map design in all its greatness. When you walk through this area when you're looting, you're probably thinking, why on earth are there all these concrete slabs? They're so pointless, they're just blocking the way. This is why. In case there's a circle, so that people have something to duck behind and they have a little bit of cover so that we can get these kind of engagements. Also, really good effort from Lou from FlyQuest to try and get behind the team, slide away and survive, but unfortunately Rogue were just too switched on and ensured that he wasn't able to get behind them.
Yeah, such a difficult position to try and take that high ground. I think they're kind of hoping maybe that there would have been a little bit of aggravation coming in from the other team who were in that top 3, just to kind of distract, maybe to allow that Pathfinder to use that grapple to get over the top and maybe land some shots. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for them in that particular situation as far as becoming the champion is concerned. But it's all about coming in that top 10, Dan. And I think all of those 3 teams towards the end there are going to be very, very happy. And yes, we see you, young man. We see you. We see you, Windstrike. We love that.
And I mean, I think there should be smiles on the faces of Windstrike when they have been a roster, a Russian team, 2 players from Russia, I think 1 from Belarus, since they've been playing ever since Apex was released, right from day 1. you'd expect that synergy, you'd expect that chemistry, and when it finally pays off and you perform at one of the biggest tournaments, if not the biggest tournament actually, sorry, that we've seen in Apex Legends, then you almost get that relief of, okay, yes, it was worth it. It was worth that 6-month grind to this point, and they can be on their way to potentially progressing out of this group and getting closer and closer to their share of $500,000 here in Krakow.
Yeah, I was just about to remind everyone at home exactly what these players are playing for. 80 of the best teams in the world have descended here in Krakow, Poland, and $500,000, as you say, $105,000 for first. And one player who had a fantastic first game there is the man on your screen right now. Sweet Dreams, 5 kills, 990 average damage, but most importantly, a first place finish.
Yeah, 990 damage is actually a decent amount of damage. If you're used to playing ranked, you're thinking, well, 990 is not that impressive. I can get around 2k. Very different when you're going up against the best in the world and half of them are turtling inside of buildings. You can't on the edge of being a top tier side, but they've just needed a tournament where they really blow up to show what they're made of.
I think he was one of those early game teams that everyone is like, this is the team. This rogue lineup of Huskers, Dropped, and Sweet Dreams are the ones to watch. They are the best. This is the yardstick, so to speak. And after a couple of tournaments, they haven't quite maybe just got that championship behind them to kind of solidify that initial hype. We've seen the likes of TSM. We've heard all the hype about MVP, for example. And sometimes as a team, it can kind of become a weight on your shoulders a little bit. As soon as, you're talked about in such a positive light for such a long way, if you don't get those results, and let's put this into context here. I'm not talking about top 10, top 5 results. A team like Rogue expect to get first place, and I think they won't be happy, and I don't think that, a lot of the people who are fans of Rogues will be happy until they do pick up that first place and really kind of cement themselves as one of the best.
And they usually are a team who drops Skulltown as well. I know we saw a lot of it in X Games, and actually they were the thorn in so many teams' side who tried to rotate through Skulltown. They often got greeted by Rogue, and they were often punished by Rogue. If they are still dropping Skulltown here today and in this tournament, then I'd say that was a pretty successful rotation from them, from going from the southwest to the northwest. Being able to get there so quickly to run off is very impressive. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on for all of these teams. How quickly are they rotating, and are they getting into the right position? How well are they reading these circles? Because no matter how good you think you are at predicting a circle, there can always be a spanner thrown in the works. I don't think many would have necessarily been expecting that finish. They knew it was a possibility, but you kind of have to predict between 1, 2, maybe 3 areas in that final circle of where you've seen patterns emerge previously.
And one thing I want to touch on a little bit here that might be a little bit of a concern for a lot of CLG fans who are sat at home at the moment and maybe watched that first game with a lot of hype and a lot of anticipation about how the players on CLG were going to perform there. We saw them involved in one particular battle when they had the high ground as well. It was just outside, of that rotation towards runoff when they were holding down the high ground on that tower. Losing that battle has got to be a little bit of a concern for them moving forward, because when you have advantages, you need to be able to press them home.
Yeah, I think CLG maybe picked up around 2 points. I think they finished in the top 10, but we'll get some confirmation of it a little bit later when we look at some of the standings. But right now, we look at Sirius here, who was able to get 1,356 damage as well as 6 kills. And we'll see how that average goes out throughout the 3 matches. It was actually the highest damage from any player in that game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from him. He was certainly lighting it up as far as damage dealt was concerned and shots being landed. And that's what you need to do in these kind of situations, in these lobbies, especially towards that end game, land all that damage. But it can be such frustrating as well, Dan, because, damage doesn't essentially turn into eliminations, doesn't turn into kills, which in turn don't exactly turn into points, which is what you need. You have to make sure that that damage is effective and it is efficient so that you are picking up those points.
Yeah, damage does one of 2 things. Of course, it can knock your opponents, and it can then use up all of their resources and use up all of their heals and maybe some of their shields as well. And of course, it can just warn off and scare off opponents. We saw that situation where teams were trying to rotate round to a certain side of the hill. They noticed a couple of warning shots come from a team with a lot of high ground, and they instantly retreated. They instantly said, nah, I ain't having any of that. Doesn't matter if you deal damage or not. Just seeing those bullets fly towards you sometimes is scary enough where actually you're saying, well, we want to get placement. We don't want to take one of these fights. So they back off and they look to maneuver elsewhere around the map.
So We are just waiting to get into our second game. Again, we'll bring it to you as soon as we possibly can. We want to jump back into the action in Kings Canyon, and saying that, it was almost as if I had some sort of magic in my voice there, Dan, because the players, the headsets are on. A couple of fist bumps going across in front of us that we can see, and you can see the focus on the players in front of you at home. We're ready to get into this next game. After we did see Rogue dominate that first game, can they go back-to-back, much like we saw 789 do earlier?
If we are watching Rogue as well from the start of the game, we will see whether actually Skulltown is their choice of drop and whether there is any contesting there. And now we go into match number 2. Are we going to see more aggression from any of these other teams? Are we going to see any change of composition? I mean, we saw Gibraltar for the first time in match number 1. I mean, just having that bravery to not agree with everyone else in the tournament who says this is the best composition and say, actually, we like Gibraltar, we like what he offers into the game, and we like his abilities. So we'll see whether they stick for Gibraltar again, the guys on kick, or whether maybe they'll change back to maybe a more normal, and I say that with air quotes, composition.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, time for match number 2 here in Group C. I'm going to start this one off with Rogue. We are going to see that ping coming in, and surprise, surprise, Dan Gaskin. Skulltown. Looks like where the party is here for Rogue.
And you can see one of the members as well just watching out the back of the dropship, just saying, all right, this is where these teams are dropping, basically, and they can maybe even counting how many teams have left that dropship, because they can get a good indication with this particular flight path of whether they're going to be alone at Skulltown nice and early. If you are alone, and if everyone else is quite spread out and they're not anywhere near you, you can really separate and take the whole of Skulltown and then meet in the middle.
And looking at the point of view there of Rogue as well, I think there was 3 different teams who were kind of drifting their way towards market there. We saw 2 landing in fairly close proximity in the first game, but 3, I mean, there might be some action going down in the market.
I'm sure it looks like heaven to a lot of you players who are used to playing a lot of Apex at home, but actually here is that early contesting in market, and it's going to be Lazarus who are taking this early fight, and great knock there. Nice to get an alternator early in the game.
And now we're going to see another player in front of it here. The alternator's doing damage. We're going to see the push in from the caustic as well. Can they finish this kill? Atletico somehow managed to stay alive in this situation. Bullet L, I mean, he put his sneakers on. He managed to get out of dodge very, very quickly. And it looks like his teammates will be falling, and Hey Katie with the Mozambique. I think that might be the first Mozambique kill we've seen so far in the tournament. Manages to put some points on the board here.
Well, that's 2 down though for Lazarus, and Postkill only has a slither of health left to work with. He is the caustic though, so he can turtle up a little bit. There is another shield on the floor that he can utilize if he does get in this fight. But 2 of the Atletico have a 2v1 now. They need to push on, and they need to take advantage of this man advantage.
Yeah, Hey Kate is going to kind of be the player who's going to be looking to do the damage, because that's the player who has health, that's the player who has shields in this situation. And teammate Bullet L is going to find shields as well. So now you can see Postkill trying to play this one slowly. Maybe just try and get some eyes on where those players are, do some damage, and look to finish off those kills. He's got that hot 99 as well, so he's in a perfect position to melt some shields.
Just, he doesn't have any health.
He's got no health.
All he has is
that's a lie.
shields.
1 HP.
So he has got around 51 health at the moment. So if he gets tagged in the face by anything, he's going to go down. Decent shots from him. It's enough to push the 1 player away. He's going to have to utilize his caustic traps, but finally the shots come in. The pincer was great from Atletico, and they did enough here in market. Very terrifying when you have to take an early game fight this early in the tournament, but at least it's Atletico who come out victorious.
Yeah, Atletico do win that one. We were talking about their rotations last time, but they win the team fight, and now they will have the run of the market. They can do exactly what they want as we take a look across the super kicker now, and where they're going to be dropping. It looks like they're going to be chilling around the slums.
Gibraltar still being used as well. They are more than happy with this composition, it would seem. And for Lazarus, I mean, it's very difficult when they were able to successfully take market in opening match and they weren't contested early on by Atletico. Atletico dropped outside of market previous, but it seemed like Atletico said, actually, we don't feel like our loot was good enough in match number 1. So instead, we're going to take you toe-to-toe in market. We're confident in our ability, and it paid off because of that. And they should get, in theory, better loot because of that aggression.
And this is what happens when you win game number 1 as well. You drop Skulltown and nobody else fancies it. It's as simple as that. Sweet Dreams with the purple armor dropped, and Huskers with the blue as well. So they're going to have plenty of HP to play with when they do make those rotations. And I mean, look at the weaponry as well. The R99 and the Havoc anyone walks around the corners and finds themselves a Wild Huskers, well, they're not going to be too long for this world.
I mean, the entirety of Skulltown is a massive
It's a huge area.
heaven if you're able to get it on your own. So for Rogue to be that brave to say, look, this is our drop spot. If any of you want to drop with us, be our guests. And I'm sure that they would drop differently if they did see another team flying towards it, and they'd maybe drop closer together. But because no one contested it, they were able to drop on each side, loot the entirety of it, and you can see how it's worked out for them in terms of shields. But another team who's been able to shield up very well here in Bunkertown is Tempo. A purple shield and 2 blue shields. I'd be more than happy with that after my initial loot sequence.
Yeah, kind of hoping one of the players is just going to give us a little bit of an indication maybe of where that circle is going. You can see now CLG are going to be moving towards, sorry, not CLG, excuse me, Click Esports. I saw the CLQ. It was enough to confuse me as I'm not the smartest man in the world, but they're going to be rotating towards Cage here and now using passive ability of Pathfinder to try and locate where that circle is going to be moving. If we could pop back actually just so that we can try and catch a little glimmer in the minimap of where that circle might be. That'll be absolutely huge for us to determine where these teams are trying to rotate. But at the moment, we're going to stay on board with Pittsburgh Knights. Lots of high ground here, Watson fences up, and lots of ranged weapon on their side as well.
This is a very popular spot for a lot of teams. They really like to just Watson fence up and utilize that high ground and really just hold that position and lay down fire, especially if you've got long-range weapons like the longbow, and they are just going to be griefing everyone. And so we did see Click earlier move towards Cage, and now Halo Klein Gaming, they're going to be right on the outskirts of Cage as well, so they potentially could be griefed here. And yes, they've spotted them. There is going to be a little bit of a shindig here at Cage. Are they going to be confident enough to take it, or are they just going to get out of here?
It seems at the moment, from what I can see, it might be another fairly central finishing circle. Just judging where the players are located at the moment by the Cage, and from the rotations that we're seeing in the edge of the circle that we can see here, we can kind of just see the back end of the Leviathan above the river. That's really difficult to say, by the way. I invite anyone at home to try and say that themselves. So now we're going to see the battle on the rotation here. Smart positioning here, but they're going to have to drop down, otherwise there's out of bounds.
Yeah, it looks like
going to do some problems.
Looks like the circle is going to be very central, actually. You can see the edges on Bunker. At the moment, the edges are on Cage as well. So those Leviathans are just going to be about in the circle with Bunker there as well. Maybe ending somewhere towards that Bunker Town again that we saw earlier on in this tournament. Or maybe somewhere down towards Mid-River, Caves kind of area if you're lucky. But maybe right in the center of Canyon. That is an area we have seen it end quite often, which is just near the head of the southern Leviathan. And that is a good place to hold if you can get there early, but a horrible place to push if you are getting into the circle late.
Yeah, lots of different elevations that can be going on that final circle, so we're going to have to see what teams are repositioning themselves to take advantage of that different elevation that can be offered by the geometry. We're going to jump aboard with Halo Klein Gaming. They're going to be forced to rotate here, not taking too much damage from the storm, but you can see they're trying to take a little bit of a longer rotation here, and you can also kind of feel that hopefully they've got a little bit of heals here, as they are going to pull in the respawn of their teammates to put themselves up to a full complement of players. Not too far to travel, you would hope, and now they're going to have to try and find an escape route for that teammate respawning.
And I would say this is one of the biggest lessons for a more casual player of Apex Legends, is not being scared to go back into that red circle to bring back teammates, because the risk of bringing back teammates within the circle, especially in a lobby like this full of some of the best players in the world, is absolutely massive. So it's very intelligent of them to actually say, look, we've got the health, we've got the ability to replenish that health. Let's just make sure we get all three back on board.
Yeah, if you're respawning, excuse me, inside of that red circle with so many teams still left alive, 19 players, the best in the world, you are essentially dropping with a sparkly dress on, with loads of arrows around you, neon arrows saying, hey guys, I have absolutely no shields, please help yourself to the freest kill in the world.
I'm a 3 point, come and get me. Atletico now have positioned themselves in this kind of area around Mid-River towards Mid-Bunker Town as well. And now HLC are going to be able to push back into this circle after they pick them up. And one of the things you're going to notice, well, a lot of these teams, they hold positions that have the ability where Pathfinder can actually use his passive and use that tower to scan where that next hill is going to be, where the next circle is going to be. And they hold that position so they can use it several times. It's not a one-use thing. As soon as that next circle comes in and the next round begins, you can use it again.
So we did momentarily, I believe it was FlyQuest there, who were hunkered up inside the bunker. Just kind of watching the action pass them by. Looking to see what teams are going to be pushing. A perfect position from them at the moment to try and time potentially a rotation, not only out the front, but you can see on the minimap there still the option to rotate maybe towards the south of the map, around the bunker area, and re-engage from that different angle. So lots of options here. It is FlyQuest who are holding down the bunker to kind of play with, as we do see a little bit of a cheeky peek come in. The shield just being dropped momentarily.
Again, longbows, triple takes is going to be very important in this kind of particular circle, with a lot of people hiding in buildings with those tiny cracks in the window where you can pick them off and where you can just grief and take away ever so slightly the amount of shields, just to be really annoying and to be a nuisance as everything calms down and slows down. And until that round 2 circle starts to enclose, which is going to be now, we're not seeing too much movement, but I'm sure there are a few teams who are still on the edge of that circle who are going to have to find their way in. Again, a lot of those teams who loot on the real outskirts of the map, like Repulsor, for example, they're going to have to push quite far across this map.
Yeah, we were talking how we feel it's quite a central map. It could not be more of a central circle, excuse me, by the looks of that. I think it's pretty much equidistant north, south, east, and west. So lots of action going to be going down here around the caves area. Maybe around the market area as well. Lots of different types of elevation, as we now see Rogue, who was so dominant in that first game, trying to pin this player down and trying to take him down before he hits the portal. And immediately there, Rogue repositioning themselves, and Sweet Dreams hitting some sweet shots of his own.
Yeah, really good communication from Rogue there, just to make sure they're focusing the correct player, not tracking Wraith, who was running and of course can use their Q to go invisible. Instead, looking for the more vulnerable players at the back, as now Rogue are going to find themselves getting a little bit chunked by this circle.
I do love what I just saw there from Rogue, though. They pushed on that damage almost immediately that was done originally by Sweet Dreams, picked out that elimination. So good play there from Rogue. Get that point on the board, go back into the red. Again, don't be too afraid of it, but one thing you could be afraid of is opening the door and finding some Watson fences and a little Watson staring you right in the eyeballs.
Yeah, that's one of those moments when you just have that little scare jump as you walk into market, because yes, you've got to expect everyone around the corner, but usually it's not someone putting up a fence there and then. And you can see that circle is going ever so slightly south now in this particular central area, so towards that mid-river. There is going to be a little bit of it in Canyon as well, and towards Caves too. So a couple of those teams that were towards Bunker are going to have to start moving sooner rather than later, otherwise they might find themselves getting chunked for a little bit of damage from the red.
Still 19 teams remaining in this game. You can see Rogue again controlling the top of market here, having the elevation over anyone who tries to move around this area. You can see the elevation around now. They're looking down on pretty much absolutely everyone that will be rotating around the area, trying to land some shots themselves. It's just interesting to see if there is anyone still underneath them in market. I think there was that team that we just momentarily jumped off, and it was indeed Halo Client Gaming, who might be in a position here to maybe cause the guys from Rogue a little bit of a problem, but they also got to be aware that Rogue seem to be aware of that potential issue. They are aware themselves. Some little peak shots coming in, but they also have those Watson fences up, so the only way to access the top of the market here.
I would imagine though, Halo Client, they're going to be reluctant to push anyone at this point, because they're going to want to go for placement, because there's still 19 squads left, and regardless of who's above them, it's a risk to take that fight. So I don't know if we're going to see them actually go for that. I think they'll probably just wait, say, look, we're in the circle, we can be patient, we just have to hope that this team above us either comes to us or they just disappear and run away.
And I wonder here if Rogue are going to get aggressive on this team in market as well. We did see how good they were in those team fights towards the end of that first game as they picked up that huge win. Or is it a case of maybe just watching this cut off of anyone rotating in late? Or maybe they're going to look to rotate themselves through the caves here and take some close range battles.
It's looking like it's going to finish somewhere in the center of caves, to be honest. So they do have the option of going all the way around, and that's why they're going to use the portal now from Wraith. And this is something that players do so often at the highest level as well. Really taking advantage of every single ability that each legend has and using them to their absolute best. And being able to not take damage from the red by using that portal has allowed them now to get a safer rotation rather than pushing directly into caves from market.
The Halo Client going to be holding down market at the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to be aware that Rogue have decided to rotate. FlyQ once again holding down things at the moment, still in contention. 19 squads remaining, of course, but they seem to be coming under quite a lot of pressure here, and it's around the crossroads area that we're seeing these battles go down. Grenade going to be going in here. The Incent is going to burn that player. And it's Justice Esports who are trying to get some points on the board themselves, as we are seeing some beautiful shots come in, as Rogue now on that rotation have decided to get aggressive and try and pick up some kills of their own.
This is a rotation that perhaps this team didn't really expect. They probably thought they were safe because of that red behind them, but this is good stuff from Rogue. However, one player has dropped. He's been eliminated as well, and it's dropped who does drop.
Yeah, then you can see the Peacekeeper just absolutely chunking him as well. So Sweet Dreams is forced to retreat here towards his teammate. Now we're going to see Halo Client Gaming maybe decide to push out finally from Market and try and rotate their way towards that circle. But it's actually going to be FlyQuest here who have relocated. They're going to be running around the inside of Market here. And now they're going to be locating themselves through the caves as finally Halo Client Gaming make their move.
It was Rogue going up against Reciprocity as well. Both Grego and Snipedown got taken out, and actually the entirety of Reciprocity might have gone down in 19th there if I'm not mistaken. One team definitely got eliminated, and it could well have been one of Reciprocity, so that would be an awful finish for them. And they didn't have the best of finish in the previous game as well, which would require a massive match 3. Of course, we'll get confirmation as soon as we can, as at the moment we are going to see Alistair here just trying to post up, trying to defend this area, but they still have to make moves in the next 55 seconds.
Yeah, they've kind of got an interesting decision to make here. They took their time to make a rotation, but you look at the mini-map here at the top left, so many tiny choke points. Essentially, only 2 ways to get to this next circle for a lot of these teams who are the wrong side, who are the south side of the caves. So they're going to have to make some plays, and we are going to see some battles, as now we see the guys on Super Kicker getting involved in the action, longbow in hand. And we got that wingman as well, trying to ping some shields.
It's like a really terrifying form of Gladiators, and if you've not seen the game show Gladiators, then you probably won't get this analogy whatsoever. However, as soon as you get past one team and one fence, suddenly there's another team waiting around the corner with another fence. Watson just provides so much defensive ability, and it's why she's an integral part of so many compositions, unless you super kick and you'd rather have Gibraltar.
Super Kicker now, they're going to have to use every single thing in their inventory to try and get themselves out of this situation. They find themselves pinned a little bit here. They're going to have to unleash some of those fly kicks that we do see in the logo. Maybe that's a little bit of a foreshadowing there on what they were going to do to try and get out. But here we are going to see the battle towards the caves. And it's going to be Justice Esports now, and it's going to be Halo Client Gaming again now being forced to rotate. We're going to see every single rock seems to have someone's name and number on it, and as they do try and rotate through that tight choke point, they are going to be falling, and it's going to be CLQ who are going to be going down. It's going to be JST who are dropping down some players, and I think that might have been all 3 players who have dropped now for HLC.
18 squads is about to come a lot less, I can tell you that, as so many corners are covered at this point. We do see Windstrike trying to defend their position, and they are just going to be able to just rain down fire on so many players pushing in on this circle now.
Yeah, there should be easy finishes here, and there's going to be a gold knockdown shield, and we know how huge they are towards that end game. Windstrike, they held this choke point for so long. They were so disciplined because they knew so many teams were going to have to rotate towards them.
And they are poised perfectly for this next circle as well. Look how close it is to them, and look at the circle that we're going to have. There is going to be a slight amount of high ground available, and it's Windstrike who are going to have that ability. They were checking every single nook and cranny behind them as well to ensure no one can come from behind us, and they really have the potential to win this game.
And let's talk about some of the macro things that just happened there and the micro things. Yes, they have the high ground in that situation. Yes, the circle is going to favor them, but having just won that battle as well, they also have those death boxes right next to them within the circle. If they need to swap shields in a close range battle, they might have that potential to do that in that battle.
You can also opt to just drop your shield, pick up that shield in that death box, and then just drop them everywhere and say, look, we now have this pit of shields we can just dip in and out of if we need to. So maybe that's something we might see from this team. But of course, if you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable to maybe someone wraith portaling behind you and taking some of those shields off you as well. So being aware of what shields are in what boxes is going to be very important, as we now see that Gibraltar ult coming really in handy. Sorry, Gibraltar's Q, his shield coming in real handy. And now, late game, Gibraltar's actual ultimate, those missiles, they could do a lot of damage, providing you can get rid of Watson's ultimate ability, which usually stops any sort of ordnance drops.
So we have seen a few teams drop, like we said. Now we're going to see the push coming in as we jump over to Atletico, who are bunkered up right in the middle of the current circle. They will have to move, but there's going to be some fairly easy picks, you would think, here as he pushes in, but no, one player does go down here. SK Vic picks up one there on a Nagano 1998 player. Peacekeeper shots coming in left, right, and center here, and somehow SK are staying in it. Nash now trying to push in himself. Is he going to fall victim to the storm? He somehow manages to get out of dodge, but surely only just for a matter of time.
Manages to find himself the tiniest little hole, but unfortunately he's taken out. And I don't think maybe Superkick realized that, yes, okay, they used Gibraltar's shield. They gave safe passage to a couple of teams there who said, look, there's a shield we can utilize here. We can push through this and gain some cover from on-firing teams.
Taking a look across now. Some of the teams that we do have left. Gamers Origin, again, a great performance from them in this game, and they managed to get a cheeky res off there in that situation. They are a little bit in a tight spot as far as getting towards that final circle is concerned, and we only have 4 squads now left as we are approaching these final circles. Huge opportunity for big points here as we look across. Team Fire, one of the teams now involved.
Yeah, but Lax just trying to work together as the remaining 2, and then you see Saw IPN. He is a solo here, so we've got a 1, a 2, and we know we've got a 3 definitely in Windstrike available as well, and then a 2 here for Gamers Origin. So it's Windstrike who have that advantage of 3 members going into this final section and this final fight, and they have the high ground as well.
Should be everything they could possibly want as far as having the ability to close out what would be a big points victory for them in this game number 2 of Group C. Purple shields across the board.
10 seconds. The ring is
Ult ready to be used as well.
Well,
301, Peacekeeper.
He's got that all out just in case any grenades come flying around the corner, because he can just instantly plop it down and just try and say, no, you're not going to grenade any of us.
And I also like the fact that they're not peeking in this particular point as well. They are almost waiting for players to have to move in. As soon as those battles go down, that's where they're going to jump out. That's where they become the Viper. They're going to pounce. They're going to look to finish those kills and win this game. Here we go.
We've got dances on the zip line. We've got shots firing from every single direction at the moment, but the Peacekeeper, the R99s, they're going to be so important in this final battle.
We're going to watch Rugby here jumping in as well. He's got a Peacekeeper, he's got an R301. Surely this is going to be the game here, going to Windstrike. They down a couple of players. There's the last player in front of them. The Peacekeeper comes in, and Windstrike do manage to close out game number 2.
And we saw them prior to the game turning around and pointing at their jersey. And I think we should see it again from Windstrike. Incredible performance from them. Great rotations, great acknowledgement of where that circle was going to be moving, constantly having the upper hand in every single circle that they could, and they secured 10 kills as well. A lot of those in the late stages when they held right in the center of caves and just had masses of players running towards them and falling at their feet.
It was the perfect execution of a fantastic decision being made. That's sometimes what we talk about. It's one thing to make a decision as a team and listen to your IGL and how you want to play something. It's completely another to act upon that, to execute on that decision making. And you saw it towards the end there. Not only did they hold that choke point to when the rotation was initially coming through the caves, they also managed to just play slowly and patiently in a pressurized situation until those teams had to push in essentially into that zone, into the open ground, and they kind of walked out. They went, everyone's weak now. We got Peacekeepers, we got R301s. We'll take the win.
You saw how desperately everyone else was using the ultimate from Pathfinder as well, setting up the zip line, just trying to dance around on the rope, trying to be clever, trying to be sneaky, but unfortunately it was just right in the eye line of Windstrike. They saw exactly what was going to happen there. But it just meant that I think when you get to that final 3, final 4, you're just hoping that someone else is taken out before you. You know you're at a disadvantaged position. I think a lot of these teams, when they get into that final circle, if they don't have the advantageous position, they know they're not going to win the game. So it's just a case of trying to survive as long as possible and just avoiding the fire of the team that is geared up the most.
Rogue had some kills to go to their name in that particular game. However, not the finish maybe that they would have wanted. This was kind of where things went a little bit south for them. We saw that rotation from them. They did have the jump on their opponents. The only problem was I think they were expecting to only run into one team in that particular situation. I think they ran into 2.
And we will get confirmation of the final finish of Rogue. I did see actually Sweet Dreams was eliminated relatively late in the game. I think they still achieved top 10, but it was Windstrike who were able to position themselves so well. And then Superkick here gave a path to their opposition team to actually push through and use the Gibraltar shield so that they could survive, but Superkick did pick up some kills along the way, and it is aggression that they're trying to go for with Gibraltar. They want to take those fights, they want to be able to pick up those kills, and Nask so nearly survived there as well, almost got into that tiny little nook and cranny.
Yeah, this was the final moments as well. You see Windstrike, they were just waiting to pounce, and pounce they did when they were given that opportunity. Striding into play, you can see at the moment, even 2 players left with shields towards the end of this game. That's how simple it was for them. Finally, the Peacekeeper shot comes in to close things out for them. So a great performance from Winstrike there. Fizu, Rugby, and Desert UK closing things out, Dan.
Yeah, and you can see the standings from that match as well. Winstrike getting the victory as well as 10 kills for 22 points. Team Fire finishing in second and Origin in third. CLG were able to secure themselves a top 10 finish. They were in 7th with 4 kills as well, so a better performance from them. But certainly in that top 10, we now transition into the current standings after both games. Rogue still top of the pack.
Yeah, much closer than we have seen a few of the other groups, though. Look at that top 3, 34 points. I think it was 25 that was in 3rd place there, just as we skip over to round out our top 10. Counterlogic Gaming holding on to 10th place, and I think there would be a lot of surprise here, maybe, if we saw CLG knocked down to that losers bracket early on here in the tournament.
So 8 points being that threshold to get into that top 10. So now we're going to see the aggression from all those teams that reside currently in 11th to 20th, and one of the ones that I am going to point out, and you're probably going to roll your eyes at me, Mark, is Reciprocity. I mean, I think I've seen they finished 19th and maybe like 16th. I don't even think they've achieved any placement points yet. They've probably got some kills on the way, but it's certainly not gone well for them. Their current drop location hasn't been favorable for where these circles have been, but that can be down to maybe not rotating correctly. We haven't really seen their point of view, so I'm not going to presume, because of course it would be very harsh of me to presume how they were playing because we haven't seen it. But what we can say is they're not placing where maybe they would expect to place.
I think what we can say is they're not doing enough to get the job done right now. It's as simple as that. They're not in that top 10. If they continue in this with this vein of form they have in the first 2 games, they'll be dropping down to the losers bracket and those losers groups that will be going on tomorrow. So they've certainly got to step it up a little bit now. But again, Dan, there's so many teams that are coming out of the woodwork today. As we love you too, buddy. Don't worry. We love everyone at home who's watching with us as well. There's so many teams that are coming out of the woodwork throughout today that, if you look at the end of X Games, wouldn't have been names that have been mentioned. They've put a few teams in their place today.
Because you've got to remember that X Games was an invitational, as well as this tournament is an invitational as well. So there was no qualification aspect for X Games. There was just purely invite basis. So there were some teams who maybe felt aggrieved that they didn't get that invitation spot, because when there's only 20 teams, there's not that many available spaces. Now we've got 80, we really do get the best of the world. And I am sure there are teams who also weren't invited to this event who feel like they could do some damage and feel like they could be really influential on this stage, and they will get their chance to shine. I mean, this is still, again, the pre-season invitational for $500,000. But yes, we're seeing teams that have been together since the start of Apex and might not have had the platform to really show their ability, but now they're getting to do so here today in Krakow.
Yeah, Winstrike team, again, Europe in general, to be honest with you, has had a pretty good day here in Poland. And, you've got to say, they're kind of representing well. A lot of the talk coming into this tournament was about the fact that we have this worldwide representation of different players from different regions, and we are seeing those other regions step up, as this man on your screen right now, Rugby, 680 damage, just the 1 kill. I don't really know what you want me to take away from that, apart from the fact that they won the game. He did enough. They did enough to win the game.
And you've got to put an asterisk next to EU for Winstrike as well. 2 of the players being Russian, so it depends what you define as Europe.
I'll take what I can get, to be honest with you.
But there is 1 player from Belarus, so I can accept that. They are a part of Europe, so you never really know. But you're completely right, Mark. There are several different areas and several different regions that show up and have shown today that they can roll with the big dogs. Teams that maybe we weren't expecting to be right at the upper echelons of this tournament. Team 789, for example, very impressive in the early stages of their groups, and now Winstrike showing up here as well. And whether they can carry on that form into match 3 will remain to be seen, but after a decent finish in match 1 and winning match 2, I'm sure they have solidified, actually I can guarantee they've solidified their spot into winners bracket round 2. But now they get to have a little bit of fun as the pressure is off going into match number 3.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure maybe on Tempo Storm here as well, to be honest with them. Not a team that we've talked too much about in the first couple of games, and a team that we certainly were expecting to be talking about a little bit. What do you think's going wrong for them here? What do you think they need to look to improve on? Well, I know it's a silly thing to say in a Battle Royale game. They need to put points on the board, but something isn't quite clicking at the moment.
I'm wondering whether they should just be more aggressive. Like, they've had decent gear. They've been able to loot up quite successfully and have purple, blue armor. yet they've been kind of sitting and waiting for other people to come to them. And I know Rogue are a team who do like to play that way. They like to try and position themselves, but they do have the mechanical ability to try and take down other teams. So I'd like to see them push up Tempo Storm and actually push for some kills.
Well, speaking of teams under pressure, the 3 men on your screen right now certainly are under pressure. Reciprocity, not the start that they would have wanted, without doubt, here after such a phenomenal performance at the X Games. The man on the left-hand side of your screen there, the Apex Predator. And of course, there will be another award here in Poland for the Apex Predator, the player who picks up the most kills throughout the tournament. But maybe they're going to be looking to snipe down right now to put in one of those big kill games to propel them up the table, because at the moment, they're going to enter that loser's bracket.
Yeah, they were able to pick up a couple of kills in match number 1, but match number 2, they really struggled. And actually, it was that rotation around the back from Rogue that really hurt them in match number 2, because I don't think they expected anyone to be coming from behind them. They had planned to move over from that southeast side of the map right towards caves, and they do like rotating through caves. We've heard that from Snipedown himself, but because the team rotated through the red behind them, maybe that expectation wasn't there and they were caught off guard a little bit.
So we'll have to see exactly what happens in what is our final game of the day, Daniel. Or is it not?
Final game of this group, anyway.
Final game of this group, excuse me. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of this group. Of course, we've still got another group to round out today. But Group C is starting to take shape. Every single player and every single team who is left in this lobby knows exactly what they have to do if they want to progress inside that top 10 to those winners bracket groups tomorrow. We are loading into the game down, and I think everyone's going to be feeling the pressure a little bit now.
Yeah, the fun's not going to be quite over for the winners of the top 10 in Group C. They will go off and face against the winners of Group D in Winners Bracket Round 2, which will be coming up after this. I believe, actually, Winners Bracket Round 2 has already started on the mainstream for Groups A and B. So plenty of action still left here at the Invitational in Krakow. And now I think where we've got a real chance for some of these teams who are in 11th to 20th to get aggressive and to show us how to play Apex Legends when you need points. You're not going for placement now. You need to get in people's faces and you need to get some kills.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start this one off with the winners of our last game, Windstrike team, who won 2 vital battles to pick up points on their way to that championship banner being displayed across their monitors. Let's see where they drop. Let's see where things start out. It looks like they're going to be moving maybe towards market, looking around here, or is it going to be one of those watchtowers?
Well, I mean, Windstrike were known for dropping swamps, but that doesn't look like that drop is anywhere near swamps. It looked like they were actually even targeting water treatment or considering those areas, as now we can see Justice being able to move over here towards Airbase, and it looks like they've got it relatively for free. Doesn't look like there's anyone else contesting with them, or is there? Because actually you can see one of the players is very low on health, so maybe there is someone worming around on the edges of Airbase as well. Yes, there is. It's going to be Nagano who are joining them here.
And this is what we love to see, a little bit of early aggravation, try and get those points on the board. And good news here for Reciprocity fans. Snipedown and Frex have just managed to pick up a couple of kills themselves, which is huge for them.
Onto Windstrike as well. So I don't know if that's Windstrike purposely dropping towards Reciprocity to say, look, we recognize Reciprocity as a threatening team. They're struggling right now. Let's drop on them. Let's see if we can push them into the lower bracket. Maybe, though, it hasn't worked out, because you can see Rugby taken out of the game. Yes, okay, his banner can still be recovered, but I'm sure now Desert and Fizzu are going to be saying, all right, well, we can leave him be. He went for an attempt. He went for something a little bit different.
Now we're going to see Lazarus under pressure here in market as well. Another team are going to be pushing them. One player is down. The caustic traps go out again. And it hasn't been the first time that we've seen Lazarus kind of stuck in this situation inside a market, having pressure, applied to them from various different directions, and it's Atletico again who are contesting market, rotating in, and quite happily taking this fight.
We were always going to have this potential at this tournament. With 80 teams, you're always going to get at least a couple. We're going to have similar drop locations, as he is ripped apart by the Eva 8 there, and that's going to be 2 members of Lazarus down, 1 surviving. I wonder if it is that caustic just trying to get away. Yes, it is. It's post-kill. He's managed to get outside, and you heard a little bit of communication there, or at least I heard it in my ears. I don't know if you can hear it on stream as well. I heard just live, stay alive, get away, and maybe you might even be able to get a revive here as well.
There might be an opportunity. Can he get the stick? Can he get that res off in time? Yes, he can. So now there's 2 players alive, and now we're going to see the P2020 with those hammer point rounds trying to do some damage, and Nagano 1998, who were trying to put pressure on themselves, look like they might have made a decision that they'll come to regret.
And Nagano taken out, which is a massive surprise, and a lot of expectation from Nagano personally, because again, they have some real Battle Royale veterans on that side. They've been a team since pretty much the start of Apex Legends as well, and they are not going to be happy with that one, and I wonder whether that's going to secure themselves dropping into that lower bracket. You can see the standings just ticking across the top of your screen there. Alistair currently in 11th. We haven't seen 11th through 20th at the moment. I was trying to work it out in my head. Nagano were in 15th. They've been taken out of the game. They're dropping to lower bracket.
They are going to that losers bracket, and the one thing that I've been fascinated with is, yes, we knew that teams were going to be more aggressive, that had to get those points on the board, but the amount of engagements we've already seen, the fact that we've only had one team be eliminated so far, that's a surprise to me.
And I think that's because 2 of those teams who were in the early engagements were 2 teams who desperately required points. Lazarus, who are currently in 20th, being fought early on by Atletico. They knew they had to get away and try and survive if they wanted any chance of getting into the top 10. But big surprises for me, Tempo Storm and Reciprocity currently residing outside of that top 10.
Oh, a lovely shot there with the longbow to drop some shields. And now he's going to be dropping down himself using that grapple to maintain that momentum towards Rogue, and there's going to be a little bit of battle around Thunderdome here. You can see a couple of players are kind of posted up at the moment here from Rogue at the top of the cage area in Thunderdome. They do have the high ground advantage, and I'm looking at that ring, Dan, and Rogue, very, very good at playing this Thunderdome final circle, and I just wonder here, looking at the edge there, if we're going to be moving towards that final location.
Yeah, certainly it looks like it's leaning towards that south area, but I wonder whether it's actually going to be a correct prediction from them. Once I get a proper glimpse of the map, I might be able to have a better indication of it, but certainly they're going to be more than happy here, as here we go, we've got someone being respawned back in, and this is a scary place to be respawned back in. If you've been playing at home, I'm sure you're familiar with being respawned here, right outside of Skulltown as well, because we've all died there many a time.
Smart play, though, to put that portal down to make sure that you can get him out of dodge, get him back into the fight without taking too much damage. And now we're going to see Click Esports there loot up pretty nicely at the moment. 3 players with that level 3 shield, a longbow. We've got the R99 as well. They are in a fantastic position here, just outside of Waterworks, to really do some damage in this lobby.
Yeah, massive impact having a Skull Piercer as well in water treatment. And now we're going to see whether Saw here can continue to apply the pressure that we've seen here in Thunderdome. They do have a gold armor to work with, and these are some decent shots as well coming out of Moffers with this longbow. They're not pushing on this though.
Yeah, the interesting thing is though, it's great to hit these shots, but they don't have the ability to close that distance that Rogue currently have between them to essentially capitalize on those kills. They're kind of just pushing them back here. This is the power position at the moment for every single team in the lobby. And again, Rogue are controlling it. Rogue can re-shield. The only thing that might be a slight worry here for Rogue is how many shield cells and batteries that they have in their inventory.
And because they can have a target on their backs, because there is a popular spot to be trying to hold, if you think that the circle is going to be heading that way, they could get pushed from several angles at the same time if they're not careful. So they might have to, at some point, opt to try and take a fight to try and eliminate some of these threats that seem to be surrounding them.
People have been to
Monsoon here from FlyQuest. We told some of his story. And he has put in some strong performances with FlyQuest, of course, so far in in Group C. They're moving around a little rotation, maybe towards that Thunderdome area, through this compound, towards the bottom side of the map. 19 squads still remaining. After that little early flurry, we should say, of activity, Dan, things have started to slow down, maybe to a little bit of a pace we would expect at this stage of the game.
And it is definitely a southwest circle, but we're really going to see more as this second circle comes through, and we'll get a bigger indication of where it's going to finish. Just hiding on the edge of bunker at the moment. Super kick as they wait to see where they're going to have to rotate. It looks like they have to move quite a lot, so it has shifted very heavily towards the southwest as expected. But whether the early prediction from Rogue is going to be correct or not remains to be seen.
So then CLG, who are just about holding on to a top 10 spot at the moment as we are into our final game, are taking that rotation through Skulltown here. And one worry about rotating this way through Skulltown is you never know who's going to be hiding around a corner. That close quarter combat can be so difficult to deal with, especially if you don't take that first shot yourself. but also the difficulty of rotating out of Skull Town towards Thunderdome. You have to go uphill. You have those players who might be overlooking Skull Town on top of those bones with those longbows. Difficult position here for CLG, but if they can make this work, they could be in a good spot.
It looks like CLG are actually into a fight here, but they are retreating very quickly because they weren't grouped up. If you are going to be pushing through Skull Town, you want to try and push as a 3 in this close quarter areas to ensure that you can utilize your weapons to your best ability, and they switch up which way they're going to be facing, and they're going to go elsewhere. And Windstrike were actually able to get the teammate back up. So even though the early aggression from them had a player fall down, he's back up, he's back into the game, and it looks like now we're going to move over and we are going to get this engagement.
Yes, we are indeed. You can see the Peacekeepers have been brought out, and it's going to be a beautiful shot hit there, but he's going to be taken down, and there is going to be a team eliminated here almost before you could realize it. Team Fire are the players who pick up the kills, and it was PK who got taken down in the meantime.
Pittsburgh Knights will be saying goodnight. It seems they are taken out, and it will mean it guarantees them out of this group as well. They'll drop into that lower bracket because they were in 14th, and they wouldn't have picked up enough points even if they picked up a couple of kills going into this one. And you saw a little glimpse of the map there as well, so it does look like Thunderdome is going to be the area of this finish.
And it was a perfect indication, you know, of what I was talking about, the difficulty of rotating through Skull Town. If you get caught off guard, it's so difficult to escape those small rooms, especially with so many teams still left in the lobby. You can't heal up. If you don't get those first shots with the R99, with the Peacekeeper off, you're at such a huge disadvantage. You're kind of relying on the other team to miss shots, which is, at this level, very unlikely.
I think that's why we saw CLG get the hell out of there. They saw that that was a potential of these fights. They heard a couple of players surrounding them in the Skull Town, and they knew that because they're sitting currently on that threshold of that 10th position, placement is going to be so important for them. They can't risk taking the fight. However, it was slightly different for Pittsburgh Knights. They did have to take some fights. They did have to look for aggression to try and guarantee themselves into those later stages of this match.
Longbow in hand. Air between the bullets and the target, unfortunately, there for Gamers Origin. Still in a pretty good position here as we see them just on the outskirts of Skull Town at the moment. This is a good position to be in if you do want to potentially pick off some of those players rotating through.
And I really wonder whether the likes of Gamers Origin, the likes of Windstrike were going to be on people's list as teams that are going to be sitting in the top 3 after a couple of matches. But they really have shown what they're made of here, and they've shown that they are going to be a huge threat, not only in this group, but in this tournament as well.
I just wonder when this ring starts enclosing now, the early rotation is going to be so key. I'd love to go over and see what Rogue are doing at the moment, if they're still holding down that position as Gamers Origin and just looking to find anyone to pick off as they try and rotate over through or around of Skull Town. And Windstrike are going to be that team, and there is that shot that comes in, and what a shot it was. Dropping in that player, but they won't be able to convert that distance again, proving to be an issue here for closing out those eliminations.
And usually if you're playing probably casual Apex, when you get a knock like that, your team is just going to get aggressive and they are going to dive on that team. But because there's so many squads left in such a small circle, it's a risk to try and push. So even though, yes, you did the damage and yes, you got the knock, you're very rarely going to get an elimination from that point. As Halo Klein Gaming, they are also going to be just here in Skull Town. A lot of teams currently setting up shop here, and it means that one 100%. Big old battle is going to unfold very shortly.
And here comes that battle. It's going to be reciprocity of trying to put the pressure on. The Incend does come in. That's going to back up Frex here. Push that Watson ult down to try and recharge his shields a little bit quicker, but that's going to be destroyed almost immediately. So just for this second here, while he's shielding up, his two teammates here, Grego and Snipedown, are going to be in a 2v3 situation potentially.
It's one of those teams just sat on the bones as well, just griefing and just saying, no, we're not going to allow you to get easy shields here, Reciprocity. We don't care if we're not going to secure these kills. We're going to make things difficult for you to actually get out of Skull Town. All teams currently really reluctant to take these fights, so nervous, but actually it's going to be big kills picked up by Reciprocity. They need a placement. They need kills if they're going to get into the top 10.
They seem to be doing the right things at the moment. Team Fire are going to be sat here at the moment as well within Skull Town. So many teams in these different buildings around the area at the moment. Skull Town is expensive property at the moment, and there's a lot of people interested in buying.
Meanwhile, teams like Rogue, they can just watch, they can chill, they can make a cup of tea if they want, because
I'm
they
dropping it better every time.
early predicted, well, they dropped Thunderdome or near Thunderdome, and then they got the circle, they saw it was going to be heading towards Thunderdome, and they managed to get that height advantage. As you can hear a little bit of communication between Reciprocity as well, and you can see that big switch in terms of composition. Lifeline there instead of the Pathfinder.
Until we get
If you are wondering why that is in comparison to some of the other lineups that we do see from some of the other teams, they do like those close range battles. They do like the ability to get those quick reses off if things don't go their way. And Reciprocity playing to their strengths, but now we're over to Gamers Origin, who have had a fantastic performance so far, but now it's their time to come under a little bit of fire, and I'll tell you what, that sniper rifle bullet, it might not connect it with the head, but he certainly gave him a haircut.
You can see as the round 3 circle is closing, you just get all of these shots fired off because everyone gets a little bit antsy. Everyone starts to dance around and some players start to move in. With still 17 squads left in this game, there's almost too many squads for this amount of space that's left on the map.
Certainly going to be an interesting finish here as we start to see in 17 seconds that ring closing in. That means teams are going to have to move out of Skulltown. That means these teams who are up on the bones here overlooking things are going to make things difficult. And now we're going to see CLG getting involved. Nice wing with the Peacekeeper, picking up some nice kills of his own.
Yeah, CLG needed some big kills as well just to try and solidify their spot in the top 10, and they take out Superkick on their way. So that's not going to be good news for any Superkick fans as that circle heads even further, even deeper into Thunderdome.
And I think that's just going to relax CLG as well moving forward as well. Some eliminations on the board, that means points. And points for them inside that top 10 where they're holding at the moment means a little bit of a cushion potentially moving forward.
Look how much health CLG just lost, just diving into that circle to ensure they were able to get some weapons, get new ammo, just anything that's going to be able to help them in these later fights.
One player got taken down there by Justice Esports. I don't think they were expecting it.
No.
Reciprocity still inside Skulltown here, and now you're going to see that lifeline package being called in as well, which is not only great for the fact that of what can be involved in the drop itself, but also acts as a little barrier, a little way that you can peek around corners and use it as a defensive shield as well.
Certainly in early stages of Apex, we saw lifeline used almost everywhere before the nerfs came in, and that drop really was used as a barrier, as protection, but now everyone's starting to move across open ground, and it's so dangerous when you've got longbows just staring down at you, and if they're accurate with those longbows, they can be absolutely devastating. It's so difficult to try and get towards that center of the ring.
And we're seeing more kills coming in the feed as well, and CLG again picking up downs, getting eliminations. Great news for them. And now we're going to see Reciprocity make their move towards Thunderdome. This is the rotation. They have to cover ground, and Snipedown's putting down that portal, trying to get his teammates into a safe position.
They've done pretty well to avoid any sort of eyes watching from above at the moment, and actually Snipedown finds his way into the circle. If the rest of the team can do so, then they're going to be pretty happy and should be able to secure maybe a top 10, but they have been spotted actually. You can see the players of SOAR, they were actually pinging several different locations saying, all right, there's a team here, there's a team here. You need to be well aware of which angles you can be shot from, because later on that's going to be very important when you try and move across the map as well.
Reciprocity have been spotted, as you can see, but great shots here from Grego, backing down those players, but he fired off and the shot was returned with interest there from the top of the bones, dropping his shields, forcing Reg to back down and just hunker up and try and get those shields back on, but here comes the aggression. They're under pressure now, Reg.
Now this is scary when teams are pushing them and they are in such a sticky, close situation where they don't have many places to go. They have to win every fight if Reciprocity are going to have any chance of getting into the top 10. Yes, they have the shield recharge, yes, they've got the health recharge, but can they win the fight?
Well, this is the interesting thing here. I think they're being pushed by Kamikaze, and there was only 2 players alive on that team. Maybe they were playing for elimination points. Maybe they were just thinking, get points on the board, and all that's doing at the moment is feeding Reciprocity, as Rogue are also getting involved now, picking up some scraps on the outside.
Reciprocity do pick up some kills though, but now we move across to Halo Klein. They're getting involved with this fight as well. One player down, Brent Royale, Ray Rain and Azzy don't have a chance to reshield just yet, but now finally they get some cells in. 7 squads remaining now. Everyone's fallen as as we came into round 5.
And Reciprocity again picking up kills. This is a huge game for Rec at the moment. It's what they needed. And while all of this is going on, Alistar are now moving in from the other side of Thunderdome right now. With so much action, so many teams on the west side, now we're going to see this rotation in on the other side.
Yeah, Rec managed to secure the entire elimination onto HLC, so that's going to be at least 3 kills secured for them, points they desperately need, and they're into the top 6 as well, so they're guaranteed at least 2 more points, but they want to get into that top 5 to try and secure 4.
And while all of this action has been going on, Rogue have had front row seats to it all. They've had popcorn, they've had table service, and they have just been able to sit up here at the top of the cage and rain down fire. They have been in a fantastic position for the entirety of all this action, and when you win game number 1, you couldn't ask for any more.
Yeah, this has been almost perfect in terms of where the circle has ended up for Rogue. They are very good at positioning themselves, they are good at predicting that circle, and you can see how they now have eyes on absolutely everyone, and it's going to be very difficult for anyone to take them down.
5 squads remaining then in our final game here of Group C. Shots being fired, ringing out all across Thunderdome. None of them landing as yet. You can see we've got Alistar here, we've got Rogue, we've got Reciprocity still involved in the battle, as well as 2 other teams. Shots going to be taken down. It's going to be Alistar, one of their players, being taken down to no shields, but again, using that Pathfinder to cover the ground. But I don't know how long they're going to be able to stay alive in this particular situation, just hunkered up in the corner.
Yeah, they opted to rotate early so that they could maybe not be shot by everything and everyone, but unfortunately it's not really gone their way because everyone's targeting them at the moment. 1 player down, the second one's weak, and Alistar are desperately just trying to stay alive. But elsewhere, there's rotations coming in from the rest of the teams. Rogue managed to pick up a kill onto Alistar, as well as we see Geo taking down another member.
Rogue have got this in the bag. Surely you can see there's 3 squads remaining. One of them is Rogue. Reciprocity have had players drop in this period of time as well. Rogue, surely they have their second win just inside their eyes.
You can almost do anything at this point, as the other 2 teams just have to watch on. Yes, okay, they don't have the next circle, but they have such an advantageous point in terms of high ground right now that they can lay down shots. Maybe there's an opportunity for Gamers Origin to still win if they push in and if they get this early circle, but you can see how easy it is for Rogue to land shots.
Yeah, they don't really need to do anything at this point, Rogue. Gamers Origin, that team of 3.
Just chill, let them fight.
Yes.
Sitting below them.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
Let them fight.
Waiting for something to happen. You can see the communication just momentarily there as well. Just let them fight.
Shooting at you.
Shots being taken down. I just wonder if there's a solo alive as well as we see these 3 available. Rogue just being so disciplined in this situation. So easy to get carried away in these situations now.
Yeah, Rogue are going to try and take down the rest of these 2 teams from up above. It is just 3 left, and I think it's 3 squads of 3 as well, Saw being one of them. Rogue have now dropped and they're getting involved into the battle. Husker's very, very weak here.
Yeah, this is Rogue just deciding to end this game here, to end this game now. They pick up eliminations left, right, and center as Drop gets aggressive, pulls out the Peacekeeper and the R99. Husker's now with the R99 as well. Rogue have had enough of watching. They want to close this one out.
This is what Saw wanted. Saw wanted the fight to happen elsewhere, and now they push in. Now they look to do the damage. Yes, Rogue had the advantage.
Saw are turning this around. Somehow Saw have managed to close this one out. I think they've done it! Yes, they have! For everything that was going the way of Rogue, Saw have played that to the T.
Well, they just waited for the engagement. They knew that Rogue had to drop. They knew that Rogue weren't in that final circle. Rogue dropped onto Gamers Origin. They knew they could win that fight, but Saw, they were so passionate, and they saw that they could get the possibility of just waiting, being patient, and finishing off both of those teams when they pushed in. Gamers Origin were eliminated for them, and then they ran into a somewhat weak Rogue to win the game.
Yeah, we saw that Rogue had to drop in that situation. Saw played it perfectly. You could hear the comms very, very faintly in the background. Let them come to us. Let them make the decisions. And they did exactly that. Another interesting placement towards the end there. I want to see how Rec managed to end up, if they managed to qualify into that winner's side of the bracket as well, because they did what was needed of them. They got a good placement. They picked up eliminations. CLG again as well, having one of those performances they needed in that final game.
Yeah, I would guess Reciprocity picked up maybe around 8 points, which might be able to get them into that top 10 threshold. We will get confirmation in just a short while. Right, here's our top 5 then. From that game, Saw, Rogue, Alistar, Gamers Origin, and then we saw Reciprocity finishing 6th, so that's only going to be 4 points for them, but they were able, of course, to pick up the kills as well, which gives them 9, so we'll see whether it's going to be enough to take them into top 10 overall.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is enough, as you say, Dan, and FlyQuest doing a good job as well. Here are the standings then. Rogue, no surprise to see them on top. 50 points they managed to rack up from their 3 games. Gamers Origin in second, Winstrike third, Saw Gaming there, and we saw it closing out. And Reciprocity have managed with a huge performance in the final game to scrape into the winners bracket.
They just get into 10th. Counter Logic Gaming as well. They did enough to push themselves up from 10th up to 7th, so they secured their spot into winners bracket round 2. So okay, the first 2 matches didn't go fantastically for Reciprocity, but they were able to get the job done. They were able to get aggressive at the right times, though, I may add. They weren't stupidly aggressive, and they were able to pick up enough points.
I think it's an example. Who dropped on them right at the start as well? Was it
Winstrike?
Winstrike dropped on them right at the start as well, and I think Reciprocity getting the better of that battle, all of a sudden that can galvanize you as a squad. It's like, how dare you drop with us? And then from then, they went from strength to strength and managed to pull off a performance to put them into the winner's side of things, and that's huge to do. But I think the story of Group C, Dan, like we've always had one team who have been the most impressive, it's Rogue. Discipline, execution, they had it all.
Yeah, Rogue did particularly well in that game, just to wait and be patient. Okay, they didn't get the victory, but they'll be more than happy. In this winners bracket round 1, all you have to do is get out of round 1. You just have to get enough points in the first 3 matches so that you can actually move on into winners bracket round 2. You look for those big kill games, or maybe a little bit later in the tournament when you need them, almost like saving your energy for winners bracket round 2, because it's not over for them. Even though they've waited a long time to actually get to this point so they could play Group C, they still have to play winners bracket round 2 coming up next.
And the thing I absolutely love about the Battle Royale format and how important kills are, we've just seen it there in that final round. Reciprocity, what was it, 19th and 17th, 16th or 17th? And they still managed to get into the top 10 with one huge performance. It just shows that it really is a format which allows you to make huge comebacks. And if you have that never say die attitude, you can find your way through the tournaments and into big positions.
Well, that's going to be us wrapped up here for now on the B stream. Don't forget, we're going to move over to the A stream where you can see the action unfolding in winners bracket round 2. Thank you for joining us for these groups B and C, and we'll see you very shortly.